Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled International Code for Ships Operating in Polar Waters, composed of the amendments adding Chapter 14 to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, 1974, adopted by the Maritime Safety Committee of the International Maritime Organization on November 21, 2014, and the amendments to Annexes 1, 2, 4, and 5 of the Protocol of the 1978 relating to the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, 1973, adopted by the Marine Environment Protection Committee of the International Maritime Organization on May 15, 2015, the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, adopted in Paris on October 19, 2005, is a treaty of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization done at Paris on October 19, 2005. The convention entered into force for Canada on February 1, 2007. The agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Argentine Republic on mutual assistance in customs matters done at Buenos Aires on May 15, 2017. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Merci beaucoup.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
He's the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
And I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Johari, seconded by Mr. Ouellette, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Pre-Sentence Report. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour for me to rise today, October 19, to introduce my first private member's bill as a Member of Parliament for Richmond Hill, an act to amend Section 721(3)(a) of Criminal Code Pre-Sentencing Report. This will mandate that unless otherwise specified, when a pre-sentencing report is required by a court, in addition to such information as age, maturity, character, behavior, attitude, and willingness to make amends, information outlining any mental health disorder as well as any mental health care program available for the accused be provided as part of their pre-sentencing report. Mr. Speaker, such information is vital for the court to have in order to ensure that those Canadians with histories of mental illness are afforded care and compassion and that they will receive appropriate treatment throughout the process of their rehabilitation. I urge all members of this House to support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Johari, seconded by Mr. Ouellette, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. It's like the next one. Mr. Dhaliwal, excuse me. It was last night, right? Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the Month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the support of the Honourable Member for Brampton North, it is my great honour and pleasure to rise today in this House and introduce a bill to designate a month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. The Sikh population in Canada is in excess of 500,000 people, making it second largest Sikh population in the world. This bill seeks to recognize the significant contributions that Sikh Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric. The month of April is meaningful for Sikh community and by designating the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, the Parliament of Canada would provide an opportunity to reflect on, celebrate, and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Sikh Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across this great nation. I hope all members in this House will support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House this morning to present two petitions. The first is from residents throughout Saanich Gulf Islands calling on the government, and I know there is work in progress on a national housing strategy. These petitioners ask the government to be mindful of the approach of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to create a national affordable housing program and to reform the tax system in order to provide incentives for investors to build purpose-built rental housing. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is a first one that I've presented on this particular topic, and the petitioners are looking at Bill C-45, the bill that, as we know, will legalize cannabis use. Petitioners note that there's nothing in the bill that deals with the environmental impact of cannabis production. Certainly, we found that cannabis production indoors has a tremendous energy demand and water demand. Petitioners ask that the House ensure that standards of practice for the cannabis industry are mindful of the commitment to sustainability.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Debate on the opposition motion regarding support for forestry workers, standing in the name of Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes, appuyé par Monsieur Généraux.
Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Giroux, moves that given A, forestry is a major employer in Canada, B, Canada is a world leader in sustainable forestry practices, C, the government has failed to secure a softwood lumber agreement and to make softwood lumber a priority by including it in the mandate letter for the Minister of International Trade, and D, forestry workers and forest-dependent communities are particularly vulnerable to misinformation campaigns and other attacks waged against the forest industry by foreign-funded environmental non-government organizations like Greenpeace and Forest Ethics. The House express its support for forestry workers and denounce efforts by foreign-funded groups seeking to disrupt lawful forest practices in Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to ask your permission to share my time with my friend, the member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Charles Lavoie, who will be continuing after my remarks. It is with great pride that I rise today to table today's opposition motion. The purpose of this motion is to support the forestry industry and forestry workers throughout Canada, throughout Quebec, and in Lac-Saint-Jean. With respect to an issue as important as the one raised in this motion, it would be appropriate to start with a few reminders, to go through a bit of a memory exercise that will allow us all in this House to understand the scope of the issue being raised today. Let's just remember that at the end of the last month of June, Canadians were concerned to learn that a surtax would apply to softwood lumber exports to the United States. Let us also remember that this unfair and unjustified tax was on top of the countervailing duties levied on businesses last April, and that surtax was, I want to point out, between 13 and 20%. Let us also remember that the softwood lumber agreement expired 1 year ago last week, and Justin Trudeau's Liberal government has still not negotiated and delivered on a new one. Let us also remember that during the last softwood lumber conflict, the Canadian industry lost $5.4 billion wasted in surtaxes. That was a direct impact on our businesses here and their employees. And just to give you some perspective, let us also remember that 66% of Canadian softwood lumber exports go to the American market. Madam Speaker, here are a few numbers just to be able to fully understand the impact of this issue. The softwood lumber industry represents 400,000 jobs in the country, nearly 60,000 in Quebec and 10,000 in Indigenous communities. This is also a very sensitive economic sector in the beautiful area of Lac-Saint-Jean. It is the pride of so many men and women. It is a creative industry. It represents the ingeniousness of people here who are making this industry become a greener and more responsible one. But unfortunately, this industry is also the victim of several foreign-funded misinformation campaigns that feeds into prejudices and reinforces false information about forestry. Let us be clear. It is in no business's interest to sacrifice its forest capital. It is in everyone's interest to develop a sustainable industry. Harvesting and processing softwood lumber feeds hundreds of thousands of families. It allows so many regions to survive. It is what gives thousands of Canadian men and women a worry-free future. But the forestry industry, which brings in $15.8 billion every year, also represents $1.5 billion for the government in the shape of taxes paid by businesses and workers. So it's the entire country that benefits from this sector, and it is our businesses and thousands of Canadian men and women in this sector who are contributing to the building of our hospitals and providing services in our schools. While the Prime Minister simply dithers, hesitates, backtracks, he jeopardizes the livelihood of all these forestry workers throughout Canada, in Quebec, and particularly in the area of Lac-Saint-Jean. While the Liberal government refuses to negotiate, Canadian producers have reportedly paid $500 million in countervailing duties and anti-dumping fees. That is a huge amount that was not invested in the economy nor in job creation. $500 million represents thousands of projects that were never carried out. This is another debt. These are services and public programs that will never see the light of day. Is the government aware of the number of communities that are threatened while days go by without any good news, without an agreement? Because entire cities depend on this industry. And I want to point out areas like Lac-Saint-Jean. This is a particularly sensitive sector. It's an important one that we have to support. At this very moment, we've been learning that imports from Germany climbed by 916% to the United States compared to last year. We are losing our privileged position on this market, on the American market, our main market. Madam Speaker, time is of the essence. There are sawmills closing. There are jobs being lost throughout the country and in Lac-Saint-Jean. It's as if the Liberals are incapable of negotiating a new agreement. Workers deserve more stability from this government. But, Madam Speaker, maybe we're naive to believe in this Liberal government, in its ability to deliver quickly, in its ability to work on behalf of Canadians everywhere, in its ability to negotiate agreements. When will the Prime Minister act like a true leader and come back to the country with a signed agreement? Netflix's tax break, the status of supply management, NAFTA negotiations, new international negotiations. All of these actions on the part of the government are profoundly disappointing. Maybe we're naive to believe that the Liberal government actually thinks that softwood lumber is a priority, because I would point out that there is no mention of a new agreement in the mandate letters of ministers currently negotiating with the Americans. And while this whole industry is being jeopardized, young people are also being discouraged from considering forestry as a career. A few weeks ago, 400 young high school students from all over the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region discovered various aspects of the forestry sector. They participated in the 11th edition of the forestry event that was held on the experimental site of the Université du Québec à Chicoutimi. These young men and women were able to sit behind the wheel of a tractor trailer, use a power shovel, and learn about softwood lumber processing. But what can we promise to these young people who would like to work in forestry? What can we say to young people who want to invest locally, find jobs in their region instead of in larger urban centers? What do we say to them if they want to help the economy grow in their part of the country? What can we promise them? Because the future is far from being promising. The current context is very, very difficult. In the Lac-Saint-Jean area, more than 5,000 jobs depend directly on forestry. 5,000 worried families who are waiting for a clear answer from their Prime Minister, waiting for a sincere commitment and the will to save their jobs. So beyond wishful thinking, can this Liberal government give us a timeline? Can it tell us clearly what its negotiation goals are? Can it tell thousands of Canadian men and women who are running this forestry sector and are doing their part to build a prosperous country that they will be signing an agreement that will end this unfair and unjustified surtax as soon as possible? While we wait for a clear answer from the government, and while we wait to calm the fears of Canadians who have been waiting for too long, I would call on the House to clearly express its support for the motion being tabled today, and that reads as follows: that given forestry is a major employer in Canada, that Canada is a world leader in sustainable forestry practice, that the government has failed to secure a softwood lumber agreement and to make softwood lumber a priority by including it in the mandate letter for the Minister of International Trade, and that forestry workers and forest-dependent communities are particularly vulnerable to misinformation campaigns and other attacks waged against the forest industry by foreign-funded environmental non-government organizations like Greenpeace and Forest Ethics. The House expressed its support for forestry workers. This is what we want, Mr. Speaker, that the House express its support for the workers and denounce efforts by foreign-funded groups seeking to disrupt lawful forest practices in Canada. Madam Speaker, thank you. This is a cry from the heart on behalf of all these workers throughout Canada, in Canada, and in particular in the Lac-Saint-Jean, who will be voting in by-elections next Monday. We need to send them a clear message that we support them, and I sincerely hope that all members of the House of Commons, and in particularly on the other side of the House, will vote in favor of this motion this evening in order to ensure that all these people feel supported and that we be able to negotiate a new strong agreement for workers throughout Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Guelph.
Honourable member for Guelph.
And thanks to the honourable colleague across the aisle. It seemed to me like the responsibility for this agreement he's suggesting is primarily and almost solely up to our Prime Minister, and that there is a campaign of misinformation. And I think that's part of the misinformation. I wonder if the member could maybe highlight the issues at hand with the Crown lands versus private held lands, the large companies in the United States trying to squeeze out small manufacturers in Canada, maybe some of the real issues around this debate. If the member could put those into the record, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Richmond,
Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague on the other side for his question. It's a very relevant question. Today, what we've seen is that there are foreign interest groups who are leading misinformation campaigns to lead people in Canada to believe that the way that companies manage the forestry sector is the way that they were doing it 50 years ago, that they're clear-cutting everything, and that's not true at all. Our standards in Canada are the strictest standards in the world, and these hard-working workers need a strong message, not the type of message that we're receiving now, like with the tax reforms that attack small businesses in our regions across Canada. I think that our role here as parliamentarians is to have public awareness campaigns to support this industry all across the country.
Séance et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I really appreciate his passion and his support for the forest industry in Canada. I certainly share those views. But, Madam Speaker, during the reign of the Harper Conservatives, Canada lost 134,000 jobs in the forestry sector, including 42,000 jobs lost in Quebec alone. And during those years, many mills closed down, many small rural communities were hard hit and remain, they still have yet to recover. And I just wonder, how can you seriously expect Canadians to trust your party to come up with effective solutions that truly support a sustainable forest industry in Canada?
Certainly, it's not my party. I just want to indicate to the member that to avoid using the word "you" or "your," just because it puts us in a little bit of a difficult position. So, the honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for clarifying that, and thank you for the question. To reassure my colleague, I would say straight off that the Conservative Party has always defended this essential sector, the sector of softwood lumber. When the Stephen Harper government came to power in 2006, we didn't wait 2, 3, or 4 years to sign an agreement with the Americans. We took 3 months to do that. The Liberals have been in power for 2 years, and the agreement had expired within a year, and there's no sign that anything is going to be done to help the sector. So I think if anyone fought for the sector in this country, it's the former Conservative government. And we intend to do our work as the official opposition with determination and perseverance to support all of those people whose livelihood depends on this sector. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Minister for of Sports and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. First off, I'd like to reiterate that our government strongly supports the Canadian forestry sector, which creates hundreds of thousands of jobs. We are very aware of this situation. I worked in the area for many years, and I can tell you that this is really essential. And I have a very simple question for my colleague, Madam Speaker. Negotiating takes 2 parties, 2 governments. Could my colleague across the way tell us if we should be negotiating without any conditions and allow the other government to do anything they want? Well, there's not a lot of time remaining, but I will allow time for a very brief response. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't quite know how to answer that question. I'm not sure I understood correctly, but I think that I can say, they're the ones who are in power right now, and it's up to them to deliver the goods. When we were in government, it took us 3 months to sign an agreement. Now we're midterm exactly today for this government, and when the Prime Minister had the opportunity to meet with Barack Obama, the former American president, after 1 year, who did he bring with him? Not the Minister of Natural Resources, not negotiators, but his family. So I think that there's more work to be done, and I seriously hope that this government will be more determined in solving this problem. Thank you.
Niagara Centre, that if he has questions and comments, we're just starting the debate on that, and he'll be able to stand up and be recognized in the House during that time. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to be able to participate in this debate. It seems really essential to me. Now, I'm a former city girl, but now I'm a proud resident of a rural area, and I can see how the government across the way has really just given up the fight against the U.S., whether it comes to defending our municipalities or the softwood lumber industry. It's important to stand up and show strength to the Americans. We need strong, frank discussions to save our small municipalities, whether we're talking about Charlevoix or Lac-Saint-Jean. We're talking about small communities who depend entirely on this trade in softwood lumber. It's very important for our small communities. Everyone here, from all political parties, knows that these communities really need us to fight for them. And we need the Americans to understand that what we're talking about here is something we're negotiating, but it's not negotiable. We can't compromise the softwood lumber industry for trivialities. I hope that the Prime Minister will understand and will send the right signal to the right people, and that he will show that softwood lumber is his priority. And if something is a priority, you put it in your minister's mandate letter, because your minister is the one negotiating with the U.S. We can never forget that the softwood lumber industry represents, the U.S. has 85% of their softwood lumber imports from Canada. 69% of Canadian softwood lumber exports go to the U.S. So when you have such conclusive evidence, such strong numbers, we need to be able to negotiate fairly, but in a way that benefits Canadians. Quebecers and Canadians, residents of Lac-Saint-Jean, can never be the losers in this situation because the government wasn't able to defend their interests. In a negotiation, you have to be frank, but you can't kowtow to the U.S. Our Conservative government had negotiated an agreement in late 2006, 3 months after we came to power. And we did that in order to solve the softwood lumber crisis. It was also the Conservative Party that negotiated an extension of the agreement in 2012 to ensure the stability of the market through until 2016. So that was 2016. Now it's 2017. What's been done? What's been discussed? What numbers can the Liberal government give us? What kinds of negotiations have they conducted? I hope that all of this hasn't come at the expense of our forestry workers. In our communities, we can see that there are sawmills closing, not one or two, but many of them. And I'm talking about Quebec now because I come from Quebec. And we have a lot of sawmills that have closed their doors. That's unacceptable to see that today the Liberal Party, which claims to be working for the middle class, which knows that the softwood lumber industry is important because that's where the middle class works. Those are middle class workers dedicating their lives to that. Now, we haven't gotten any numbers. We don't know what's happening with the negotiations. So we're wondering what the situation is. And when you read the mandate letters that were given to the ministers who were involved in this negotiation, we can see that there's no mention of it. The new agreement for softwood lumber is not mentioned. So when you read the mandate letter, you get the impression that they don't care at all. And I hope that that's a misperception. I hope that we're wrong and that actually they will be able to set partisanship aside and that all MPs will be able to work together to maintain supply management, to maintain our sawmills. And especially, I'd like to talk today to the residents of Lac-Saint-Jean. I'd like to say, stand up. You've got the Prime Minister in front of you. Do whatever you need to do. Cry if you need to. Show your emotion, but send the message that you need to send. Send the message that today we need strong and frank negotiations to save the softwood lumber industry. Increasingly, it seems like when there are really important files like supply management or softwood lumber, files that are really important for our small communities, the Liberals prefer to take photos. But people need to eat, Madam Speaker. People don't want to feel anxious all the time about their future because we don't know what's being negotiated by the people across the way. They don't tell us anything. We don't even know what's been done since 2016. And we probably will never know because they don't know where they're going when it comes to negotiating with the U.S. And for the ordinary people who are having a hard time making ends meet, feeding their children, that creates a lot of anxiety. We have always stood behind the softwood lumber industry. We had a number of ministers, but I'll mention the Honourable Denis Lebel. He fought for his community in Lac-Saint-Jean when he was here. Today, he is still fighting for the forestry industry. And I really hope, that the members across the way will look at the motion that we've put forward today and that it will send a signal that we all support the people whose livelihoods depend on sawmills, that we all support the people whose livelihoods depend on the softwood lumber agreement. That for once, we're not going to make a partisan issue of this at the expense of the workers of Lac-Saint-Jean and Charlevoix and Quebec and Canada who depend on that industry. I hope that the party across the way will understand that this really is a cry from the heart. And that together, we need to ensure that we have a better future. You know, we all need to stand behind the workers of the forestry industry. And especially, now, I've met people from Greenpeace in my riding, people who came to lecture us about forestry, and I think it's just so disappointing to see that groups like that can do that. I have nothing against the environment. I do everything I can for the environment at home. But when groups like that now try to scrap an entire industry, which they don't even understand, then I think they need to be educated about the situation. when members of the industry come to talk to us, we need to listen. So today, I ask the party across the way to stand with us to vote unanimously in favor of this motion because it's important. It's important for forestry workers, and it's also important for us to have strong, frank negotiations and not to give up against the U.S.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity. Madam Chair, through NAFTA negotiations, we are taking into consideration a lot of the established policies, national strategies, etc., that we've put in place, providing over $150 million over 4 years to support clean technology, Southwood Lumber Action Plan, $867 million to support workers and communities, as well as a plan to expand market opportunities. Madam Chair, within those negotiations, we are taking into consideration local strategies as well, not just national strategies, but local strategies. And of course, the objectives that are contained within those local strategies, and then of course injecting that into our overall objectives with respect to a new agreement through the NAFTA negotiations with our counterparts. And with that, taking into consideration the interests of all Canadians throughout this great nation. My question to the member, Madam Speaker, is with respect to the impacts that the member may have in her own jurisdiction, what recommendations or what strategies is the member putting forward to, in fact, help us inject those interests from your individual area to then factor into the NAFTA negotiations?
The
honourable member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for that question. I'll give him an answer. I think he should stand up for the forestry industry. I think he should stand up for supply management. I think he should stand up for ordinary people who are working hard to put food on the table. And I think he should stop talking about numbers and start talking about people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her speech and her support of the forest industry. She mentioned a lot about the Softwood Lumber Agreement and placed a lot of blame on the Liberals for not doing anything in the last couple of years to get that agreement redone, and I fully agree with her. There is blame to go there, but this agreement actually was set to expire in 2013. It was extended for 2 years, and the Conservatives did nothing to negotiate a new agreement with the United States in that time. It would have been the perfect time. Now we're behind the ball. We're negotiating with Trump. It's a crazy time in Washington. Wouldn't it have been better, and with any foresight at all, wouldn't the Conservative government have seen that this is the time to negotiate a new softwood lumber agreement, and yet they did nothing?
The honourable member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, I just have to come back to this. It was the Conservative government that negotiated the extension of the agreement in 2012 to ensure the long-term stability of the market through 2016, October 2016. Those are the facts. From 2016 to 2017, we've heard nothing. We know that there are negotiations underway, but we don't hear anything about them. So what I'd like to know of the party across the way is, can they give us the numbers? Can they tell us what they're negotiating? Because they shouldn't let this go, because all of our rural regions depend on softwood lumber. And most rural regions depend on that industry. So I would ask the Liberal Party to vote unanimously with us to stand with forestry workers.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the intervention from across the way. It seemed like it was being suggested in both that speech and the previous speech that it only took 3 months for the Conservative government to sign the agreement in 2006, when in fact the work had been done largely through the Liberal Party from 2001 to 2006 to get ready for an agreement. So it takes years for these things to go through, and unfortunately the Conservatives didn't carry the ball all the way on this one, and now we're trying to pick up the ball. Could the member mention about the time frame involved here, please, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, in about 30 seconds. Madam Speaker, it took us 3 months. They've been in power for 2 years, and they haven't done much. Perhaps today they should stand up for our industry.
Reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska for the motion. I know how well the member, just like our government, understands the importance of forestry for Canada.
Employs more than 200,000 Canadians and contributes more than $23 billion a year to our GDP. In fact, it provides more jobs per dollar than any other natural resource sector. We export more than $34 billion worth of forest products to 180 countries around the world. Today, forest producers are strengthening composite car parts, making vehicles lighter, reducing emissions, and replacing plastics made from non-renewable fossil fuels. A forestry worker, Madam President, Speaker, is as likely to be wearing a white lab coat as a red plaid shirt. She might be a genomics researcher investigating ways to make trees more resistant to disease, or an economist working to optimize supply chains. Madam Speaker, to paraphrase that classic Oldsmobile commercial, this isn't your father's forest industry. In fact, the Canadian forestry industry has transformed itself into one of the most innovative parts of our economy. It wasn't that long ago that forestry seemed to be on the ropes. To many, it seemed like an outdated, even dying industry. But then something remarkable happened. Instead of wringing its hands, the industry rolled up its sleeves and began a transformation whose best chapters are still being written. Forestry leaders reached out to their critics, listened to the concerns, and made changes to their operations. The industry invested in research, developed new products, and established new offshore markets, creating not just a new image, but a new vision of what forestry was and could be. Aujourd'hui, l'industrie.
Today, the forest industry is well positioned to help address some of the biggest challenges facing our country: combating climate change, driving innovation, creating economic opportunities for Indigenous and rural communities, and advancing trade.
Let me touch on each of these. First, climate change. It would be hard to overstate the importance of the forest sector to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that there can be no global solution to climate change without the forest sector. It's that important. Why? Because forestry is unique in that it actually takes carbon out of the air. Most of us will remember enough of our high school science to know that trees suck up vast amounts of carbon from the atmosphere and store it for decades. But forestry's contribution goes far beyond that. It's developing clean technologies, producing green energy, reducing its need for energy and water, and lowering both emissions and waste. While Canada's overall greenhouse gas emissions fell by 3% between 2004 and 2014, the forest sector reduced its emissions by an impressive 49%. And it's just getting started. Lignin, a material found in trees, could become the crude oil of the future, with biofuels substituting for fossil fuels in the production of plastics, pharmaceuticals, and chemicals. And then there's wood as a building material. Pound for pound, engineered wood can be as strong as steel, making it safe and practical, not only in buildings, but also in infrastructure such as bridges. With funding from our government, Project Origine was opened in September. The tall wood construction project in Quebec City's Pointe aux Lièvres eco-district is the tallest wood constructed condominium in North America. And in 2016, I had the pleasure of attending the opening of the tallest wood building in the world, Madam Speaker. A new student residency at the University of British Columbia. This magnificent building is not only an engineering and architectural showpiece, it is an environmental game changer, storing close to 1,600 metric tons of carbon dioxide and saving more than 1,000 metric tons in greenhouse gas emissions. That's like taking 500 cars off the road for a year. And even in more modest structures, wood is far better for the environment because building with lumber can result in 86% fewer greenhouse gas emissions than using traditional building materials such as concrete and steel. To encourage greater use of wood in construction projects in Canada, the Government of Canada created the Green Construction Through Wood program, and we're currently receiving expressions of interest for the next great Canadian projects. Forestry also helps to fight climate change through its sustainable management practices. In fact, third parties have certified these practices among the best in the world. Canada now boasts 37% of the world's certified forests, far more than any other jurisdiction in the world. And that matters. It matters because our customers can be confident that wood products brought from Canada were harvested through sustainable practices. Any tree harvested on Crown land in Canada must be replaced, and permanent removal of forests for agricultural or municipal development, for example, is declining. The result? Actual deforestation is less than 0.02% a year. We assess our sustainable forest management system by looking at a range of scientific indicators, from regeneration to forest disturbances, from carbon emissions to volumes harvested. Canada has also developed a carbon budget model that simulates forest carbon conditions. It forms the basis of our carbon monitoring and accounting system used in international reporting. It is being applied in more than 25 countries. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, whether it's by providing greener building materials, finding new uses for wood products, or sustainably managing its resources, the forest industry is playing a central role in combating climate change. Second, it's helping to drive innovation. For decades, the forest industry has been developing and investing in new products and new ways of operating. Look at the rise of clean tech and bioenergy, a renewable energy source derived from things like wood waste, and straw. Our government understands that the economy of tomorrow will be a bioeconomy. In September, Canada's forest ministers unanimously endorsed a forest to bioeconomy framework aimed at making Canada a global leader. That framework outlines a bold new vision for the future of the forest sector and the role for biomass in the transition to a low-carbon, sustainable economy. And just last week, in my hometown of Winnipeg, I had the pleasure of hosting Generation Energy, the largest energy forum in our country's history. And I can tell this House that biomass and bioenergy figured prominently in those discussions. And in July 2016, I traveled to Port-Cartier, Quebec, to announce $44.5 million for the first commercial-scale facility to convert forest residues into a form of renewable fuel oil. This project is a shining example of governments working together to support the industry and advance Canada's bioeconomy. An increasing number of remote and Indigenous communities are now using bioenergy to end their dependence on high-emission diesel generators for their electricity. We are supporting this effort with an investment of $55 million to deploy proven bioenergy technologies and support the biomass supply chain in rural and remote areas. The government is working with industry and provinces to develop the forest products of the future, through investments in R&D and innovation, and by helping first-in-kind clean innovations reach commercialization. Third, forestry is a dynamic engine of growth, creating economic opportunity across the country, including in Indigenous and remote communities. While its reach is global, the forest industry's impact remains local, the lifeblood of rural Canada and a major source of income for about 1 in 7 municipalities across the country. As I mentioned at the outset, Madam Speaker, the forest industry has reinvented itself by demonstrating what can be achieved through collaboration and engagement. Nowhere have those efforts been greater than with Indigenous communities, 70% of which are interested in forested regions. No surprise then that forestry is one of the leading employers of Indigenous people, providing some 9,700 well-paying jobs across the country. Ces emplois nous permettent.
These jobs are creating the potential for enduring prosperity, bringing hope to communities for lasting change.
Indigenous communities, forest companies, and environmentalists are all working together to preserve the sustainable forest industry we need while protecting the environment that we cherish. Fourth, and related, forestry creates jobs at home by driving trade abroad. There has been a remarkable rise in the export of wood products to markets such as China, up more than 1,200% over the past 10 years. In June, I had the honor of leading a trade mission to China to showcase the ingenuity, innovation, and opportunities Canada has to offer. I was joined by a delegation of more than 50 representatives from Canada's forest, energy, and clean technology sectors, focused on strengthening ties with their Chinese counterparts. The mission generated new business. All told, Canadian companies signed commercial agreements of close to $100 million. One of the highlights of our trip was a visit to the Sino-Canadian low-carbon eco-district in Tianjin. This is a $2.5 billion project involving more than 1,300 houses in its first phase. Once completed, the community will cover almost 2 square kilometers, all built with Canadian lumber, Canadian ingenuity, and Canadian expertise. With the support of China's Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development, the buildings will be approved as test cases, opening the door to revised building codes and more wood construction. This project is a direct result of the MOU signed between our two countries in 2012. While in China, Minister Chen Jianguo and I renewed that MOU, maintaining the momentum it's created and enhancing support for green building in China. For China, the eco-district means cleaner air, healthier communities, and lower energy costs. And for Canadian companies, such as New Air, Suprema, and Crichton, it means new markets for their innovative products and services. With the success of this project comes the chance to replicate it throughout China, creating even more opportunities for collaboration and furthering China's climate change goals.
Good news.
The Tianjin Eco-District is a remarkable testament to what can be achieved when international partners come together to tackle big challenges. And while in Tianjin, I also had the pleasure of announcing the opening of a Chinese-Canadian Wood Technology Center, further cementing the bonds between our countries and opening the door for exciting new partnerships. Madam Speaker, these are the concrete, practical ways that a government can support the forest industry, an industry that is on the leading edge of technology and setting the pace on environmental performance. The U.S. market remains vitally important for Canadian producers of softwood lumber, but continuing to expand into other markets and other types of products is helping to diversify our trade and boost our prosperity. Our government believes in this industry. We have a clear vision of it playing a central role in some of the most important issues of our time: combating climate change, driving innovation, and creating economic opportunities for rural and Indigenous communities. That's why we're standing by this industry and why we are continuing to work toward a new agreement on softwood lumber. Madam Speaker, our government disagrees strongly with the decision of the United States Department of Commerce to impose unfair and punitive duties on Canadian softwood lumber imports. We are vigorously defending Canada's softwood lumber industry against these unjustified duties and will litigate, if necessary, where we expect to prevail, as we have in the past. We remain confident that a negotiated settlement is not only possible, but in the best interests of both countries. Not just any deal, but a good deal for Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is one of the more interesting quirks of our Constitution that it assigns natural resources to the provinces, but trade and commerce to the federal government, which means that we have to work together, draw on one another's strengths. And in February, we did just that, creating the Federal Provincial Task Force on Softwood Lumber. And through the task force, we shared information with our provincial colleagues about how best to help affected workers and communities. And we arrived at a comprehensive action plan. All told, our government announced $867 million to provide loans for industry through the Business Development Bank and Export Development Canada, access to the work-sharing program to help employers and employees protect jobs, funding to provinces to help workers find new jobs, new resources for the Indigenous Forestry Initiative to support Indigenous participation in economic development, extensions of the investments in forest industry transformation and forest innovation programs to develop the next generation of wood products, and access to the expanding Market Opportunity Program to reach new markets and expand the use of wood construction. Madam Speaker, this is a comprehensive plan designed to meet real needs in real time, and it is a clear and compelling demonstration of our commitment to this vital industry. La motion qui a été présentée à cette...
The motion before this House speaks to the importance of forestry to our communities, our economy, and our way of life. Our government understands the contribution forestry makes, which is why we are working day in and day out to support its future and realize its potential. I invite all members to join us in these efforts.
The motion before this House speaks to the importance of forestry to our communities, our economy, and our way of life. Our government understands the contribution forestry makes, which is why we are working day in and day out to support its future and realize its potential. I invite all members to join us in these efforts. Thank you.
Well done.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to put a question to the Minister of Natural Resources. This is an important issue. As we all know, softwood lumber represents 400,000 jobs in Canada, so it's a very important sector. But I want to put this question to the Minister. Why is it that the trade relations with the United States over the past 2 years are the worst they've been for more than a decade? Whether it's Bombardier, NAFTA, softwood lumber, supply management, nothing's working, nothing's moving. Our relations with the United States, our trade relations, are horrible. In July 2015, last July, the governor of Idaho said that during a public meeting, a protocol agreement or a draft agreement had been signed between the two countries on softwood lumber. So what has happened with this draft, with this potential agreement that reportedly was signed? And why is it that the relation between Obama and Trudeau was just heaven, and why during that time, if it was like that, was no agreement signed, and why hasn't one been signed now? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, I know that Minister Freeland has been carrying on a continuous conversation with Secretary Ross to come to an agreement between the two countries. We make the argument.
Remind the members, sorry, I just want to remind the member for Oshawa, if he has a question or comment, then he would want to stand to ask that question or comment when it's time to do so. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, that Minister Freeland and Secretary Ross are having frequent conversations, and the argument we make is that an agreement has to be in the interests of both countries, and we believe that the possibility is there. Members will also know that in the case of the United States, the Lumber Coalition has an important say in the nature of that agreement, which is an oddity of a binational trade agreement, but that's the reality. So it's not only a question of a negotiation between two sovereign states, it's also the attitude of the Lumber Coalition in the United States, 51% of which needs to say that it's a good deal. And that's why we say continuously that we will not accept any deal. We will only accept a good deal for Canada. And in the meantime, we have offered an $867 million set of programs anticipating that they might be needed. As members know, prices are very high at the moment, and the uptake on those loan guarantees has been relatively small. But if times change, the government will be there to protect our industry and to protect our workers.
I just want to remind the Minister that he's not to use a member's name in the House. He can say the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister that, okay? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for West Kootenay, Okanagan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech, and I was very happy that he mentioned the Brock Commons project at UBC, the tallest wood building in the world, that was built by Structurlam, a company in Penticton, in my riding, with glue-lam beams and cross-laminated timber, assembled in amazing time because it's all assembled or built off-site. And it's really part of that tall wood building revolution that he mentioned. And as an aside, I would say I hope that he and his government support my private member's bill on building federal government infrastructure with wood for all the reasons that he mentioned. I'm glad to hear that support. But I just wanted to ask him about the impact of the softwood lumber dispute on forestry workers and the EI package that was offered. It didn't come up anywhere near the package that was offered the oil and industry workers that were suffering when that industry crashed. And I just wanted to know if he could comment on why the same package was not offered to forestry workers.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his continuing constructive contributions to natural resource debate in this House, and to let him know that the Softwood Lumber Action Plan, together with Budget 2017, for the forestry sector is the largest federal investment in the sector and for the industry since the last recession of 2009. And also to let him know that the government's action plan is in a response to the United States trade action, but we remain flexible. As it turns out, Madam Speaker, and this is good news, there have been very, very few layoffs in the sector, and there has been only modest uptake on the loan guarantees that have been made available to the industry. So that's for now. We'll be nimble enough to respond if necessary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I have a simple question, a direct question, and a very specific question. Will you vote yes or no for our motion? I would like to remind the member that she must speak through the speaker. I'd like to know whether they will be voting yes or no for our motion, and will they for once stand with us for the softwood lumber industry. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Of course, Madam Speaker, we will be looking at the words very carefully and giving it due consideration. And I appreciate the work that the Minister has done on behalf of the sector, and she can be assured that we will have a very careful look at the proposal in front of us.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, honorable député.
The Honourable Member Châteauguay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources for his speech and for his in-depth work on these files that are very difficult and very sensitive ones. I heard him say in his speech that $867 million was going to be put into the Softwood Lumber Action Plan, and I'd like him to expand on this plan and tell us about the funding that was announced in Budget 2017 for the forestry sector. Could he please expand on that information? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, and I would thank the Honourable Member for her question, and to let her know that it's not only that these programs have been made available, it's also that we have been very aggressive in making sure that the industry knows that these programs are available. There was a massive outreach from EDC and BDC with more than 2,500 letters and emails sent to potentially affected companies offering the financial services of these agencies. And because prices are high, there have been some efforts made to accommodate the needs of the industry, but they have been relatively small to date. Of the $605 million envelope announced in June, more than $58 million in loan guarantees, loans, and other financial services have already been signed or approved, with more currently under review. Thank you for your question.
Questions and comments? On a temps pour une brève.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillec-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be able to rise and put another question to the Minister. Could he tell us this, given that all these agreements haven't actually been signed yet, and given the tax reform that was announced by the federal government will harm even further people in Lac-Saint-Jean and people throughout the country, and given that it will particularly harm small business owners and business owners in general, I'd like to ask him how he can see a good future given those conditions for these people.
Madam Speaker, we have been meeting with representatives of the sector really from the day that we were sworn into office. And we have spoken to the workers, and we have been able to maintain a coalition of virtually all of the provincial ministers of forestry during this difficult time, which I believe is unprecedented. And the reason that we are able to hold the coalition together is everybody understands that it's in the interests of all governments, and indeed all parties in this House, to make sure that Canada speaks with one voice.
Resuming debate. Sorry, the time is... I even allowed for a couple of extra seconds there. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak to this motion because I'm proud of the Canadian forest sector, and I know how important it is to hundreds of communities, small and large, across the country. And I'm concerned about the future of our forest industry. I must say, however, off the top, that I cannot support this motion put forward by my Conservative colleagues. Their former government is equally to blame for this crisis, and for them to play partisan politics with people's livelihoods is just something I cannot condone. Madam Speaker, my riding has the complete range of forest industry operations. There's the big Celgar pulp mill in Castlegar, big Interfor sawmills at Castlegar and Grand Forks, Kolesnikov's more specialized sawmill at Thrums, the Atco plywood veneer plant at Fruitvale, Vaughan Brothers Mill at Midway that processes small dimension logs, the family-run Sun Ranch just south of Ehold, pole mills at Nakusp, community forests, woodlots. There's Greenwood Forest Products in Penticton that produces wall paneling and edge-glued laminated panels, and Structurelam, which the minister mentioned in the speech just now, a continental leader in the manufacture of glue-lam beams and cross-laminated timber panels that are at the heart of the large wood building revolution. And of course, all of the fallers and truck loggers and the whole logging sector that supplies logs for these mills. It's a long list, and I hope I haven't left anyone out, but it's repeated many times over in many ridings across Canada, communities big and small from Campbell River to Corner Brook. More than 200 communities across rural Canada depend on the forest industry for at least half their base income. Across my riding today, I see a forest industry that's innovative and efficient, each mill specializing in some niche that will allow it to survive and hopefully thrive. And I imagine that's the case throughout the forests of Canada. The forest industry is critical to the Canadian economy and critical to the hopes and dreams of thousands of hardworking families across this country. In British Columbia alone, it contributes $12 billion to the economy every year and $2.5 billion in direct government revenue. It creates 145,000 British Columbia jobs. That's 1 in every 16 jobs in British Columbia. And across Canada, the forest sector contributes more than $20 billion every year to our real GDP. And Canada is a world leader in sustainable forest management. Our forests account for 40% of the world's forests that are certified as being sustainably managed, the largest area of third-party certified forests in the world. Canada has become a leader in the use of biomass energy, using waste and residues from forest manufacturing practices to power mills across the country. But the industry has suffered in the past few decades. A vast pine beetle epidemic swept across BC in the last decade, killing trees throughout the interior. That epidemic has now moved into Alberta, and it's threatening the forest industry there. Catastrophic wildfires burned over 1 million acres of forest in British Columbia this summer, and climate predictions tell us that these hot, dry, and smoky summers will only happen more frequently in the future. And that has, of course, reduced the annual allowable cut for these mills, mills that were already suffering from the pine beetle epidemic now have even less forest to access. And of course, there's the softwood lumber dispute between Canada and the United States that has pressured many mills to close in the last 10 to 15 years. And I'll talk more about softwood lumber at the end, Madam Speaker, but I just want to say in my riding, that dispute resulted in a lot of job losses. The Weyerhaeuser Mill in Okanagan Falls closed in 2007, putting 200 people out of work, and the closure of the mill at Slocan hit that small community hard. In fact, during the years of the Harper Conservative government, Canada lost over 134,000 jobs in the forestry sector, including about 21,000 jobs in British Columbia, 40,000 jobs in Ontario, and 41,000 jobs in Quebec. I'd like to spend the next part of my speech talking about the positive ways to give the forest industry a boost in Canada. An obvious strategy is to mitigate the losses from the softwood dispute is to develop markets outside the United States. And we've been working on increasing our share in the Asian market, particularly in China. And the minister mentioned some recent efforts there. British Columbia exporters have been in China for over 10 years, though, doing quite well, but those efforts have plateaued because we're up against Russian competition that can simply move their products to the Chinese border by train. And with the low Russian ruble, it's very difficult for Canadian companies to compete from the other side of the Pacific for the foreseeable future. That's what I hear from the industry in British Columbia. And as an aside, I can say that lumber prices are now so high because of the softwood lumber dispute that builders on the east coast of North America are starting to turn to European markets such as Romania and Germany to supply their needs. It's crazy. So I think a better strategy in the midterm is to expand our domestic markets through innovative new wood products and new ways to use wood in buildings. As I mentioned earlier, in my hometown of Penticton, there's a company called Structurlam that creates glue-lam beams and cross-laminated timber panels that can be used to construct large buildings entirely out of wood. They just completed the 18-story project at University of British Columbia, Brock Commons, the tallest wood building in the world. And because it's the only steel and concrete in that building is in the elevator shafts, and because the parts are pre-built off-site, Brock Commons took only 66 days to construct. That's 18 stories in just 2 months. The UBC project used 1.7 million board feet of BC lumber. And of course, Structurlam gets their lumber locally at mills such as Kolesnikov, so the benefits spread through the region. And I was happy to see the government included some money in the latest budget to help this innovative part of the forest industry grow, and the Minister mentioned that as well. Canadian companies are real leaders in this new technology in North America, but they need to expand to maintain that lead. And with this in mind, I've tabled a private member's bill, Bill C-354, that promotes the use of wood in government infrastructure buildings. This bill asks the government to assess the material options for large buildings, balancing the overall dollar cost of the project and the impact of its greenhouse gas footprint. That way we can decide whether wood, concrete, steel, or a combination of those materials is best for the building. This bill is not meant to exclude non-wood materials, but simply to ask the government to look at these new wood technologies that can be used to create beautiful, safe, and environmentally sound buildings. I was happy to hear from the concrete industry a couple days ago that they have almost exactly the same ask to the government. They weren't, of course, asking for the government to use more wood in buildings, but they were asking the government to use the same lens to look at the lifetime costs of the materials and the carbon footprint of the project when building infrastructure. And I believe that this process would result in more large wood buildings being constructed by the federal government. Many of them could be hybrids, of course, built with concrete and steel as well. And this would have three positive impacts on the forest industry. Of course, first we'd be stimulating the growth of this exciting new technology, keeping us ahead of the pack in North America. We would be helping all the players in the local forest industry weather the difficulties they're facing through the softwood lumber dispute, and we would be taking real action to meet our goals in the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, the forest sector is facing serious challenges in Canada, a future with declining wood supply, a future with more catastrophic fires and insect epidemics due to climate change, and a future with rising costs associated with trade disputes with the United States. And I just want to turn now to that trade dispute, the softwood lumber dispute with the United States. Almost a year ago, in fact, it's basically, I think, 2 days ago, October 17th, 2016, in this place, we debated a similar Conservative motion that specifically focused on softwood lumber. The motion urged the government to take all necessary steps to prevent a trade war with the United States over softwood lumber exports. And I supported this previous motion, of course, because for the many thousands of Canadians whose livelihoods depend on this important industry, it's imperative that Canada secures a fair deal with the United States, a deal that respects our regional differences and protects high-quality Canadian forestry jobs. However, a year later, Madam Speaker, here we are. The Canadian government continues to fail in their ability to get a deal. The industry has been hit by the U.S. Department of Commerce with massive unfair tariffs reaching as high as 27%. These tariffs and our government's inability to secure a trade deal has led and will continue to lead to devastating job losses and damage to this vital Canadian industry. A report released by the Conference Board of Canada at the end of May 2017 stated that the U.S. softwood lumber duties will result in the loss of 2,200 jobs and a $700 million reduction in Canadian exports over the next 2 years. Softwood lumber is a vibrant part of Canada's forest sector, and for many rural communities, as I mentioned, it's the backbone of their economies. According to the Canada's Labour Force Survey, in 2015, the forest industry accounted for 300,000 direct and indirect jobs, compared to over 400,000 jobs in 2003. Hundreds of sawmills across Canada have been shuttered, taking with them high-quality, well-paid jobs. And today, the softwood lumber industry is on the verge of more job losses. If we consider such factors as the crash of the U.S. housing markets and the other environmental impacts I mentioned, our already hard-hit industry will be further devastated. Canadian producers and workers need a new softwood lumber agreement that will bring fairness and predictability. This dispute first began back in 1982. For 35 years, the American industry has argued that the Canadian producers benefit from subsidization, a claim that has been defeated time and time again in trade tribunals. I think it's 14 or 15 times. Over the years, there have been several managed trade agreements, but upon their expiration, Canadian exports have seen more duties applied, and Canada has spent approximately $100 million in legal fees to defend our position. While it's true that Canada has consistently won tribunal warnings under the Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and the WTO, which found that U.S. tariffs were unjustified, Canada has lost tens of thousands of jobs. I find it extremely disingenuous, Madam Speaker, that the government touts these so-called tribunal challenges as wins, but I'm quite certain that the people who lost their jobs due to poorly negotiated agreements are thoroughly unimpressed with them. I also find it extremely concerning that Americans are hell-bent on eliminating NAFTA's Chapter 19, the dispute resolution mechanism that has protected Canada against those challenges for so long. After the previous agreement expired in 2001, the U.S. levied $5.4 billion in duties on Canadian imports. This was money that should have stayed in Canadians' pockets, but instead was given to the American industry. It was the beginning of a decade of massive job losses in the Canadian industry. Soon after the Conservatives were elected in 2006, they negotiated a new agreement with little or no consultations with Canadian stakeholders. The result was a very controversial agreement that many argued represented a sellout of Canadian interests. That agreement took $50 million from Canadian industry to create a binding dispute settlement system where the U.S. was able to bring more actions against Canada. But perhaps most egregiously, the agreement allowed the U.S. to keep $1 billion of the duties it illegally levied on Canadian producers. Canadians were furious with the 2006 SLA. When the Conservatives brought it to Parliament in the form of Bill C-24, the NDP argued vehemently against the agreement. Now, when we look back at this agreement, it's fair to say that the Conservatives caved to American interests. Today, it's imperative that the Liberals do not do the same, and yet, considering the lack of leadership they've shown during the NAFTA renegotiations, I fail to see any change between our past and current governments. As we know, the 2006 agreement was renewed in 2012 and expired last October. Again, after the Liberal government failed to negotiate a new agreement, they seem to spend more time denying their own responsibilities and blaming the previous Conservative government than ensuring workers in the forest industry had the job security they so desperately needed. Despite the Prime Minister's highly flaunted bromance with former President Barack Obama, the Liberals broke yet another one of their own commitments and failed to get a deal done before the time ran out. And now we must negotiate with President Trump, whose administration has moved to hit our softwood lumber industry with even more tariffs. Like the huge hit lumber companies took in 2006, again our industry is reeling, and it's the forestry workers who will suffer most. After years of being unable to negotiate a fair deal, Canadians are left feeling unsure and quite frankly abandoned by their government, and there seems still to be no path forward. After 2 months of foot-dragging, the government introduced a compensation package, which the NDP welcomed, Madam Speaker, but I must point out that it contained nothing to improve EI benefits for workers who lost their jobs because of this dispute. The $867 million support package was a good short-term measure for industry and forestry companies. However, forestry workers need long-term solutions. While many concede that another managed trade deal is better than more costly litigation, there's something inherently unfair about the fact that despite continued findings that Canada is not in the wrong, we continue to negotiate agreements that are clearly in the interest of the U.S. industry. Many witnesses expressed a desire to see Canada and the U.S. reach a negotiated settlement, one that will work for all our regions. But we also heard in committee that very clearly that people don't want to see another bad deal. In Quebec, for example, they made a lot of changes in their forestry practices, and any new agreement must recognize these and other regional differences. A one-size-fits-all solution simply won't do. In the spring of 2016, the Standing Committee on International Trade held meetings on softwood lumber agreement and submitted a report to Parliament. Now, sadly, one important voice we did not get to hear from at all at that committee was Labour. The United Steelworkers, which represents some 40,000 forestry workers, has laid out several requirements for what they would like to see happen. First, they want to see creation of a provincial forest community restoration funds. These funds would be invested in workers in forest-dependent communities and in forest health. They want fair access to the U.S. lumber market, and they discourage a new quota system. They also want to guarantee that Canadian producers will have the same access to the U.S. market that other countries will enjoy. I appreciate the steelworkers' perspective because they represent the workers' point of view. For workers, these three things would help give them greater job security and strengthen instead of weaken the industry. In that committee's final report, there were 5 recommendations made to the government, including that they get a deal done that serves Canadian interests, that they consult with big and small producers, and that any new deal respects regional differences. As I move to finish here, Madam Speaker, I want to raise an issue that I've seen more of recently due to the NAFTA renegotiation process, but that has affected many aspects of the trading relationship between that Canada has held with our American neighbours. And that's an extremely unbalanced and kind of abusive relationship. Repeatedly, whether it's been the 35 years we've argued over softwood lumber or the nearly 30 years we've had a bilateral and then trilateral agreement with the Americans, consecutive Canadian governments have continually negotiated bad deals. Perhaps this has to do with the size, strength, and wealth of the United States, but I cannot dismiss this huge lack of leadership and apparent cowardice and weakness shown by consecutive federal governments. We often speak of political will in this place, Madam Speaker, so when I see Canadian producers being hit with U.S. tariffs of around 27% in forestry, 300% in aerospace, when I see mills and manufacturing plants being shut down right across Canada, and when I see thousands of people's lives at risk and jobs lost, I have to say something is wrong. The way we negotiate trade deals is wrong. So I hope the government understands the gravity of what these job losses means in our communities. Thousands of people with no jobs to go to, no more paychecks to bring home. Families worried about how to pay the rent or make the next mortgage payment. I urge the government to act in the interests of those whose jobs are on the line. This means getting the right deal and working collaboratively with the communities. If the Liberal government is serious about holding out for a good deal instead of signing a bad one tomorrow, then they owe Canadians more transparency and openness about how they'll help Canada's industry weather the impending trade storm. Canadians deserve answers from the government, not more empty promises and hollow words. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's no doubt will be an interesting debate as we continue on throughout the day. I'm glad that the NDP have decided to vote against the resolution or the motion that's being presented by the Conservative Party. I think the member across the way is underestimating just how important these discussions are. You know, if the member was listening to the Minister responsible or Minister of Natural Resources, you'd get a very clear picture in terms of just how important the forest industry is to this government and, in fact, to Canadians as a whole, given the immense contribution to the GDP, the quality of life that we have, and how critically important that it remain a top priority for this government, Madam Speaker. We are very much aware of the impact on our workers, the industry, and I'm wondering if the member would acknowledge, as the Minister of Natural Resources clearly indicated, how important it is that the national government continue to work with the stakeholders, in particular our provinces, because of the joint responsibilities. And it's important that we just don't cave in to the Americans, that we do need to work towards a good deal for Canadians and not just to cave in for the sake of having an agreement, and how important it is that we work with those stakeholders.
Our member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
I'd like to thank the member for his comments, and I agree that this is an important industry. I think, you know, if we had a motion here today that was more clearly worded about supporting the Canadian forest industry, it would have unanimous support. There's simply some problems with the way this motion is drawn up, and we will be trying to fix that throughout the course of the day. But I just want to say that it is a very important industry. We'd like to see more results from this government on that. I think, you know, in the course of the last few years, when we've been talking more about other industries, such as the oil and gas industry, the forest industry kind of feels forgotten in the mix. It's such an important part of Canada, and yet, despite the problems it's having, both from environmental issues and from the softwood lumber dispute, I think it really feels that this government isn't putting a high priority on it, and as I could say with the previous Conservative government. So I think we all thought the present Liberal government would have got this job done right away, and it should have been one of its very highest priorities to get this softwood lumber agreement done with the Obama administration, and yet they dropped the ball, and we are in trouble again.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask our honourable colleague, you know, he's from a forestry dependent community, as indeed I am. He's a British Columbia MP. Now, over the tenure of our previous government, Madam Speaker, we invested in not only did we secure and actually put to the end one of the longest and most costly trade disputes between our country and the United States. That was in 2006, and we did it within the first 3 months of our mandate. Indeed, it took longer than what we would like to have seen, but we managed to get that deal done that provided 10 years of certainty for a forest industry that had a lot of uncertainty previously. We also negotiated a grace period that allowed the two countries to figure out what wasn't working and what was working, and then come to some form of agreement. We had some great discussions leading up to 2015. We indeed actually set the government up, which whoever it was that was going to come into power, in great stead to be able to push this across the finish line like we did with CETA, Madam Speaker. So, and we invested in green technology. We spent hundreds, if not hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on green technology to innovate and to make our forestry sector leading technology producers. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague, where does he see that we failed the forestry industry?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince George for his question. I know his riding perhaps suffered the biggest losses in this summer's catastrophic forest fires. And I know it's been very difficult for the people in his riding facing up to that, and the future that will bring. And so I respect the challenges that he and his constituents face. And with regards to the question about where they failed, well, yes, they negotiated that agreement, which, you know, was not a perfect agreement. It did bring, I guess, stability, you could say, for the 5 or 6 years it was set out. And then there was the 2-year grace period. I think that when you get a 2-year extension or grace period, whatever you want to call it, onto a longer agreement, you should use that time to start negotiating directly about what the new future would look like, what a new long-term agreement would be, and not leave it up to the end of that agreement to end and then have to deal with the situation that you find at that point to get a new agreement. We had a fairly stable situation during those 2 years. We should have used it to get a new agreement with the Americans, and we would not be in the situation we find ourselves in today.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague. I think that people from the Okanagan-Kootenay region are very well represented here, including forestry workers. I see there are a lot of young people sitting up here watching the debate in the House today, and they can see that this is a member who really represents his region and his industry well. So I think that there's also our member for the riding of Jonquière, who has raised a lot of issues about NAFTA negotiations, about particular types of paper that are made there, and the terrible countervailing duties that are applied. So I'd like to ask my colleague, does he not find it disappointing to see that the government's been in power for 2 years, they're mid-mandate now? Would he not agree with me that it's disappointing to see that all they have is spin and photo ops and communication, but really the work isn't getting done? Isn't that disappointing?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, yeah, I'd like to again thank the member for that question. And as I think I've said several times during my speech and perhaps in response, the Liberals have had 2 years. Mm-hmm. They announced very quickly that a deal was imminent. Mm-hmm. It was basically done. They were going to spend 100 days to just dot the I's and cross the T's, and we would have a new deal. And the reason we had that debate a year ago, the Conservative Opposition Day motion, which we supported, was because the deadline for that 100 days, I think, was basically done, and nothing had happened. And here we are a year later, and still nothing has happened. And now we're caught up in some very messy NAFTA negotiations. This is getting all caught up with that. We don't want it thrown under the bus to save other parts of our economy. We wanted it done separately. It could have and should have been done separately.
All right.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
I want to again thank our honourable colleague for his kind words regarding my riding. It's indeed devastating, but you know, Madam Speaker, as we do in the Caribou, we will prevail and we'll come back stronger than ever. Madam Speaker, I would like to. I believe our honourable colleague was part of an emergency meeting that took place with the Natural Resource Committee back in August of 2016, where I put forth an emergency motion calling on the government to immediately convene a roundtable of provincial ministers, as well as our own minister, and industry to come up with some form of agreement or some form of strategy moving forward, because we were within mere days of the deadline. And at that time, we were told by the Liberal members that this was seen as a complete waste of time and money. And if you'd like to offer comments on that.
A brief answer from the member from South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thanks again to the member for Caribou Prince George for that question. And just briefly, I would say that I don't think talking is ever a waste of time. I was down in Washington in June talking to senators and congressmen about the softwood lumber agreement, and many of them were really poorly briefed on this situation. It's you know, these were representatives of northern tier states with a lot of forest industry. It's an ongoing dispute, and yet they didn't seem to know about the history of this. And they were happy to hear from us about our side of the story. And I think members from all sides of this House should be down in Washington, should have been down in Washington for the last 10 years, talking to representatives there pressing our case. Thanks.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to rise to speak with something that, as many in the House know, that I'm deeply passionate about. Madam Speaker, the forest sector has played a vital role in Canada's history and is leading the way towards a bright future. It's clean, it's green, and it's growing. Trees provide jobs, sustain our economy, and truly help define our culture. After all, Madam Speaker, where would Canada be without hockey sticks?
Sure.
I love that point. That was sent to me by a friend that is in the forest industry that has been hard hit and has been that feels a little neglected over the last little while. And this is a forest leader within my province of British Columbia, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed some troubling times that we see moving forward, and indeed what we've faced over the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, I'd like to say that I thought I was the first person to actually bring softwood up in this Parliament. I'm deeply passionate about it. I'm probably one of only maybe a few members of Parliament that can honestly say that I know what it's like to get up at 2 or so in the morning and then drive hundreds of kilometers to the block. I ran a skidder for a while, as well as I bucked and ran chainsaw. So I know exactly what it's like to have sawdust in your hair. Don't laugh. I know I don't have hair, but at one time I did. And have chain oil underneath my fingernails and on my hands, Madam Speaker. Forestry really, truly is the lifeblood of our economy in British Columbia. So as I went through the last couple of years and said that I was, the first time that softwood was even mentioned in this House was, I attributed it to myself, Madam Speaker. And I want to apologize. I want to be on the record to say I was wrong. I erred in my way. It wasn't myself. It was my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, that raised it on December 7th, 2015, just only an hour before or minutes before I did my maiden speech and actually mentioned it as well. I was, however, the second MP to mention softwood. In fact, the very next day, the next day when I got up in questions during the debate on the Speech of the Throne, it wasn't mentioned from the Speech of the Throne. As a matter of fact, it's been missed completely by this government. From day one, the Speech of the Throne failed to mention the importance of softwood and our forestry workers, our Canadian forestry workers. And, Madam Speaker, the first time that it was actually mentioned by a Liberal member of Parliament, do you know when that was? Anyone? It was January 29th of 2016.
That's shameful.
Madam Speaker, when I asked a question, it came from the Conservative Party that asked the question, and it said, it was the Liberal member from LaSalle, Emard Verdun, that said the government was consulting. Because I asked where we were in terms of the softwood lumber agreement, that it meant jobs in my riding. Indeed, it meant jobs and good paying jobs in communities right across Canada, Madam Speaker. So, this has been a priority for us from day one, Madam Speaker. And indeed, our Conservative government invested a lot of time, a lot of effort. I mentioned it earlier before, and I've said it before, that the Conservative government put to the end one of the longest and most costly trade disputes between Canada and the U.S., our number one trading partner. And we put to bed this long-standing trade dispute in 2006. We did it within 3 months of our mandate, Madam Speaker, and there's much to be said about that trade dispute. But there was something in doing research for this report or this presentation that I found that was really interesting. The trade dispute was very costly. It cost our Canadian producers dearly. It was unfair. It was found to be unfair and unjust. The penalties that were assessed were unfair and unjust, and indeed some came back. But do you know who really benefited from that in a good way, Madam Speaker? So out of a little bit of a trade dispute, there is some good that came out of that. And it was in the 2006 Canada-U.S. agreement. When signing that, we did more than bring to some peace to a perennial problematic trade file. What it did was it guaranteed that $500 million of the penalties and the duties that were levied against Canadian lumber industry, that it didn't go to the American industry, Madam Speaker. Do you know where it went to? It went to American American charities, and one of those was the Habitat for Humanity. And the organization built over 19,000 homes since that time, placing hundreds, if not thousands of people, well, 70,000 people in the U.S. benefited from the $500 million that went to Habitat for Humanity from our negotiations, from the Conservative Party's negotiations, making sure that that money didn't solely go to the American side, which was unfair, and they are again today. They're penalizing our forestry producers. They're penalizing our families that depend on forestry for their livelihoods. And you know who else they're penalizing, Madam Speaker? They're penalizing the U.S. consumers. It is unbelievable that, that they are so nearsighted that they are holding their own consumer market hostage, really, is what they're doing. Because why? Because, well, what product makes up a good portion of all the home building and the house market of the new home market of the United States? Softwood, and Canadian softwood. And why is that, Madam Speaker? Is because we have the best product in the world right here. Not only that, Madam Speaker, is that our industry is leading the way in green technology. It is leading the way in harvesting methods and principles, Madam Speaker. Despite what we will hear, and I'll get into that as we move forward, that we hear that we are being continually attacked by outside interests, Madam Speaker, that solely have one purpose, and that is to shut down Canadian industry, whether it is the forest industry, whether it is the fishing and marine industry, whether it's the tanker industry, whether it's the oil sands. It is solely intent on one thing, is shutting down Canada and our industry. And our you know, Madam Speaker, it brings me back. I got a little off topic. I'm glad you looked at me because that set me right back here. I'll bring it back to the throne speech and one of the very early on speeches that our Prime Minister addressed Canada and the world. And he said, Canada, under his government, Canada will be known more for our resourcefulness than our natural resources. And boy, has that ever rung true to this point. We are not seeing projects approved, Madam Speaker. We're definitely, Energy East has gone by the wayside, softwood lumber. Where is that? And that's why we're here today, and we're seeing more and more uncertainty. Madam Speaker, the government's role always is to create an environment that industry wants to invest, that organizations want to invest, to create jobs. And at this point, 2 years into their mandate, all we've seen them do is create more uncertainty. And indeed, what we're seeing, and there's a recent article that's come out that Canada is no longer one of the most economically stable environments or countries in the world because this government continues to cause uncertainty through inconsistent policy, through inconsistent measures, and indeed questionable actions. Madam Speaker, the BC forest industry. British Columbia is the largest producer of softwood lumber in North America. $33 billion in output, $12.9 billion in GDP for the province. In 2016, the forest industry indirectly and directly employed over 140,000 total jobs that were tied to the forest industry. Total labor income of $8.6 billion. We have over 140 communities in the province of British Columbia that are forest dependent. Madam Speaker, my riding at Caribou Prince George is one of those. This past summer, we just faced one of the most unprecedented fire seasons. We have lost, well, let's say this, over 53 million cubic meters of fiber has been scorched. Now, to put that in context, that is the equivalent of 1 year's annual allowable cut for the province of British Columbia. That is the equivalent to 10 years annual allowable cut for my riding at Caribou Prince George. Now, Madam Speaker, it remains to be seen how much of that is still marketable. We have a very little time frame to which we can actually, our forest producers can get in and actually see whether there is any salvageable wood or marketable wood or fiber. And so we've been calling on our provincial government at the time, or right now, NDP, to allow access to industry, to get in, to find out what's going on. And we are calling on them again today to make sure that this is taking place. The earlier we can get in and figure out the status of this, our fiber, the better that we can strategize and plan as we move forward. Madam Speaker, the BC forest sector is the world leader in sustainable forest management, with less than 1% of our BC forests, our provincial forests, harvested. For every tree taken, 3 are replanted. That is something that not a lot of people have ever mentioned, Madam Speaker, but we can do better. We can always do better. And our government, our previous government, invested in that. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars in green technology, allowing us to reforest and make sure that not only our forests, because if you replant, you've got a root structure along a bank, that means your rivers, lakes, and streams are going to be secure as well, Madam Speaker. And we're going to need that more than ever before now with the 53 million cubic meters of fiber that has been scorched. Our rivers and our lakes and our streams, they've lost that critical infrastructure, that critical root structure. And so we're calling on our federal government to assist our provincial government in making sure that that takes place. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about the impact to Canada. And our Honourable, the Minister of Natural Resources stood up and talked about the importance to Canada. And he's been on the file for a while. He's not on the file, but he's on the file, I guess. He's speaking to it. He talked about the value to Canada, $22 billion in GDP. We employ over 200,000 families and our First Nations and people right across Canada, 9,500 jobs in Indigenous communities. I would hazard that the actual indirect numbers are well beyond 200,000, Madam Speaker, and the forest-dependent communities are in the hundreds right across Canada. And so, Madam Speaker, when we see that the government has dithered away a good amount of time on this softwood lumber, we see that it wasn't mentioned in the throne speech, the speech from the throne, the very first message to Canadians about what they're going to do during their mandate. It was missed. And we heard earlier that the first time that it was mentioned by a Liberal member of Parliament was January of 2016 on a question from a Conservative member of Parliament, myself. Asked them where they are. And if you remember, I'll bring you back to those months in the early parts of 2016, where we heard that there is a newfound relationship. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the outgoing President were BFFs. And they were going to get this, deal done. As a matter of fact, I believe that the minister of, one of the ministers said that the Prime Minister was absolutely giddy. I think that was the term that she used in one of her interviews. Absolutely giddy over this newfound relationship. There was a bromance going on, and they were going to hammer through all the challenges. Then what we heard later on, a month further, as we pressed, it was pressing from this side here, that within 100 days, there was going to be some form of agreement. I believe the President at the time stood in the House and said, "We will come up with a solution to this irritant." And I took offense to the fact that he called it an irritant, because this irritant, Madam Speaker, employs my family, employs my wife's family, employs so many families in my riding, and as we've heard, employs many, many families across Canada. It's not an irritant, Mr. President. It's a way of life. It's one of our #1 economies, #1 industries. It's a cornerstone of our national economy. And it's shameful. It's shameful when our Prime Minister sits there and smiles and calls it bromance. And when he goes down to a state dinner, he leaves the Minister of Natural Resources at home. Why? He's more focused on a red carpet and taking selfies than negotiating a softwood lumber agreement. And Speaker, if you can sense that I'm getting a little frustrated, it's because I have people in my riding, I have family members, I have friends, I have neighbors that have been waiting for good news. And time and again, it's us that are sitting here pounding away, and what do we get? Platitudes. Hand on the heart. And I think, again, this is a This is an issue that we are seized with. Seized with. Are you kidding me? 2 years. You know, Madam Speaker, I've been on those trips to Washington, and the comments that I've got from folks from the other side, Madam Speaker, not Conservatives, but not Conservative friendly, let's say it that have said we've mismanaged this file from the beginning of this mandate, this administration. We limped into the discussions. We didn't negotiate from a position of strength. And Madam Speaker, that brings me to my next point. Throughout this tenure, whether it is my file of Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard, whether it is electoral reform, whether it is forestry, whether it is the groups that have stood and took credit, foreign groups that have stood and took credit for the defeat of the Conservative Party in the 2015 election, the foreign-funded groups that have stood and took credit for that, and that our government, you know, the senior policy advisor to our Prime Minister at one point was one of those groups. He was the president and CEO of one of those groups, Madam Speaker. And now, guess what? We are now seeing that the offices and some of the chiefs of staff and those that are advising the ministers in our key files, our files that are key to our national economy, have roots based in these groups. Madam Speaker, whether it's Forest Ethics or Greenpeace or Tides Canada or Tides Foundation, they got one thing in mind, Madam Speaker, and they like to say that it's all about making things greener and you know what, it's for the good of the land. And I'll tell you this, I'm going to bring you right back to something else too. There was a disastrous spill, I think I've got a few minutes. There was a disastrous mine spill in my riding, Mount Polley. There's no two ways about it. It was a disaster. But the company and our community, those that matter, those that are dependent upon the waters, the lakes, the streams, our environment in our community, and the mine for the economic viability of our region. They banded together and got things done, and they agreed that we never want to see this again. But you know who was interesting when we did an ID check at the front gate? Who was protesting this? There was busloads of people that were sent up, busloads. And they weren't from Williams Lake. They weren't from Quesnel. They weren't from Prince George or Vanderhoof or Caribou region. Guess what? They were from south of the border. What? Other countries, other communities, larger communities, paid activists, and solely there. And so, Madam Speaker, again, you brought me back to another thing. It doesn't surprise me that our colleagues from the NDP aren't supporting this. Because during the 2015 election, these groups openly, Madam Speaker, I could show you the documents, openly targeted those ridings that were seen as vulnerable, Conservative ridings that were seen as vulnerable. Guess what? Mine was one of them. And who did they support? The NDP candidate. They supported other candidates that weren't Conservative to defeat Harper, to defeat the Conservatives. Madam Speaker, it's very interesting that this group over here, the NDP, which we've banded together so many times in recent weeks to really point our fingers across the way at the failures across the way, that they won't stand with us for our forestry workers, and it's shameful. Madam Speaker, our policy should always be developed in the best interest of Canadians and without the influence of foreign groups. And with that, I'm going to rest.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, one would question in terms of, it's most unfortunate that that sense of passion that the member demonstrates this afternoon or this morning wasn't there when Stephen Harper was in fact the Prime Minister. You know, the Conservative government did have an opportunity to try to negotiate an agreement. And now, after the last federal election, to try to give an impression at all in any form that this government was negligent in any way on this particular file is just wrong. We have very competent and capable ministers that virtually from day one have been on this particular file. To try to give Canadians the impression that this government doesn't care, when in fact the member across the way knows that there is a compensation potential package that is there in place today, well over $800 million. The Minister of Natural Resources himself talked about the importance of this industry. The member talks about the 200,000 direct jobs. There are hundreds of thousands of indirect jobs that also are critical to our economy. These middle-class jobs is something that we have been emphasizing since day one, Mr. Speaker. This government believes that we have to not only negotiate an agreement, that it has to be a good agreement for Canadians. And that is what this government has strived. And yes, it might not be on the Conservative timetable, but what's important is not that we meet the Conservative Party's timetable, that in fact we are there for Canadians and getting the right agreement, a good agreement. That's what's going to secure the type of jobs, the middle-class jobs that we have today, and grow the industry, as the Minister of Natural Resources says. My question is very simple to the member. Would he not agree it is in Canada's best interest that we do not settle on this issue, but rather we strive to get the best agreement we can, to get a good agreement which will result in more economic and social activity for all Canadians?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
That's a loaded question, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take it back. I'm going to categorically reject some of the things that our honourable colleague said. The honourable minister stood in the House and talked about China and how they were there and they got a ton of, the new things. They introduced Canada's wood to China. Well, the reality is we've been in China for over a decade. I was there, Mr. Speaker. I helped lead some of the trade missions there. Canada Wood first. We've done an incredible job. So Canada's done an incredible job at that prior to this government coming in, Madam Speaker. So again, or Mr. Speaker, they can try and take credit for that, but they're not going to do that. We won't let them. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we should get a deal done, but what are they waiting for, Mr. Speaker? They had 2 years. And remember, I'll bring you back to what I said. The newfound romance and friendship with the outgoing President Obama, that bromance, where there was going to be a 100-day solution to that irritant, which I so angrily took offense to, this irritant. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that they have let other groups influence decisions along the way. They have dithered away, and I'm not pointing fingers at who has mismanaged it or whatever. I'm going to say it has been the collective of their ministers, whoever has got it, that from day one, this hasn't been a priority, and they are now scrambling. They are behind the 8 ball, despite our warnings all along the way, time and time again, from my very first speech, the maiden speech in the House, December 7th. I brought up softwood, we brought up forestry and the importance, and this government has dithered away, and we sit 2 years since being elected, and we've yet to see a softwood lumber agreement. As a matter of fact, all we've seen is more and more uncertainty. And they talk about the care package that they threw out there. Well, they wouldn't need a care package if they managed to get the deal done and get the job done. They said they had a plan when they came into power. Well, all we've seen is that they haven't had a plan. Exactly. And they failed Canadians.
Yes. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his passionate speech today. And when I hear the member across the aisle come across with the words that this is simply a Conservative timetable, which is the only kind of terminology they can come up with to try and push the issue back onto our side of the floor, tell me, when you're standing here and speaking today, are you speaking on behalf of the Conservatives in this room? Who are you speaking on behalf of?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
I want to thank our honourable colleague for that. Now I'm all heated up. I can hardly do my button up, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again, whether it is the changes to the standing orders or what this government, they fail to see that this House does not belong to them, does not belong to us. We stand here as elected voices for our ridings for Canadians. This is not a Conservative timeline. It's not an NDP timeline. It's Canadians' timeline. And it's the forestry industry's timeline. It's the families from across Canada that are waiting for the good news. Mr. Speaker, jobs are being lost, more uncertainty is taking place, and what we've seen time and again by this government is that they allow outside interests to dictate their policy moving forward, and who pays the price? Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague speak with passion, and I have enormous respect for him. He knows that. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, when I'm impressed when I'm listening to him, he has what this government has been doing. I can assure him, Mr. Speaker, as Trade Minister, I have not done one trip on behalf of Canadians abroad without raising softwood, Mr. Speaker. Bringing softwood in Asia, whether it's in China, in Japan, in Korea, when I was in India, when we were with the Prime Minister in Italy, we talked about softwood, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite the member, because he's so passionately speaking about helping Canadians, to join in our efforts, because, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, we said it is to modernize our industry, to bring innovation to the industry, but to diversify our industry. And I recognize the member is passionate, and I recognize that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have done work in the past. But what I'm imploring them, and for those who are watching us at home, join in the journey, come with me on Trade Mission, talk to the industry in Canada, and make sure that together, Mr. Speaker, we can sell more softwood around the world, because our families, just in my riding like in his riding, are depending on us acting.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that that question was put forth, because from the earliest point of raising this issue, our Conservative team and myself, indeed, as Vice Chair of Softwood, I've offered any support. This is a nonpartisan issue. Where we're getting partisan is the failure to actually get a job done. Mr. Speaker, when we're sitting before the U.S. side, our counterparts there, this isn't a partisan issue. This is a Canadian issue. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I would offer, I've been waiting for an invite. It's not my file, but clearly I'm passionate about it. I am the Vice Chair, and I'm looking at the Honourable colleague, but I'm directing my comments through you, Mr. Speaker. But I wait for the invite to be able to go on these, on that, to be able to speak passionately about the impact in my riding, but moreover, well, the impact on the other countries, and that I can speak firsthand about the challenges that we face, but I can also speak firsthand about the opportunities that we have. Mr. Speaker, I've yet to see an invite. I just came back from with a trip for the Minister of Oceans, or Fisheries, Oceans, and Canadian Coast Guard. I welcome the opportunity to travel with the Minister of International Trade, and hopefully I get that invite in my mailbox shortly, and the whip approves it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill. I'm afraid we're very pressed for time, so 45 seconds for question and 45 seconds for
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his heartfelt speech on behalf of the forestry industry. And we know today that the Prime Minister is in Lac-Saint-Jean, Quebec, attempting to persuade voters there that this Liberal government stands unqualified in support of the forestry industry. But at the same time, we've learned that he refuses to condemn Greenpeace or any of the other organizations that you mentioned that spread so much misinformation and disinformation about the industry. And I wonder if you could speak to the government's inconsistency.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
I appreciate our honourable colleague from Thornhill with his question. Mr. Speaker, in a quick review of forest ethics, their executive director, where's his office? Bellingham, Washington. Greenpeace, we know that they proudly, and both companies proudly talk about how they have shut down Canadian industry, how they have forced Canadian industry to withdraw their tactics, and even what they say in some of the documents, if you do the research, that they will not, they won't make the argument. They will get people within the organization to make the argument, because they put pressure on them. And what we've seen with this government, and indeed with the Prime Minister's senior policy advisor and his background, is that this is always, whether it's Forest Ethics, Tides Canada, Tides Foundation, or Greenpeace, they are solely influenced by this. And I just real quickly, Mr. Speaker, most recently the Lac Willam's First Nations hereditary chiefs have come out and they have spoke about this government's influence, foreign-funded influence, and they categorically reject any of the policies put forth by this government.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable ministre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for International Trade. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to advise you that I will be sharing my time with my colleague. Mr. Speaker, the motion today calls on the government to confirm its support for forestry workers and to condemn foreign-funded NGOs. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to take the floor today because forestry is at the very heart of the economic prosperity of my region, the Mauricie in Quebec. I can assure you that our government is fully aware of the real problems facing this sector and of the impact that recent events have had on our communities and our forestry workers, including those in our area of the Mauricie. I'd just like to recall that it is our government that took targeted measures to be able to protect and defend the industry. We worked on creating new opportunities and new markets to assure the prosperity of our workers. Our government continues to take steps to find innovative ways of supporting the whole sector, from larger forestry businesses to small family businesses, through workers that are part of the whole chain in this sector, and helping those communities that depend on the forestry sector and where these workers live. As Minister of International Trade, I am fully aware that more than 70% of Canadian production in the forestry sector is exported. And therefore, the international trade of forestry products and Canada's international reputation as a responsible supplier, as a responsible environmental supplier, is one of our top priorities. My first trade mission with Team Canada, as I was saying to my colleague earlier, was a mission focused on soft lumber in China, along with stakeholders, Canada Wood, Quebec representatives, and New Brunswick representatives. Mr. Speaker, why? To show our innovation, our internationally renowned innovation, to the Chinese market. What I must underscore today is that our industry, the best sector in the world, is more than just the product it sells. It provides tangible solutions for all modern societies. It provides a product that can respond to demand, respond to climate change, and that has a significant added value. That's why we are opening up new markets, Mr. Speaker, for our producers to create more choice, but also because softwood lumber is a solution. It is an essential product for the main international markets. We are also looking at other markets in Asia. We have held meetings, for example, in Singapore, Vietnam, and in the Middle East, in order to increase our exports and promote and foster our commitment to the green management of forest. Our goal is to improve trade relations with the main foreign purchasers of Canadian forestry products, as well as to establish more solid relationships with new buyers. We are doing this with the support of a highly qualified team within Canada's foreign missions. And we are also taking advantage of all the tools and expertise that is available to us through the Export Development Canada and Business Development Bank of Canada. As a leader of Canada's marketing initiatives, softwood lumber is my priority. I have often had the opportunity to meet employees in Mauricie, and I can testify to their attachment to the forestry and to their professionalism. These are people who are proud, who work hard, and who are responsible, Mr. Speaker. You may recall that on the 1st of June, my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and myself announced that our government would be investing $876 million into tangible steps under the Softwood Lumber Action Plan. Earlier, my colleague was asking about concrete steps. Well, we invested approximately $1 billion for innovation and productivity within the forestry sector. This will provide support to forestry workers and to those communities affected by the Americans' recent measures on softwood lumber. This plan was crafted to support workers. As the Forestry Council in Quebec, for example, pointed out, and I would like to acknowledge, actually, the leader of that council. Mr. Speaker, he acknowledges the work that we have done, that we continue to do to support the sector. So this is concrete assistance to employees, and that will help sustain their operations and their development. Our government also made strong, concerted efforts to counter the unfair measures taken by the American administration. This action plan shows how committed our government is to take quick action to overcome the difficulties that this important forestry sector is facing. We have an overall strategy to develop markets throughout the world in a targeted and global fashion in order to increase diversification of trade and diversification of markets for wood and for wood products. And that is part of our commitment to support a strong economy based on clean growth. These concerted efforts, along with the quality products of our Canadian businesses, have already led to results in terms of positive growth in softwood lumber exports from Canada to key markets beyond the United States. For example, over the first half of 2017, exports to China increased by $50 million in the second half compared to the second half of 2016, which is a very significant number. In terms of India, their imports of Canadian softwood lumber tripled over the same period. We also saw positive growth in new markets and emerging markets, including in the Philippines and South Korea. These recent initiatives didn't happen from one day to the next. They have been crafted by my department to support trade and to support businesses who want to be involved in international trade. Our trade commissioners, which have 5 main regional offices in Canada and 161 offices in the world, are actively participating in our international initiatives to promote and develop trade relations in emerging and conventional markets for the forestry sector in Canada, and often in partnership with provincial and international stakeholders. Our federal partner in natural resources is obviously also involved. So we work together, Mr. Speaker, and it's in working together that we get better results. The trade commissioners also have focused on assistance to small businesses, and they work in 44 embassies throughout the world where there are employees who are responsible for directly supporting exports for Canadian businesses in the forestry sector. These trade specialists work on the ground, and I would salute their work. And I hope that we can all acknowledge and salute their work and support their work so that we can see more initiatives to develop international trade and develop trade relations that support lumber. Natural Resources Canada also supports this work. Last year, there were 45 specific initiatives for forestry products that took place in 16 countries, and that was through our trade commissioners. There were more than 40 trade agreements signed, and 500 forestry clients throughout Canada received support over that year. I thank them on behalf of all the forestry workers, and I thank them for having been there to assist them. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to put my notes aside and say for those who are listening those who work in the forestry sector and the workers who I meet when I go back to my riding know that we are there to assist them and to support them. We stand with them, we support them, we will support them at every stage of the process. And as a member of the government and as a member of the Quebec caucus within this government, and as a minister, I have their interests at heart, and whenever I have an opportunity, I speak on their behalf. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to have the opportunity to ask a question of the Minister. I have considerable respect for him. I know that he's very dedicated to his riding, and I know that he's very close to the world of forestry. So here's my question. When you're a minister and you're given a mandate letter, out of all those words in the mandate letter, those 2,000 plus words in the mandate letter, one cannot see forestry anywhere. One doesn't see it anywhere in the mandate letter. So you're given a mandate letter from the Prime Minister, and yet in that letter, there's no mention of the forestry sector. So how can you say, if you don't have that mandate letter, how can you look at people in the face, and how can you look at them and say that you are defending forestry interests?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. He also knows that I have great respect for him, and in fact, he's in a neighbouring riding from mine. And it's interesting to know the number of words in my mandate letter. I didn't know it was over 2,000. But what I can say is that we represent well over 2,000 forestry workers, Mr. Speaker. It's one thing to put words in a mandate letter, and it's a whole other thing to actually be there, to work with people in the the Canada Wood Export Bureau, to work with the forestry workers of BC, of New Brunswick, and so on. Our government said that we would be open and transparent and that we would listen to people. Even my colleagues sometimes blamed us for consulting too much. Well, I can assure him that I listened to well over 2,000 people who told us that they wanted to move forward with the forestry sector. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his speech, but I'm not sure if he knows that in the Lac-Saint-Jean region alone, and of course that's one of the 200 rural regions in Canada that depends on forestry, there are 12,000 jobs at stake. 12,000 jobs that are in jeopardy because of the government's lack of ability to negotiate properly and protect those jobs properly. Even if the member for Jonquière asked dozens of questions, even if we sent dozens of letters, even if unions and mayors from the regions in Quebec came here to say how important this was. I mean, there are 2 factories in the Lac-Saint-Jean region that are being hit with 18% countervailing duties. And it's been 2 years since they negotiated the agreement with the U.S., and it just doesn't make any sense. These are thousands and thousands of jobs, thousands of families who will be in difficulty. Other jobs are being threatened. It's a very difficult file. The Conservatives lost $1 billion and thousands of jobs lost. And this whole file has been a catastrophe for years. Everybody keeps saying it's such an important file, but if that's the case, why don't we see that reflected in the government's actions? If that's the case, why are there so many jobs in jeopardy? When this is a dynamic industry, the workers are full of initiative, and they are careful to use all of the waste products and reuse them so that the industry can be sustainable. You know, we've heard so many nice words, so much rhetoric, but we need to see concrete action, and we need to stop losing those jobs. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For First, I'd like to recognize my colleague, for whom I have great respect as well. She's talking about a region in Quebec that depends on the forestry industry. What I can tell her is that we have taken concrete action. We invested more than $800 million in innovation and productivity in the sector. And I would also invite her to speak to union leaders and industry leaders and the head of the Quebec Forestry Association, who recently said that we are moving forward on this file because the key is diversification. I've met with workers this weekend, so I'm not just here talking in the House. I'm meeting with people every weekend about this issue. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that I appreciate her question because I know she has the workers' interests at heart, but I can tell you that on this side of the House, we don't just ask questions, we take concrete actions. And in all of our trade missions, I've ensured that markets are opened up for our workers. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I thought you were going to ask me to ask a question to my colleague and to the Minister of International Trade, whom I'd like to salute because he's doing an excellent job. I was going to ask him what the reaction of the union leaders and entrepreneurs in his region were to the actions that we've taken and that he was talking about earlier. I can tell you that he would have clearly answered that industry workers are satisfied with the measures that we've set up. And I'll talk about that more later. I'd like to reassure my opposition colleagues, notably the member for Richmond Athabasca, that the softwood lumber file is a top priority for our government. And I really want to repeat this. It's a top priority. The Minister for International Trade mentioned this earlier, but we are proud to have a world-class forestry sector. Our Canadian forestry companies employ more than 230,000 Canadians across the country, often in rural regions, where they are an essential economic driver and provide hundreds of middle-class jobs. In my riding, that's the case. Our companies and our economy really depend largely on our forests. And I'm very proud of the work of our forestry companies. The forestry sector is clearly an important contributor to economic growth in this country, and it creates more than $21 billion to Canada's GDP. We've worked hard to diversify our export markets and to offer the highest possible quality products all around the world. These measures have led to excellent opportunities for Canadian companies in Asia, particularly China. Of course, the U.S. is the main destination for Canadian softwood lumber exports. And in 2016 alone, 78% of our exports went to the U.S. And the total value of those exports was over $7.6 billion. So it's essential to maintain stable and predictable access to the American market if we want our softwood lumber industry to continue to flourish and Canadian workers to continue to keep their well-paid jobs. This is why the softwood lumber file has been an absolute priority for our government from the very first day that we took office. From the time she took office, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had been the Minister of Trade before that, asked for very broad consultations to be held with the main stakeholders of the softwood industry, notably provincial and territorial governments, small and large softwood lumber companies, various types of producers, industrial associations, union leaders, and Indigenous groups. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that I have had the opportunity to consult people in my riding, in Gascapédiac and various other areas. And I've had the opportunity to talk to these stakeholders who are working very hard to ensure that their companies can develop. I met with them along with other of my House colleagues to listen to their concerns and to see how our government could really take concrete steps to support them. I can tell you that they gave us some very interesting ideas, and I'll be talking about the concrete steps that we've taken a little bit later. Federal officials also accompanied us as we went across the country and met in person with stakeholders who said that they supported our negotiation of a new agreement that would reflect Canada's interests. They did caution us, though, and said that it would be preferable not to conclude an agreement if it was not a really good agreement. So our government started working to negotiate a new softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. Negotiations started in January 2016 and continued apace. In less than 12 months, our two countries held around 20 in-person meetings, as well as many conference calls to move the discussions forward. Our government has raised this issue at the highest level with the American government and will continue to do so. On many occasions, the Prime Minister met with President Trump about softwood lumber, and last week, during his trip to Washington on October 11th, he did the same. Also, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has personally taken charge of this file from the very beginning of the negotiations. She's raised this important file with the American Trade Secretary at every opportunity. Thanks to this high-level political engagement, this very important file is getting the attention it needs. There's been very close collaboration between provinces, territories, and industry, and that is really at the heart of our strategy for managing this important file. The minister and federal officials, as well as members on this side of the House, have continued to deploy efforts to maintain a dialogue, not only with main exporters in Canada, but also with producers like processors and producers of softwood lumber products. In addition to these efforts to establish a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous groups, we have consulted Indigenous representatives, particularly sawmills that are owned by First Nations. These consultations have been led in various ways, including in person, through various fora, through bilateral meetings, informal meetings, and telephone calls between the Prime Minister and ministers across the country. Mr. Speaker, our government's efforts have borne fruit. Provincial governments and industry representatives have publicly congratulated our government on our desire to move forward with this file. The close relationship between our government and the provinces, territories, and industry have allowed Canada to speak with one voice at the negotiating table. And this obviously has strengthened our position. This unity was demonstrated last August when provincial envoys from BC, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick met with the ambassador in Washington in order to show unequivocally that provincial governments stand in solidarity with the federal government when it comes to this issue. Mr. Speaker, Canada has consistently defended its interests at the negotiating table, but the U.S. didn't want to accept the conditions that were acceptable for Canada. And I think it's important to say that while our preference is to have a new agreement that would allow for stability and predictability in the industry, we will not sign an agreement that would cause significant damage and permanent damage to our industry and its workers. Our position is very clear. We want to conclude an agreement on softwood lumber that is fair and balanced. However, and I repeat, we will not accept any terms. We will continue to work hard for our industry because too many jobs are at stake. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to list some of the measures that we've taken. When I say that the Government of Canada, when people say that we're not defending the interests of workers, I would say that we invested $867 million different measures to support workers and the industry. These are measures that are accessible through the through EDC, through the Development Bank of Canada, and also in my riding, I've ensured that people are aware of the measures that are available. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? What's really interesting is that the price of softwood lumber in Canada has only gone up over the last few months. For 2x4s, for example, it's gone from about $500 to $650. So that's good. That's profitable for the industry. And it's good for our companies in Canada because our companies are hiring because they have to provide even more wood. Of course, there have been significant problems in the U.S., natural disasters and so on, so the demand for wood is increasing and the prices are going up. And that's good for our companies. Of course, we want to conclude an agreement with the U.S. so that we can ensure the stability of the market. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that our government is firmly committed to this. It is our top priority, and we will continue to work to ensure that the softwood lumber industry can develop, diversify its markets, innovate, and thrive. We're very proud of our industry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague for his passionate speech. Hopefully it wasn't written for him. Hopefully it came from the heart. But I don't know, Mr. Speaker, we're hearing the same talking points over and over again. So just about half an hour ago, I stood up and I got a little bit animated, and I was pretty passionate about softwood. As you can imagine, it impacts thousands of families in my riding. We're facing troubling times, and the Liberal side would like to stand up and say that they're fighting passionately for these families right across Canada. But yet what we've seen is wasted opportunity, and we've seen pointing fingers at the Conservative government rather than rolling up their sleeves and taking responsibility for a file that they've had for 2 years now. And all they've done is pointed fingers and say, well, they should have done this. And they have offered nothing but excuses, Mr. Speaker. And late last year, we got wind that there was a deal that was on the table. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the honourable colleague, what was wrong with that deal? And why didn't the government pursue it? Because at this time, they wouldn't have had to provide the aid package that they're boasting about. They would have been able to put some certainty in an industry that is indeed facing some uncertain times. But late last year, there was a deal on the table. And why didn't this government take that deal?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Métis Matane Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question. It's very relevant. And I don't know where in my speech he heard any sort of reproach or direct attack on the previous government. On the contrary, we want to work proactively. We've put clear measures in place to support the industry. And he raises a good point. He was part of that previous government, the Conservative government, which was in power for 10 years. And so he understands the reality of the industry. The reason that we don't have an agreement today is very simple. It's because the American coalition plays an important role in those negotiations. We're ready. We want to have an agreement. We want to have a good agreement for industry and for Canadians. But unfortunately, that's not how the American industry sees things. They are applying all sorts of conditions and terms that we disagree with. So clearly, the member across the way understands the industry, and he knows that the strength of the American coalition is directly linked to the outcome of the negotiations. We want to have an agreement. The minister is working very hard. I'm convinced that we will get an agreement. There is still work to be done, but we are committed to getting an agreement. In the meantime, we want to make sure we have measures to support the industry, to support companies. $867 million have been invested to ensure that our companies can have the necessary support to get through the crisis. And so far, industry is doing relatively well. They're continuing to hire. And as I said, the price of 2x4s per 1,000 feet of 2x4s has gone from $500 to $650. So we are continuing to do the work that we've said we would do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. There's about a minute and a half left, so 45 seconds for the question, 45 seconds for the answer. And I would like to remind members that when you ask a question, try to be a little bit more concise. We'd like to have more questions than to hear the answers. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remark on how slow the Liberals have been to act on this field. The impact is on Lac-Saint-Jean, in my home region of Mauricie, and elsewhere in Canada. Instead of having an exceptional year, there's going to be a good year. We know that negotiation has to do with the balance of power, but we're well aware of the American government's methods of pressure on negotiation. I would like the member to talk to us about Canadian methods of putting some pressure on negotiations to re-establish the balance. The member for Avignon Matapédia. I appreciate the time that is left to me. I emphasized earlier that members of our House, parliamentary secretaries, and ministers have gone and will continue to go and meet different stakeholders, American stakeholders, elected officials, in order to explain our position, our arguments, our proposals, and we have been doing so since we were elected. The minister has been consistently involved. I talked about the number of meetings she's held and phone meetings as well. That is our commitment. We are determined to ensure that we get an agreement, but we won't implement just any agreement. Our objective is to defend the interests of the industry, and we do so adequately and consistently. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague from Prince River Peace George. Let me come back to the previous speech because I was impressed about the discussion of the methods of pressure that the Liberal government has available to it to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement with the Americans. My colleague just outlined the strength of the phone calls of the minister and parliamentary secretaries. Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, the influence of parliamentary secretaries on regarding relations, who recently, in an interview on NAFTA on October 11th, said regarding supply management, is there room to negotiate? Of course. That was the answer. That's the influence of our parliamentary secretaries when we go to negotiate with the Americans. We're opening the door. We're opening the door to say, you want to negotiate? Go ahead. The main line of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, since we have been talking about this agreement, the free trade agreement, she was at international trade before, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind you, we're going to sign a good agreement, not just any agreement. Mr. Speaker, 2 years later, after the election of this government, there's no agreement whatsoever. A softwood lumber industry is concerned, and now we're worrying poultry, dairy, and egg producers. And why? Because every time this government deals with Canada-US relations, it's a fiasco. They are unable to establish any agreement whatsoever. That's the influence of the Liberals when it is time to negotiate with the Americans, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me to thank the member for Richmond Arthabaska, whose motion is allowing us to discuss this important issue today. I will interrupt him for a few seconds.
Off today, and we know that phones are not allowed, or they're allowed in here, but if you don't mind, everyone who is in the chamber, maybe just check your phone, make sure the sound is off. They're very interesting sounds. It's just we don't want to hear them while somebody's speaking. L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that those are calls that we're receiving to support us on this motion that we are debating today. And in that case, I will allow you to be more tolerant in order for us to receive phone calls from these citizens who want to show how important this motion is to them as well. The forestry industry is a major employer in the province of Quebec and all throughout Canada. Quebec's forestry workers deserve a certain amount of stability and predictability from their government. In Quebec, we know that the forestry industry is the cornerstone of many of our communities. However, as I mentioned, we weren't always we weren't able to negotiate softwood lumber and imperiled the livelihood of forestry workers, not only in Quebec but all throughout Canada. And while the Prime Minister continues to drag his feet on this important file, workers in this vital sector of the Canadian economy remain vulnerable to disinformation campaigns being waged against their industry. You know, Mr. Speaker, these are machinations being led by non-governmental organizations funded by foreign interests like Greenpeace and Forest Ethics. These are groups who don't understand that Canada is a world leader when it comes to sustainable forestry practices. They're trying to attack a forestry industry in a country that is actually very fragile. And I want to talk about the inaction of the Liberal government. We're all very well aware on this side of the House and very worried about the current situation regarding softwood lumber in Canada. It remains unacceptable for thousands of workers, their families, their communities, people who depend on the action of the federal government regarding the American administration. In Quebec, according to the Forestry Council in Quebec, the forestry industry generates $15.8 billion every year, which is $4 billion in salaries and benefits. According to Natural Resources Canada, the industry employs 200,000 people, 9,500 in Indigenous communities. In Quebec, 58,000 jobs are directly linked to the forestry industry. Despite these impressive numbers, we're still waiting for concrete measures from the Liberal government. This lack of leadership, Mr. Speaker, endangers the safety of entire communities who depend on softwood lumber, or rather their security. We hear this message clearly. It's coming from workers, people who live in cities and towns in my province, in Quebec, in British Columbia, from all over Canada, where the forestry industry is significant. People on the ground who depend on the continuity of the forestry industry. We hear this message from people like Gilles Potvin, the spokesperson for the Forestry Committee for the Union of Municipalities in Quebec. In April, he announced to La Presse that Quebec's forestry industry would be doubly penalized by American tariffs on softwood lumber. He said that this puts us in a very difficult situation, especially for small family businesses. He says that they will not be able to support these new pressures. In areas of Quebec like Matawini, forestry businesses are expecting major impacts as well. According to an article in L'Action this spring, on sawmills, like the ones in Saint-Michel-des-Saints, we estimate that it could be $3 million per year that would be raised in new tariffs. In a communiqué from the Alliance of Chambers of Commerce in Lanaudière in May, the new conflict imperils the competitiveness of many businesses and the sustainability of our industry, which is vital to Quebec's economic vitality in its regions. In spite of all that, the government does not seem to see the importance or the scope of the issues that we're discussing today, and does not seem to understand the urgency of acting and intervening in this file. When we say that the cost of softwood lumber went from $500 to $650, to justify that there's nothing urgent to set up an agreement with the Americans, well, we understand why we are where we are now. And we understand why this very first meeting with the American president, President Obama, was not an opportunity for discussing softwood lumber. Why? Well, we've got time. Oh, the industry will be fine, all on its own. Oh, well, today the price went up, but it's not a big deal. We don't need to negotiate. People aren't complaining too much. Bah. There are families that are worried. Bah. There are people who are worried about losing their jobs. It's not a big deal that the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, there's a by-election, and, well, we'll say that we're going to deal with it, and next week we won't deal with it at all. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. This is important. The Liberal government needs to look closely at the motion that we've tabled today. The government needs to act against groups that are funded by foreign interests to undermine our forestry industry, because the damages caused today, even if the price of softwood lumber is higher now, will remain. We're giving an opportunity to these people to tarnish the reputation of our forestry industry. We're not doing anything. We sit on our hands, and then we ask why thousands of jobs are being lost in areas like Lac-Saint-Jean. It's unacceptable. organizations like Greenpeace, Forest Ethics, who propagate disinformation on the forestry sector and who have for some time been trying to destroy it, have understood that this government has no intention of acting, that this government has no intention of doing anything to counter this propaganda, and that they are simply going to continue to lead this campaign of misinformation because nothing is opposing them. So why not? They're able to obtain money from lobbies in other countries or even American lobbies. Those are the questions that we have to raise. These are the questions we're dealing with. The motion from my colleague for Richmond, Arthabaska. This is why we're asking the government today to stand up for once, just for once, to stand up before these groups who are threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs all throughout Canada. Mr. Garneau in the Globe and Mail said that Greenpeace is tarnishing our businesses and they are threatening our way of life founded on sustainable forestry practices, which are the cornerstone of the people who depend on them. Forestry is the history of our country. It has what made Canada one of the most beautiful, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. It is that primary resource, which is the forest. We need to preserve it, and we must, above all, defend it against foreign interests who have interests other than that of protecting workers and businesses that work in the forestry sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before moving on to questions and comments, I would like to remind the members that even if the name of a minister or another member is in a quote, one can change the quote, for example, naming the name of the minister. Oh, that's not the minister? No, it's another individual, another Mr. Garneau. My apologies then. In any case, even when it's in a quote, this is a useful directive to give to everybody that we can replace it with the name of the riding. Questions and comments?
Peg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I don't think we have to hear from any of the Conservative members of Parliament in terms of the importance of the industry. Virtually from day one, we've had a government that has been dealing with this issue as a priority. Different ministries, right to the Prime Minister's office. There is literally hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation that's there, that's available, that we're looking at ways in which we can have a good agreement. And that is ultimately what we're trying to achieve. It's important that we recognize that the former government didn't get the job done. And now they're trying to say, well, just get an agreement, pushing the government. We want an agreement. Well, so does the Government of Canada. We want an agreement too, but we just don't want any agreement. We want to have a good agreement that's in the best interest of all Canadians. And my question to the members, maybe somewhat odd in the sense that, why does he feel that the New Democratic Party is not even supporting the motion, given the fact that the New Democrats, like Liberals, are also acknowledging the valuable contributions of the industry to our economy and Canada's middle class?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Parliamentary Secretary would very much like to be on this side and that other people to be on that side to make decisions. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and they are the ones who have to face this inability to solve this problem regarding softwood lumber with the Americans. It's been 2 years that they've been in power. 2 years that they've done absolutely nothing to solve this file, to solve the softwood lumber conflict. They can say all they like that at the beginning of the 1900s trees were bigger and it took more time to cut and it took more workers. That changes nothing to the story of today. We can go as far back as we like in the past. It changes nothing to what's happening today. That since 2015, it's not us or the NDP. They are the ones who are in power and are unable to make any decision and negotiate an agreement with the Americans. No agreement whatsoever. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable. We recognize his usual vigor I haven't completely decided at this time, because when it comes to most of the motion, I agree with it. My question has to do with a particular part of it. He will recall, as I do, that there's a documentary in Quebec that significantly contributed to changing forestry practices and led to an improvement of our practices in Quebec. When it comes to the last half of the motion, it seems that we want to put certain groups in opposition, groups and industries. We want to oppose groups and industries in terms of a situation that's currently happening. I don't see how it helps when this situation is eventually going to be resolved in court. So I would like to see some information from my colleague on this. I would like to acknowledge the exceptional work of my colleague from Trois-Rivières. He's done exceptional work in this field, and he is from an area where there's a significant amount of forestry industry, pulp and paper mills and sawmills and so on. To answer the question, very simply, we need to ask, why is the government unable to negotiate an agreement with the Americans? Is it because they're cutting? Is it because of the groups who are lobbying against the forestry industry instead of listening to the workers and industrialists in the forestry sector?
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to do my best to recognize my colleague from Megantic, Le Rabel. Is that okay? Say bon? Maybe not. Anyway, he's working with me to learn French, so I'm working on it. But just want to speak today, Mr. Speaker, just about the softwood lumber industry and speaking to this private, to the bill or to the motion today. And just concerns. I come from a northern British Columbia riding. Forestry is big in Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. One of my visits just 2 weeks ago was to a local mill, Lakeland Mills in Prince George, just checking out how they're doing. They're the ones that were affected by the mill fire and the losses of life there, and they've recovered well, and they're selling their lumber, thankfully, with the lift to this to the tariffs temporarily until I guess the U.S. decides to put them back, I guess in November. But I've made a lot of trips to the U.S. to understand their view on softwood lumber industry. I've gotten to know Ryan Zinke, their Secretary of the Interior, and his mandate. And hearing the mandate when the Trump administration had just started a week into it in February of this year, or last year, or this year, just understood where they were going. They're going to be developing a lot of their public timber and public fiber to be much more competitive with Canada. And concern for us is in Canada we supply a lot of their timber supply and a lot of their lumber. And while I guess the concern is, and we're talking about the softwood lumber agreement, the reason why I bring up the U.S. is 69% of our softwood goes to the U.S. It's a big deal. So while the U.S. and the administration to the south of us is sharpening their pencils and doing their very best to develop their own industry and do whatever it takes to develop their industry, and we can't blame them for that. They're defending their country just as we should defend our own. We seem to have a lackluster government effort on the softwood file and negotiating a softwood lumber agreement. It was our former Conservative government that actually negotiated the last softwood lumber agreement and had extensions to it. And we think it was a successful agreement with 2 streams in it. It was good, and when I go down and I talk to Secretary of the Interior, I talk about why can't we just sign another agreement similar to what we had before. It worked for everybody. The U.S. needs our lumber, etc. But again, I'll go back to why we're here in this place and debating this today, and we have a government that doesn't seem to be interested in the softwood file. Now, given they're busy, NAFTA is a big part of what they're dealing with right now as well, but softwood is, I would say from a person from the province of British Columbia, is equally as large in terms of what we export, because it's a massive part of our industry base, massive part of our jobs that employ British Columbians and Canadians in the province and in my riding, and that's why we're deeply concerned. I guess a lot of us, even though we saw the Liberal government was elected in 2015, there was some positive things that looked like were going to come from relationship between this Liberal government and the then Obama administration. And one of those things again, with regard to the softwood lumber agreement, was a promise by the Prime Minister and the President to have an agreement within 100 days. And when those two key figures will make a promise like that, there really should be no other reason why that can't come together. They saw it and ideologically, there wasn't too many things different with the two administrations. And so we saw a lot of hoopla, a lot of fanfare, a lot of expense actually for the President to come to Ottawa. You know, we're welcoming always visitors, heads of states from other countries that came to this place, right in this room where we sit today. And with all this fanfare, we hoped that we would see in one of these side rooms just behind you, Mr. Speaker, that a book would be opened and a softwood lumber agreement would be signed. But, you know, days went on. We heard the President speak in this place again, and no agreement. And then we saw the President leave. No agreement made. Well, some of us with softwood in our ridings knew a huge missed opportunity that just had occurred. And it just sent signals to our forestry workers, you know, in Quebec as well, across Canada for that matter, that the government didn't view it as that important of an issue. Instead of, we saw it as, you know, selfies were important and pictures with the President were important and dinners with fancy suits and fancy dresses was important. But a thing called the softwood lumber agreement that could have been done, easily could have been done with two heads of, not head of state, our Prime Minister as a representative of our head of state. But to see that missed opportunity again sent signals to us that, you know, does this government understand how significant this industry is to our entire country? And it sent the signal that really wasn't. Now, I understand the softwood lumber agreement, it's a difficult agreement to come to the conclusion at, but when you hear a promise from the Prime Minister and the President saying 100 days, you think they've got that all sorted out. There's 3 months to get it done. They already have a pre-existing agreement that's worked for both countries. It would have been very simple to bring that back to the table and sign off on that, and we could be continuing along as we go now. But right now, we're caught in this dispute where it's just going to get worse. Again, with our American neighbors elbowing out room for their own industry to grow. It's likely not going to get better. So I just, again, you know, I guess we can't cry over spilled milk, but there's a whole bunch of spilled milk that day when that agreement wasn't signed and fulfilled. And a promise that was left unfulfilled really by both individuals there. But I guess concerning to a lot of our communities, you know, we have a government that's, we wonder about its resource development philosophy. We see projects in BC, even pipelines, et cetera, being over-regulated to the point of companies pulling out of the province of BC. We see Energy East, you know, where a company says, look, we're out. You know, there's too many regulations, too many risk factors to proceed with this particular investment. So then we look back and we look at other industries that have been like agriculture and forestry that have just chugged along year after year over the centuries really in Canada. And we look to rely on those even more for stability in our economy. And so again, it's troubling that this government has the appearance to not understand how significant that is. And I think they've really failed the forest industry and our forestry workers in doing so. And, you know, we talk about in this place, we're guilty of this often as politicians, of talking about economy and numbers and GDP and export and import tariffs and all this, these terminology, but really comes down to food on tables, roofs over heads, and sustaining families where they want to live. You know, my family, I was born and raised in the Peace. We lived out here in Ottawa when my kids were small. We're back. We're happy to be back in Fort St. John and North Peace area of province of British Columbia. And people ask, well, why would you want to go back when you live in such a nice city of Ottawa? Because it's home. And a lot of these folks, forestry workers just simply want a nice place to live, which we have in beautiful northern British Columbia. Robson Valley is another place. A lot of forest industry is based out of the Robson Valley and Valemount and McBride and Prince George and all the way up through the Rocky Mountains. They all really rely on the forest industry. And again, it's not a number that relies on forest industry. It's a person. It's a family. It's other industries that are subsets of those industries, whether you're a heavy-duty mechanic, Whether you're, again, I've said it often, whether you're the Tim Hortons person selling coffee to people in the morning, you're selling it to somebody that likely goes to a mill and makes lumber. Or also to somebody that works on a truck. My son, for instance, is a heavy-duty mechanic that works for a company in forestry. He's a heavy-duty first-year apprentice, works on trucks, works on heavy equipment that go right out into the forest and makes his living for him, and it's afforded him a nice car, afforded him a nice lifestyle. So again, I want to get back to this government. Really needs to care about that person on the ground. We're coming up to Christmas here, where we're going to be celebrating a great season with all our families, and we want to make sure that those jobs and those lifestyles are sustained. And I hope this government considers that how serious this particular agreement is to British Columbia, to Quebec, to Canada. And I hope they will do a better job than they did in the past. Again, we saw an opportunity lost, and I hope the relevant ministers and the Prime Minister really grasp onto how serious this agreement is and how much it means to us as Canadians. And think about the people that are involved, the people that are attached to these jobs from forestry and a softwood lumber agreement that will be as a result of a signed agreement. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Thank you. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having shared his remarks on the forestry sector. I've been sitting on the committee for approximately 2 years, and as you know, softwood lumber is one of the most important issues we've had to work on. I hope that our colleague does not question all the efforts we have made for forestry workers, everything we have done. Since the 1st of June 2017, we announced an action plan of $867 million. We will also be finding viable solutions through the Business Development Bank and the Export Development Bank. We have put $45 million into the development of international markets. So we are trying to find solutions along with the United States. But we have to diversify our efforts, diversify our markets, and that's when our Minister of International Trade, our Minister of Natural Resources are doing. And that's what we are trying to do with the United States. If this were a simple matter, it would be done already. So I'd like to know what he thinks about the $63 million that we're putting into stimulating and extending our markets. Our government is working hard to find solutions. I'd like to know what my colleague opposite thinks about all the effort we have been put into it and all these investments.
Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess that highlights, I appreciate the members' efforts and the members' comments. And I guess it just two philosophies of two different governments. One would subsidize everything. And I haven't, all the discussions I've had with forestry workers and mill owners, I've never been asked for a subsidy. All I've been asked for is get this agreement done and get it signed so we can actually do what we do best and open the gates of trade. I've always viewed our role as government isn't to overregulate, it's to keep the doors of trade open and let the groups that want to trade do exactly that. We should be staying out of the way, not getting involved. Now, this government subsidizes. It subsidized Bombardier not long ago, and I don't know how well that's worked for this government. We've seen it fail miserably at the tune of, $500 million. Again, the industry is not asking for subsidies, Mr. Speaker. The industry is asking for a good agreement, and I hope that this government understands that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like my friend from Northern British Columbia, I too share the benefits and value of having a vibrant and long-standing forestry industry, which has seen a steady and aggressive decline in both the number of mills and the number of people working in those mills. If you add up the numbers just within British Columbia, never mind across Canada, it's tens of thousands of families that no longer can rely on the forestry sector. Various factors have come into that, whether it's more machines out in the bush and less people having to work, but also the trade disputes with the U.S. Over time, every time one of these disputes happen, we lose mills. They concentrate further and further into the United States as the barrier goes up, and it's a tactic. Let's be clear about this, that the softwood lumber disputes are a tactic by the U.S. lumber industry, and sometimes using Canadian money to do it, to attack Canadian producers trying to enter the U.S. market. So my question for him is this. Since the last time we went through this Groundhog Day of the Americans holding up their protectionism, the greatest free trading nation in the world seems to like protectionist attitudes, certainly with this administration. But since the last time, many of the large major Canadian producers have also made significant investments south of the border, that I'm not seeing the same and feeling the same push coming from what were Canadian producers with the urgency that they had last time or the dispute before. And my concern is that the way the industry works has changed significantly. Is that one of the factors that is causing this government not to be able to feel that urgency to settle a deal, as he says, the workers in my region want, which is just fair access and free access to the U.S. market? Thank you.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to thank again my friend from the west of me for the question. Yeah, I think the member brings up a great question, or the issue of industry. Once it sees risk, and it views risk as a calculation. And if a company is in a risky enough situation where its risk of surviving is a question, well, then they're going to go to somewhere else where they're going to survive and flourish. And we've seen a lot of our Canadian forestry companies go to the south. And some of our old companies that have been predominantly in Canada now have predominantly, even higher than 50% of their mills are in the U.S. And I would just ask us, as again, across the way in government, when we talk about over-regulation and these groups, well, look, they're going to make a decision, just like we saw with Pacific Northwest, with LNG, et cetera. They look at the risk and they say, look, we're out of here. And to highlight what the member said, too, is once we lose them, it's going to be awfully difficult to get them back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time today with the member from North Vancouver. As you know, this is an issue that affects ridings all the way across the country, and my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac is no different. This is a file that's been critically important to our government and continues to be today, one that we have made a top priority since day one of this dispute. Our forestry sector supports 230,000 good-paying middle-class jobs for Canadian workers in communities all across the country. Communities like Juniper in my hometown. Softwood lumber production contributed $21 billion to Canada's GDP. In particular, softwood lumber is an economic anchor in more than 170 rural communities. Given Canada's geographic proximity and close commercial links with the United States, it is no surprise that the U.S. is our #1 export market for softwood lumber. Today, the U.S. market accounts for over 78% of Canada's softwood lumber exports. We all know that there are significant benefits for the U.S. in having access to Canadian lumber. For many decades, the U.S. has relied on our exports to fill the gap between domestic production, capacity, and demand for softwood lumber. Canadian softwood lumber has historically been used to meet about a third of the U.S. demand overall. But despite this mutually beneficial relationship, softwood lumber has been a contentious subject in a long-standing trade dispute between Canada and the United States since the early 1980s. Canada has experienced very few months when either litigation or a managed trade agreement have not applied to its softwood lumber exports to that country. Softwood lumber is a deeply complex issue, and although Canada has been engaged in intense negotiations with the United States in an effort to secure a new softwood lumber agreement, we always knew that finding a mutually accessible terms would be highly challenging. This is a priority for our government, I would like to reiterate, and we are working closely with the provinces, territories, and industry on this issue. My colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, has held several meetings with the provinces, territories, and stakeholders to find solutions to support our workers and our communities. We have also been working hard with our stakeholders towards the likelihood of litigation at WTO and under NAFTA following U.S. final determinations. We strongly disagree with the decision of the U.S. Department of Commerce to impose unfair and punitive duties on Canadian softwood lumber imports. These penalties are unjustified and are damaging to workers, communities, and consumers in both Canada and the United States. The accusations made by the U.S. lumber industry are baseless and unfounded. From the very beginning, this has been a frivolous case designed to shake up the industry and has ultimately resulted in higher prices to consumers on both sides of the border. There have been 4 previous U.S. countervailing duty investigations over the past 30 years, and U.S. duties have never survived a legal challenge. The U.S. has always lost before WTO and NAFTA panels because Canada does not subsidize softwood lumber. We will vigorously defend Canada's softwood lumber industry. including throughout litigation, we expect to prevail as we have in the past. We fully understand that the duties that were unfairly imposed on Canadian lumber producers created uncertainty for the workers and their families within the industry. That's why in June of this year, our government announced $867 million dollars for the Softwood Lumber Action Plan to support the workers and the communities affected by these duties. Specifically, we have two measures in the action plan that will help workers. First, our government is spending $9.5 million over 4 years for a work-sharing program that gives employees and employers the flexibility that they require while there is temporary reduction in business activity. This program supplements unemployment insurance benefits and eligible workers who are working temporarily reduced hours. It extends the maximum period for work-sharing agreements from 38 to 76 weeks in order to reduce layoffs. This measure will help companies to retain skilled workers even during difficult economic times. Second, we are providing $80 million over 2 years through labour market development agreements. This funding will help workers to upgrade their skills and transition to new opportunities. We recognize that career transition can be a difficult and stressful time. To help make it easier, workers will receive salary top-ups through targeted earnings supplement while they are making the move to another field of employment. I also want to acknowledge that forestry is very important to our Indigenous communities across the country. This is why we will provide $10 million over 3 years to support forestry initiatives in our Indigenous communities. These initiatives can be in clean technology, environmental stewardship, or forestry resource management. As the Minister of Natural Resources has said, when the package was announced, this action plan delivered on our government's pledge to take swift and reasonable action to defend our softwood lumber industry and charts a course for a stronger future for their workers, their families, and the communities that depend on it. Finally, our government is actively working to help the forestry industry access new international markets. The Minister of International Trade is leading forestry-related trade missions around this issue. For example, Asia is a market with increasing potential for Canadian lumber products, and the Minister has promoted the use of Canadian forestry products during recent visits to China, Vietnam, Singapore, South Korea, and Japan. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to believe that a negotiated settlement that brings stability and predictability to the softwood lumber industry is the best option for both countries, but we will not accept a deal at any cost. It's not right for our industry, it's not right for our communities, and it's not right for our workers. A durable, negotiated agreement would be the best outcome for Canadians and for Americans. While there is no deal at this time, we are continuing to work towards this goal. We are looking for a good deal, not just any deal. And I think it's important that we realize that this should not be a partisan issue. This is an industry that affects communities, families, and workers all across this country. And I think it's important to note that we as a government have said from day one that we support these families, we support the workers, and we support the industry stakeholders during this difficult period. You know, I know in my own community, in my riding of Towick-Mactaquac, softwood lumber plays an integral role. It's huge in my riding, and it's huge in the province of New Brunswick. And the majority of New Brunswick softwood lumber exports go directly to the United States. My riding is 3.5 hours long in length when you drive it. And that entire length of that is U.S. border. We work strategically hand in hand with U.S. counterparts that are just across the border, trading back and forth in an industry that often has shared resources for industry stakeholders on both sides of the border. And when I talk to American consumers, which I've done on several occasions over the last 6 months, what I hear from U.S. consumers is their want and desire to see softwood lumber prices stay relatively where they are. And the reason they want to see that is because they don't want to see the cost of their homes going up. And I think that is where the U.S. is offside. They're offside for a plethora of reasons, but one of the main reasons is because they're failing to recognize the detrimental impact that they're having on the U.S. consumers. And as a politician in the Canadian government, I find it offensive, both to myself and to our government, that people are trying to play partisan politics on an issue that we should all be united on. You know, the last softwood lumber agreement stretched over half a decade, and it too was filled with partisan comments back and forth. And what did that ever get us? You know, we spend a lot of time in this House nitpicking back and forth for partisan political reasons when we should be focused on the task at hand. And the task at hand on this issue is to support Canadian workers, to support the sector, and to support those industry stakeholders through this difficult time, and to help them try to adapt and find new markets, focus on civil culture, focus on ways that they can grow their business, and respect those families, and try to do this collectively as a group. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for your patience with me, and I look forward to questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it's my first opportunity to join the debate on the Supply Day motion today, I want to express my regret that the Conservative Party has put forward a motion that includes extraneous, egregious, and malicious attacks on environmental groups. I think there's not a member in this place who would not be proud to stand up and support the Canadian forest industry, support that forest practices are for the most part sustainable, and support forest workers. This is part and parcel, I'm afraid, of a recent attempt by forest industries, particularly Resolute Forest Products, their attempt to brand the two organizations, interestingly enough, that are mentioned in the Conservative motion today, Greenpeace and Stand Earth, formerly known as Forest Ethics. Resolute Forest Products, with its millions of dollars and access to lawyers, has taken these two environmental groups to court, charging them with criminal racketeering, if you can believe. The U.S. court on October 16th threw out these efforts to demonize environmental groups. I really regret enormously that the Conservative Party's motion will divide this House when we could have united around the cause of our forest industry, the importance of achieving an equitable agreement with the U.S. on trade. So I will ask my honourable colleague across the floor, who just gave a speech that mostly focused on the question of the Canadian forest industry, the ongoing softwood lumber dispute, whether he would agree with me that the motion the Conservatives put forward would be passed unanimously if they had simply taken out the absolutely malicious attack on Greenpeace and Forest Ethics.
Well, member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and you know, I think that her comments are very reflective of the type of tone and candour with which I think we should be addressing issues within this House that shouldn't be of a partisan nature. And I know from my opportunity of sitting on the Natural Resources Committee for the last 2 years that I've had the opportunity to witness members from the opposite side of the aisle, from all parties, that have come together to talk about issues like softwood lumber, like resource development, in a very thoughtful and concerted manner, which takes into account the needs of Canadians, the viewpoints and opinions of Indigenous peoples, and ultimately, you know, working collaboratively with stakeholders. And you know, I think that it's very representative of the reasons that I wanted to run to be a member of Parliament, is because I really like the idea of working on both sides of the aisle with members from all parties on trying to facilitate and construct solutions that are to the betterment of the industry and ultimately to the betterment of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Mactaquac for his speech. I guess there's a couple of trigger words that I'm starting to get nervous about when I hear from my Liberal colleagues. One is, this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I just had a phone call from some folks that are struggling with the Phoenix pay system, and they've heard from their representatives and calls to the government that the travesty of the Phoenix pay system is unacceptable. And it's been unacceptable for a couple of years, and it continues to be unacceptable. And this friend of mine, Carla from Prince Rupert, BC, said, what does unacceptable mean? The second term I've heard is, this is a high priority for the government, that the softwood lumber agreement and getting it settled is a high priority. I share his concerns because I represent a place that is even more impacted, I would argue. I don't know all the details of Mactaquac, but hugely and significantly impacted by not having a deal on the table. And yet we hear it's a high priority for the government. It's of greatest urgency. We see the Prime Minister go to Washington and somehow develop a friendship with the President, which is remarkable in some ways when you think about it, but hopefully to get something done. When does he expect this deal to actually get done? Because that's what the families I represent want to know. And what impact will it have on a per-day basis? This is my specific question of not having a deal. Does the government have an estimate of what it costs the Canadian forestry industry every day that the deal is not acquired? Thank you.
Honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac in 45 seconds or less, please.
Okay. Well, I love a challenge. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to address the questions from my honourable colleague. And I would first like to touch on the point of Phoenix, because I too agree that this is egregious that we're still at this point where we're arguing and fighting to try to get to a better place with the Phoenix pay system. Absolutely. His constituents should be concerned. My constituents are deeply concerned about this. And we are working constructively through the department and with the departmental officials, with the people on the ground, to try to focus a concerted effort to fix this as soon as possible. And, you know, on the issue of the softwood lumber, I probably would agree with my honourable colleague that this may be a larger issue in his riding. I don't know the specific demographics within his riding. But arguably, the forest industry in BC is of immense magnitude to that province. And so, you know, my thoughts are with the workers in his riding, and I too agree that it's unacceptable that we're at this point. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I know you're cutting me off, so I apologize. I would have liked to have gotten to the rest of this, but maybe at a later date.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House to participate in this very important debate, for it gives me an opportunity to speak about forests and Canada's forest industry and how they are serving to build a stronger economy for all Canadians while helping to protect and preserve a healthy environment for our children and for future generations to come. The topic of today's debate is rather timely. It was just last week, on October the 12th to be precise, that I had the opportunity to attend and actively participate in the Forest Stewardship Council's General Assembly in the beautiful province of British Columbia. For those not familiar with the Forest Stewardship Council, they are a global not-for-profit organization whose stated goal is promoting environmentally sound, socially beneficial, and economically prosperous management of the world's forests. The Forest Stewardship Council is one of 3 independent third-party standards that Canada recognizes as tools to demonstrate Canada's sustainable forest management practices, and they are complementary to Canada's rigorous forest management legislation and regulations. In fact, Canada has more forest land independently certified than anywhere else in the world, 168 million hectares as of the end of 2016. Mr. Speaker, approximately 800 delegates from more than 80 countries attended this session in Vancouver. A number of important issues were discussed, including climate change and boreal forests. I had the pleasure of speaking to the delegates about our government's approach to combating climate change, as well as our efforts to protect and recover boreal caribou populations. Mr. Speaker, colleagues on both sides of this House have spoken about the importance of Canada's forest sector. It employs hundreds of thousands of workers throughout Canada, generating billions of dollars for the Canadian economy, and is the lifeblood for many rural communities right across the country. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that a strong economy and a clean environment go hand in hand. That is why all stakeholders need to work together to find a path that will lead to further economic growth that is consistent with sustainable forests and the protection of biodiversity. And to accomplish this, we are working with the forest products industry, provinces and territories, local communities, Indigenous communities, environmental non-governmental organizations, and others to ensure that Canada continues to be a world leader in the conservation of biodiversity while promoting sustainable economic growth. One thing that we shouldn't overlook during this debate is the importance of Canada's forests in the fight against climate change and the protection of human health. Canada's forest industry leaders are well aware of the role they play in helping to address climate change. They have been leaders in the development of clean technology that is helping to reduce their own greenhouse gas emissions. Further, Canada's forests represent one of the largest carbon stores in the world, which is why our government is committed to enhancing carbon storage in forests through land use and conservation measures, including significant reforestation, and through encouraging greater use of wood in construction projects. Over the past 4 decades, global forests have absorbed about 1/4 of the carbon emitted by human activities, such as the burning of fossil fuels and the changing of land uses. It is clear that forests in Canada and elsewhere have a huge role to play in helping the world combat climate change. Our forests also make a major contribution towards improving air quality. Back in June of this year, there was a study published by Nature Communications by scientists at Environment and Climate Change Canada that demonstrated, among other things, how forests would reduce ground-level ozone levels, resulting in better air quality and, in turn, healthier Canadians. Our forests also play a key role in the protection and recovery of species at risk. Our government recognizes the importance of conserving Canada's biodiversity and to maintaining and improving our species at risk protection and recovery. That is why we are working with members of the forest sector, the provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders to ensure that our forests are managed sustainably, including the protection and conservation of special areas. There is no question that our forest industry is an economic driver in Canada, particularly in my province of British Columbia, but it is also an important contributor towards realizing positive conservation outcomes in Canada, particularly for species such as the boreal caribou. Boreal caribou is a priority for this government, and we are determined to protect this iconic symbol of our rich Canadian cultural identity. As you know, the Species at Risk Act creates legal obligations for the Government of Canada to act to protect this threatened species. As such, in 2012, a recovery strategy for boreal caribou, including an identification of the species' critical habitat, was developed. The strategy recognized the lead role of provinces and territories in managing boreal caribou and its habitat, thus providing those jurisdictions up to 5 years to establish range plans for how habitat would be restored to support self-sustaining herds. Most provinces and territories are still working to complete recovery plans for boreal caribou. To be effective, their plans will need to focus on the maintenance and the restoration of critical caribou habitat. This implies a focus on things like selective harvesting and intensive reforestation as elements of broad solutions, particularly in areas where habitat disturbance levels are already high. In July, the Government of Canada published a proposed action plan that set out the federal government's contribution to support caribou recovery and protection in collaboration with partners and stakeholders. Under this action plan, we have invited the forest sector, as well as Indigenous peoples and other stakeholders, to participate in a new multi-stakeholder forum called the National Caribou Knowledge Consortium, to share information, Indigenous knowledge, and lessons learned on boreal caribou conservation science. We will also be pursuing conservation agreements with provinces and territories to accelerate work and collaboration on boreal caribou and reporting to Canadians, which includes the release of a 5-year progress report at the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, we are now reviewing some of the documents we've received from provinces and territories to determine whether caribou and its critical habitat are or will be adequately protected. We intend to report on the adequacy of these plans in April 2018. Mr. Speaker, once adequate range plans are in place, Environment Canada will explore with provinces and territories and other parties as appropriate the establishment of conservation agreements to clearly describe the commitments each party is making to protect and recover boreal caribou. The government will enter into such agreements if they provide specific, measurable, achievable, and time-bound measures that are founded on a scientific basis that enables confidence that such agreements will, over time, provide for the protection and recovery of the species and its critical habitat. Robust conservation agreements with concrete protection and recovery measures could achieve important progress towards protecting boreal caribou. On September 15th of this year, Minister Carr hosted the annual meeting of the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers. At that meeting, ministers recognized the important role that the forest sector can play in helping to recover and protect caribou. Federal, provincial, territorial ministers discussed the need to work with Indigenous peoples, with stakeholders, and industry to protect and recover boreal caribou populations. They unanimously agreed on the importance of taking a collaborative, science-based approach and sharing best practices to help support conservation agreements while considering the socioeconomic benefits of the forest sector for communities. Mr. Speaker, developing effective range plans and conservation agreements that lead to the protection of critical habitat certainly does not preclude continued economic activity in the boreal forest. I believe that by working in partnership with all stakeholders, we will ensure continued economic growth for Canada's forest industry, reap the benefits of carbon capture through sustainable management of our forests, and protect many species at risk, such as the boreal caribou. Mr. Speaker, I know that the forest sector is committed to working towards innovative ways to support a robust and sustainable Canadian economy while also contributing to caribou conservation. I know that the industry recognizes the need for sustainable development, particularly in the boreal forest. I look forward to continuing to work with our forest sector and all stakeholders in efforts aimed at protecting our boreal forest and biodiversity and to ensure a healthy, sustainable forest industry for decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from across the way there for his very nice speech. And I'd like to reiterate a little bit of what he said, and that's that our Canadian forest industry is the most environmentally friendly forest industry in the world. We've got a fantastic industry, but the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that they need a market. They need a marketplace. Our Conservative government was able to ink a deal within 3 months. There's never been a closer relationship between prime ministers and presidents than there was between our current prime minister and the former President Obama. In fact, they had this little bromance thing going. The Liberals in this House committed to inking a deal within 100 days. They didn't get it done. I want to know what it is about the Liberal government that they can't seem to get a deal done.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure the honourable member is aware, this government has made reaching an agreement on softwood lumber an extremely high priority. The Minister of Global Affairs has worked extensively to work to achieve that agreement. She has involved in that conversation all of the relevant parties in Canada that represent the forest product sector in every region of the country. I would tell you from meetings that I have had with the folks in British Columbia that they are extremely happy with the work that the minister has done and extremely proud of the work that Canada has done. We will work to get to an agreement, but it will be an agreement that is a good one for Canada. It will not be any agreement.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've heard my colleague across the way talk about the people who are happy, things that have been done. But my impression is that my colleagues who defend the communities where their lifestyle really depends on forestry, they're telling me how many times their constituents have said the government isn't listening to us, they're not really hearing us. And, you know, this is an opposition day. The Conservatives brought forward this motion, and I think it's a little bit pathetic because if there's anyone who left the softwood lumber agreement fade out without saying anything, it's them. And they've done nothing for 2 years. The member for Jonquière said that the particular type of supercalendared paper that's manufactured there is being affected by these countervailing duties, and they've just been lagging. So on both sides, there hasn't been much action. So did you listen to the member for Jonquière ask that question, or have you forgotten it already? Before the parliamentary secretary responds, I'm sure that the honourable member doesn't want an answer from the Speaker of the House. So I would remind him to speak through the Speaker and not directly to the other member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I think everybody in this House is united in the fact that we are looking for a deal on softwood lumber that is a good deal for Canadians, that is a good deal for the forest product sector, that is a good deal for the local communities that support and provide the personnel that work in the forest product sector. We have been working very hard. The minister has dedicated enormous amounts of effort to this. I would tell you that the folks who actually represent the companies in the forest product sector have been actively engaged in this dialogue. They have expressed to me their admiration for the work that the minister has done. We are very focused on ensuring that we get to an agreement, but it needs to be an agreement that is in the best interest of Canada and the best interest of Canadians.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. We know that forestry and softwood lumber is an important industry for our country. In fact, it creates over 200,000 jobs directly. That doesn't speak to the number of indirect jobs that it creates. I'm wondering if the member could quickly outline the importance of this industry in terms of providing middle-class jobs and what our government is doing to protect those jobs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member herself has pointed out, there is significant employment that generates well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. There is also a significant amount of work that is being done through the forest product sector that relates to some of the jobs of the future relating to things like clean technology and the utilization of biomass as a fuel that will enable us to move towards a lower carbon future. This is an incredibly important sector for Canadians, and it's one on which we need to continue to build and to modernize as we go forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Lakelands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the member for Peace River Westlock. I'm pleased to speak in support of this motion and in support of the Canadian forestry industry, and I'd just like to thank the member for Richmond Athabasca for bringing this motion forward today. Across Canada, forestry plays a key role in the growth and economic prosperity of provincial economies and of small communities in particular. In fact, over 650 communities throughout Canada rely on forestry, and roughly 160 of those communities are solely reliant on forestry. In 2016, Canada exported $34.6 billion in forestry products, a 5.2% increase from 2015. So it represents a key component of Canada's export portfolio. In my home province of Alberta, there are more than 27 million hectares of forest area. Forestry employs over 20,000 people, paying out close to $1 billion a year in salaries and wages. The forestry sector contributes $5.5 billion to the Alberta economy, and the workforce in the prairie provinces in forestry could double by 2020. So it's clear forestry is vital to the Canadian economy, and the federal government must do its part to support forestry workers and processors. The official opposition's motion today calls on the government to support the forestry sector and its workers by securing a softwood lumber trade agreement. The motion also asks the government to denounce efforts by foreign-funded non-government organizations who actively seek to disrupt Canada's lawful and sustainable forest practices and other natural resources development like crucial energy projects that benefit communities and raise the standard of living of all Canadians. Forest ethics, for example, is called pipelines that would safely transport oil to export markets, quote, dirty energy projects. And Greenpeace recently celebrated the cancellation of the Energy East pipeline by calling it a, quote, victory. These groups do not represent the vast majority of Canadians who support responsible natural resources development. They, in fact, actively campaign against the good-paying jobs and benefits that the natural resources sector creates in Canada and on which the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians depend. The most recent softwood lumber agreement expired over 2 years ago. There is no agreement to protect Canadian forestry workers. The negative impacts of this Liberal failure are huge. The last softwood lumber dispute cost the Canadian forestry sector $5.3 billion. The previous Conservative government negotiated a new agreement within 3 months of coming into office in 2006. Conservatives took action again in 2012 and negotiated a 2-year extension which protected the Canadian forestry sector and workers until October 2016. It provided the forestry sector with certainty and stability, unlike this Liberal inaction which has put the sector and workers' livelihoods at risk. On March 12th, the then Minister of International Trade heralded a real breakthrough on softwood lumber negotiations and said there would be the structure of a deal within 100 days. The deadline came and went. No softwood lumber deal, as challenging but productive talks drag on, was the headline after that deadline passed. The tariffs that are currently being imposed on Canadian producers are as high as 24%, which will undoubtedly lead to job losses for Canadians and will make it increasingly difficult for Canadian forestry producers to thrive. Forestry is an important part of Alberta's economy, providing over 20,000 Alberta jobs. And the forest products industry is Alberta's third largest manufacturing industry and the second largest manufacturing export industry. But because of Liberal inaction, these jobs and the economic contributions from the forestry sector are at risk. With the countervailing and anti-dumping duties combined, Alberta forestry producers are faced with trade barriers as high as 30%, with no clear remedy in sight. This, in addition to the mountain pine beetle infestation, is causing real damage. In Alberta alone, for example, nearly $500 million has been spent to fight the mountain pine beetle, but it continues to spread. In fact, 6 million hectares of land are currently at risk. Albertans know the impact of hard times in the forestry sector. In Lakeland, Miller Western had to shut down their sawmill in Boyle. In a town of 950 people, 10% of the population lost their jobs, and it eliminated roughly $250,000 in property taxes and other revenues annually for the village. It's devastating. But there are many success stories. Alberta Pacific Forest Industries, Inc. is a pulp and paper company also in Lakeland. Alpac is one of the top 100 employers in Canada, one of the top 100 employers of young Canadians, and is recognized as being one of the top environmental companies in the world. In addition to their pulp products like paper and tissue, Alpac also produces renewable energy from forest biomass to power their mill site. This is a great Alberta story. As a key contributor to Alberta's economy, it's crucial that the Liberals secure a new softwood lumber agreement. Paul Whitaker, President and CEO of the Alberta Forest Products Association, said, quote, "If you look at the significant challenges facing Alberta's forest sector, if item 1 is the mountain pine beetle, item 2 is the future of the softwood lumber agreement." He went on to say, quote, "It provides a stable and predictable platform for trade with the most significant to Alberta external market that we have." In 2014, 24% of Alberta lumber processed by member companies of the Alberta Forest Products Association went to the United States. But with still no deal, it's clear that the Liberals need to change their approach to negotiating. Naomi Christensen, a softwood lumber expert with the Canada West Foundation, says Canada needs to show the U.S. government how increased tariffs on Canadian lumber will negatively impact American consumers. Increasing tariffs on Canadian lumber products will actually cause higher housing prices for Americans, lost jobs, and lost wages. She also says, quote, "There's only one real reason behind the U.S. Lumber Coalition's move to petition the Commerce Department to place duties on Canadian softwood lumber. It's to raise the price of lumber. Yet, while the U.S. domestic industry benefits from higher profits, U.S. consumers lose out. This is clear by looking at the effects of the duties prescribed by the recently expired softwood lumber agreement. Ranging from 0% to 15% depending on the price of lumber, U.S. producers earned more than $4 billion because of the duties, according to the Montreal Economic Institute. Meanwhile, U.S. consumers paid an extra $6 billion. Prior to the U.S. government imposing duties on Canadian lumber, it was estimated by the U.S. National Association of Home Builders that imposing a 25% tariff on Canadian softwood lumber imports would result in nearly 8,000 American jobs lost and $450 million in lost wages. Ms. Christensen points out Canada can motivate the U.S. to remove these tariffs. She says, quote, "The housing market plays a major role in U.S. economic health. After the Great Recession of 2008, the U.S. economy only began to recover when the housing market did, and Canadian lumber aided this recovery. Imposing duties high enough to significantly restrict the export of Canadian lumber to the United States will raise prices, decrease consumption, and slow growth. A cooling housing market will make it difficult to boost growth in the American economy as a whole." In other words, the Liberals need to make it abundantly clear to the United States how imposing high tariffs on Canadian lumber imports could in fact have significant negative impacts on Americans. Unfortunately, it appears that the Liberals haven't convinced the U.S. and are not concerned with securing a new agreement to protect Canadian forestry workers despite all that Liberal rhetoric. This continued uncertainty is bad for workers, is bad for Canada's world-class forestry industry, and is bad for the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Forest, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've often been called Robin Hood. So I'm pleased to ask a question to my great colleague and, in fact, neighbour in terms of ridings about this important motion on softwood lumber. I think what we see in general is when it comes to foreign policy or relationship with the United States, a government that prioritizes image over actually getting results. They were very proud of a state dinner that they had under President Obama, but yet under President Obama and now under President Trump, they had two opportunities to pursue an agreement on softwood lumber, and we don't see any results. Contrast that to the approach of Prime Minister Harper, who said right out of the gate, yes, we want to have a good relationship, but there are certain things that are a priority for Canada. We want to get these things done, and right out of the gate, when Prime Minister Harper was elected, we got a softwood lumber deal done, a deal that had eluded the previous Liberal government. So I wonder if my colleague can just comment on why it is important that our foreign policy, our trade policy, our engagement with other countries on economic issues prioritize Canadian interests and values, not the kind of purely symbolic, image-based photo ops, really, that don't have any practical relevance to Canadians.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
I'd just like to thank my prolific and effective colleague for the question. And I think, not surprisingly, that he's bang on. I think all of us recall when the Prime Minister went to Washington for his first trip and met with the then president, who our Prime Minister lauded having a diplomacy and a bromance with, but failed to even bring the Natural Resources Minister on that trip. And as my colleague rightfully points out, there have been many opportunities and visits to the United States, including, pictures with business owners to bolster the Prime Minister's own credentials as a feminist, instead of focusing on implementing a trade deal to protect Canadian forestry workers and to advocate for Canada's world-leading responsible natural resources development overall. It is completely mind-boggling that 2 years in, the Canadian government has not yet been able to secure a softwood lumber agreement, while on a number of fronts in natural resources development, they themselves cause continued uncertainty and instability with regulatory changes. So it seems like this is a bit of a pattern of the Liberal government, despite all their big talk.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the following question. When the Conservatives were in power and they were negotiating for softwood lumber, they lost 42,000 jobs just in Quebec. There were many jobs lost in Lac-Saint-Jean. Instead of talking while they were in power about the forestry industry and how important it was, they spent a lot more time talking about the oil and gas industry. I don't see how they're different from the Liberals on this matter. And furthermore, during their negotiations, they conceded $1 billion to the United States. That's a lot of money and a lot of jobs that were lost in Quebec and Canada. In Canada, 134,000 jobs were lost under Conservative leadership under Harper. And so to bring this motion forward today, everyone agrees to say that this is extremely important. But when they were in power, they demonstrated that many thousands of jobs were lost in the forestry sector, including in Quebec.
Well, just to start off, to give my friend from the NDP some political advice, this Liberal government desperately wants to keep the soft NDP voters who voted for the Liberals the last time around on side. And so in order for the NDP to be successful in the next election, they really need to be focused on the government that needs to be accountable to Canadians right now and try to take some of their votes back. That's just, one aspect of some planning they might want to undertake over the next 2 years. But to her point, I'm kind of confused because the facts don't demonstrate that at all. Again, the Conservative government has secured a softwood lumber agreement within 3 months of coming to power in 2006 and renegotiated an extension later on to protect Canadian forestry workers and the Canadian forestry industry. Conservatives proudly support responsible natural resources development in every province, in every community of all kinds that benefits Canadians and the Canadian economy and allows us to play a leadership role in the world unequivocally, and we always will.
Before resuming debate, I just want to remind the honourable members that there are speeches being given and debate going on, and it's nice to hear everybody talking amongst themselves, but it's rather difficult to hear what's being said. And the honourable member for Peace River Westlock, it's about 6 minutes, and then he'll have 4 minutes left when debate resumes. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the support of the softwood lumber industry. Mr. Speaker, all of us, no matter what aspect of our lives, we touch up against the softwood lumber industry. I had an opportunity recently to tour DMI up in Peace River, and they gave me a 3-page document on all the companies where their product ends up in the final product. You'd be pleased to know, Mr. Speaker, products like Kleenex start out in northern Alberta in the form of a tree. Products like Pampers, products like the very paper right in front of us started out as a tree up in northern Alberta. So, Mr. Speaker, this is very important to each and every one of us in the very fact that Western civilization, the lives that we all lead, the quality of life that we lead, the products that we use are bound up in the softwood lumber industry. Mr. Speaker, I recently had a report on my desk that said that 127,000 jobs in northern Alberta, in the northern half of Alberta, are affected by the softwood lumber industry. 127,000 jobs. That's just in northern Alberta. That says nothing to the jobs across Canada. I know that 85% of the softwood lumber produced in North America, sold in North America, is produced in Alberta or BC. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is a very important part of the Canadian economy. Now, when I say 127,000 jobs are affected, we often take that as just one large number, but I'd like to take it down to the individual level as well. So I want to talk a little bit about Mark. Mark is a mechanic in Whitecourt. He works for he's a self-employed fellow. He has a small tax shelter that he works out of. It's a personal corporation. He works there every day. He works for a number of different logging companies, fixing up their logging equipment. That's who we're talking about when we defend these kinds of jobs. Now, Mark is raising his family in Whitecourt, and I know that his family moved to the Whitecourt area because of the economic opportunities of the Whitecourt area. I also want to talk a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about a buddy named Guido. Guido drives a logging truck during the winter and he farms during the summer. I think if you were listening the other day, I talked about this same fellow the other day. Guido's life, or his ability to farm, comes from the very fact that he is able to drive logging truck during the winter. He is able to make money during the winter in order to put his inputs in the spring. And as I said the other day, he also had significant crop failure last year, and so he had to save up the money again this year in order to put his crops in, and it's not looking great for his crop this year again. So hats off to Guido for the efforts, but it does speak to the fact that we need the softwood lumber industry in Canada, and we need to support the softwood lumber industry. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about softwood lumber industry, it's people like Guido and it's people like Mark that I think about when I'm talking about it. I'm not thinking about the next prize that I'm going to get from an international organization. It's not about looking for a seat at the UN Security Council. It's not about being able to say that Canada's back wherever this may be. Mr. Speaker, it is about looking after Canadians and ensuring that each and every one of us has the opportunity and the ability to make a living in order to support our family. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with that in mind that I come to the defense and I come to the recognition of what the softwood lumber in Canada does for each and every one of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I recently had a roundtable on the particular topic of softwood lumber. I hosted that one in my riding. The member from Prince Albert came up to visit with us, and the industry folks that we met with are very much concerned about where we are headed with the softwood lumber agreement. They know that without the agreement, we end up in an area where our products are significantly put at a disadvantage, and we need to ensure that we can avoid the high tariffs that have been in place, and that we can ensure that our product, which is some of the best product in the entire world, can compete on the world stage, and particularly in the market of North America. I know that one of the things that they repeatedly brought up was the idea of quotas that could come into force without the new agreement. I know that they brought that up significantly, and each and every time they mentioned the quotas, they were concerned about how Alberta in particular would be affected, because they said the last time around there was an agreement and the production was divided up across the country, and Alberta seemed to always beat or exceed their target or mandate, and so they were forever penalized under the tariff regime. So they want to ensure that whatever agreement that does come out in the next agreement, which we are hopeful any day will happen, they want to ensure that Alberta gets its fair share of the quota if that is, in fact, the direction that this government is going. I know that for the sake of the 127,000 jobs in northern Alberta, it is crucial that we get a softwood lumber deal. I know that we have been pushing hard for that, and I want to make sure that the government continues to work hard to get a softwood lumber deal sooner rather than later. So with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes remaining for his speech following the question period. Statements by members. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise as the Member of Parliament for Sunnyvale to honour our beloved Canadian actor and trailer park boy, John Dunsworth, who passed away this week. He cared about those around him and showed by mentoring others and working hard to rid Nova Scotia of VLTs. He loved theatre and performed in many productions on Halifax's Neptune Theatre stage. John believed in the Nova Scotia film industry and those working in it. From building stages, running his casting company, to appearing in countless films and television productions, Mr. Speaker, he did it all. But he's best known as Dartmouth's own Mr. Jim Leahy on the Trailer Park Boys. An epic trailer park supervisor we will never forget. And as Mr. Leahy would say, we'll have a little drinky poo for you tonight, my friend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My favorite time of the year is just 2 short months away. With the Christmas season just around the corner, Canadians from across the country will be spending special time with their families and friends. Christmas is a time to reflect on our many blessings in Canada while also celebrating the birth of Jesus, the Saviour for all the world. Some timeless words from Luke that have given all mankind joy and hope over the centuries. Then the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people. For there is born unto you this day in the city of David a Saviour, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign unto you. You will find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes lying in a manger." And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." May the Christmas story of this humble birth in a stable remind us of the real hope given to all of us. From our Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies family to everyone across Canada, Merry Christmas.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell you how proud I am of my friend Guy Larouche, Mayor of Roberval, for having risen to the challenge of hosting the prestigious Naturalia Conference for 2017 in his magnificent city of Roberval. This is the most important natural resources and major projects forum in Canada. I am proud to have given my full support to this extraordinary adventure that is wrapping up today. I am in awe of the success of this event and the quality of the 650 participants who made Lac Saint-Jean shine and showcased our natural resources sector champions. Not only our forestry industry, but also our aluminum industry, mining sector, and future technology sector were extraordinarily well represented. Congratulations to all the organizers for their amazing success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Diwali is the festival of lights, signifying the triumph of good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. Diwali represents the time of new beginnings, a time of optimism and of renewal. Diwali is celebrated by Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists around the world, including in my riding of Burnaby South. During this special time, families, friends, and communities come together to celebrate, enjoy entertainment, and of course, enjoy delicious food. In Canada, celebrating Diwali enriches our multicultural society as people of different ancestries and religions take time to share their traditions and contribute to Canada's ever-growing diversity. On behalf of my NDP colleagues, to all those celebrating Diwali across Canada, I wish you and your family happiness, prosperity, and peace. Diwali Mubarak, happy Diwali.
The honourable member for Quebec-Matapat.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an iconic partner in food production and agriculture for my riding. McCain Foods, who this year is celebrating 60 years of passion, potatoes, and partnerships with Canadian farm families, serving up goodness from their family to yours. In 1957, the McCain brothers founded the company in their hometown of Lawrenceville, New Brunswick. Today, while McCain is still family-owned and headquartered in New Brunswick, it has grown to over 41 production facilities across 6 continents, employing more than 17,000 people around the world. In fact, 1 in every 3 French fries around the world is a McCain French fry. From farm to fork, this innovative Canadian business has generations of potato growing under their belt and knows what it takes to put good food on your table. McCain is proud to partner with Canadian farm families in 3 provinces who collectively produce more than 80,000 acres of high-quality potatoes. McCain Foods will also tell you that their people are the secret ingredient to their delicious products and the core reason for their worldwide success. 60 years ago, brothers Harrison and Wallace McCain co-founded McCain Foods on the belief that good ethics is good business, and this still holds true today. Congratulations to McCain Foods, and all the best in the future.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Hodgson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, high winds fueled a wildfire that tore through Cypress County north of Hilda. The quick response from local farmers, residents, and volunteer firefighters helped put out the fire, but not before it destroyed several family farm homes, along with a significant amount of property, including livestock. In most communities across Canada, the commitment of these volunteers saves lives and livelihoods. Yeah. Tragically, the fire claimed the life of volunteer firefighter James Hargrave, a dedicated young husband, father, rancher, and community leader known for his involvement with land stewardship, environmental issues, and advocating for Canada's farming and ranching industry. James's passion was operating the 5-generation JH Ranch north of Walsh, and he is the grandson of Bert Hargrave, who proudly stood in this House as the Member of Parliament for Medicine Hat years before me. James leaves behind his wife, Elizabeth, their 4 children, Hudson, age 6, Alex, 4, Savannah, 2, Isabel, 6 months. Our hearts go out to all of those who were impacted by this fire, and especially to James's family and his many friends. Our community, our province, indeed our country is less because of the loss of James Hargrave. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don Valley West is the new home to close to 1,000 Syrian refugees. On Sunday night, I hosted 250 of them at a Thanksgiving concert. We were enthralled by the world-class musicians from Looking at the Stars Foundation, which brings classical music to people who may not have a chance to hear great music, music that transforms them and transports them to places of beauty, compassion, and grace. Dmitry Kanovich, a refugee once himself, founded Looking at the Stars. He brought together musicians Lucas Genesis, Yolanda Bruno, Joe Johnson, and Barry Schiffman for a magical evening. It was supported by the Consulate of the United Arab Emirates and volunteers from Lawrence Park Community Church and Leaside United Church who responded to my call for help. Settling refugees well takes a government that welcomes those in need of protection. It takes community agencies like Thorncliffe Neighbourhood Office and New Circles who give direct service, and it takes settled Canadians who open their hands and their hearts to help them flourish in this country. Together, we make Canada stronger and better.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today and wish a happy Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas to all those celebrating in Winnipeg South and across the country. Diwali, known as the Festival of Lights, is one of the most important holidays in Hinduism. It celebrates the triumph of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. Bandi Chor Divas is celebrated by Sikhs all over the world. On this day, we reflect on the values of courage, compassion, and freedom for all. Last Saturday night, I had the pleasure of joining a Diwali event hosted by the Hindu Association of Manitoba. It was a fantastic evening featuring great cuisine and cultural performances. Over 5,000 Manitobans attended to celebrate Indian culture. I helped light the diyas and shared a meal featuring mithai. It's great that in this country we can experience all the flavors and textures of so many cultures right in our own backyard. Again, I would like to wish a happy Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas to all those celebrating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the iconic Block Parent Program of Canada will be celebrating its 50th birthday in 2018.
In communities of every region of Canada, this initiative is often the only volunteer safety program available for people who want to keep their community safe. The program has been supported by Department of Public Safety Canada over the past 26 years with a tiny contribution of $22,000 annually.
But all of a sudden, on the eve of the program's 50th birthday, the Minister of Public Safety has decided that these volunteers' efforts are not worth it. Without a second thought, the Minister has decided to end that partnership of community volunteers, police services, and the Government of Canada by cutting that tiny contribution. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals have a penchant for out-of-control spending, but ending such an important program is a blatant lapse in judgment. We always knew that the Liberals didn't take the safety of Canadians seriously. Well, here's yet even more proof of that.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my 2 years as Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, I've been privileged to visit many different places of worship. No matter where we come from or how we worship, I have continually been impressed by the values and priorities that we all hold in common. Our love for our families, our community, and our great country, and our desire to give a better life to our children. I believe there is so much more we can accomplish for the community together when we harness our collective energy and passion. That's why we have launched the Scarborough Centre Multi-Faith Council. I hope this group can work to understand and bridge our differences to promote respect and harmony. As our first event, the Scarborough Muslim Association recently hosted a Thanksgiving dinner at the local mosque where people from all faiths came together in fellowship to break bread and learn from one another. It was a great evening, and I look forward to seeing what this group can accomplish. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, on October 18th of each year, Canadians celebrate Persons Day. This day marks the pivotal moment in 1929 when the famous five Canadian trailblazers fought for women to be legally recognized as persons under our Constitution. Each year, the Governor-General recognizes Canadians for their outstanding contributions to equality for women and girls. Today, 6 phenomenal Canadian women received the Governor-General's Awards in commemoration of the Persons case for 2017. Betsy Burry, Saskatoon; Micheline Dumont, Sherbrooke; Dr. Ramona Lumpkin, Halifax; Elizabeth Sheehy, Ottawa; Linda Slanina, Kitimat; Melissa Sarifuddin, this year's youth recipient, Toronto. To this year's recipients, you have made your mark, and we salute you for helping to build a more equal and an inclusive country.
And they'll be standing again a little later. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise to mark the passing of a friend and Calgary legend, Joe Carberry. Joe was the familiar voice at the Calgary Stampede for 45 years. His play-by-play brought an unimaginable level of excitement to the Stampede Chuckwagon Rangeland Derby. His deep, gravelly voice, so recognizable that his calling of the Chucks is etched in the memories of anyone who attended the greatest outdoor show on earth. He was a large part of our community and a huge promoter of local sports. He was a class act and refreshingly humble, always ready to help and serve his community in any way that he could. He left his mark on chuckwagon racing. He was loved by the fans. He worked to make the sport safer and accessible to all. Joe will now join his beloved Rose once again. Our deepest sympathies to his daughters Colleen and Kathleen and the entire Carberry family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What a legend.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a very important day. Not only are we celebrating Small Business Week, but today is also Startup Canada Day on Parliament Hill. Throughout the day, more than 1,100 entrepreneurs, investors, industry representatives, and leaders will be planning Canada's innovation ecosystem in the future. These small business owners create and support well-paid jobs for the middle class. I am proud of the fact that our government will be bringing the tax on small businesses down to 9% in 2019 while ensuring that the tax system is fair for all Canadians. I invite all members to join with me in welcoming on the Hill Victoria Lennox and the Startup Canada team to congratulate them for their excellent work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a very, very important fight that was fought many years ago, the women who fought to be recognized as persons. And this morning I had the honor of attending the Governor General Awards for those in commemoration of the Persons case. This year, a citizen of Sherbrooke earned this distinction. Ms. Micheline Dumont, Professor Emeritus in the Faculty of History of the University of Sherbrooke, has authored and co-authored 18 books and leaflets. I would like to personally congratulate Ms. Dumont and thank her for having devoted her life to highlighting an all too often overlooked important part of conventional history. We still need engaged and determined women to achieve a truly egalitarian society. And I would like to say that the words of Ms. Dumont were so important in summing up her career. Women are a part of history. They have a history and they make history.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is reverting back to the time-honoured Liberal tradition of buying used equipment for the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Over Thanksgiving, this government quietly announced that it has begun negotiations with Australia to buy their old fighter jets. This is after the Defence Minister clearly stated that the Liberal government would not be buying used jets for our Air Force. Canadians still remember the embarrassing Liberal purchase of buying used submarines. Instead of learning from their mistakes, the Liberals have doubled down and in doing so sent a direct message to our troops that this government is willing to buy old and tell our armed forces to just make do. The fact is that the Liberal government have turned the replacement of our CF-18s into a circus. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Canadian Armed Forces are tired of the delays. They are tired of the empty rhetoric, and they are tired of this Defence Minister who can't keep his facts straight. And it's finally time for this Defence Minister to do what's in the best interest of our Air Force and immediately launch an open and fair competition to replace our entire fleet of CF-18s.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, Canadians made a choice. They chose a government that wanted to invest in the middle class and all those working hard to join it. Over the past 2 years, that is exactly what we have done. We increased taxes on the wealthiest 1% and reduced them for the middle class. We brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which is more generous for all those 9 families out of 10, and which is not taxable. We made significant investments in home care as well as mental health services, and our plan is working. More than 400,000 jobs have been created, the majority of them full-time. They're jealous, Mr. Speaker. For 2 years now, we have been focusing on the middle class, and I'll tell you something, that's what we're going to continue to do. We're not going to stop now. We're going to do it for our young people, for our children, for our families. We're going to do it for all Canadians.
Order.
Order. Order. Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Finance Minister hid his offshore company in France until he got caught, and then he reported it. He hid from Canadians his millions of dollars in Morneau Chappelle shares in a numbered company in Alberta, despite wrongly telling others it was in a blind trust, until he got caught, and now he's selling them. Why does he expect us to blindly trust that he is not hiding other conflicts of interest in his 8 additional numbered companies that he has across the country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have a process in this country to ensure that ministers don't have conflicts of interest. I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that I disclosed all my assets. I worked with her to ensure that I took an approach that freed me from conflicts. But I called her this morning and I informed her that I was going to take 2 additional steps beyond her recommendations. First, I was going to put my assets in a blind trust. And second, I was going to work with her to ensure that neither myself nor my family have any shareholdings in Morneau Shepell, the company that I used to be with. Finally, I'm going to continue with the conflict of interest screen to make sure that I have no conflict of interest and that Canadians have confidence.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
For the last several months, this finance minister has said that our farmers, plumbers, and other small business owners are a privileged few using fancy accounting schemes to avoid paying their fair share. Right. We now learn that this finance minister used a loophole, putting millions of dollars of shares he was otherwise banned from owning into a numbered company in Alberta in order to continue to earn millions of dollars. Now that this hypocrisy is exposed, doesn't he think it's time to apologize to those business owners he slandered?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, two separate issues there. So let's start with what we've actually been working with on behalf of Canadians. We're working towards...
Order. I'm going to ask the members. I'm asking the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, and others to try to restrain themselves and to wait until it's their turn, if it comes today, to speak, and not speak when they haven't got the floor, as they know the rules don't permit interruptions. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, 2 issues from that question. First, we've been working with Canadians to make sure that we have a tax system that doesn't create advantages only for the very wealthy. We've also ensured that we have tax rates that are low so small businesses can invest across the country. And with respect to my own finances, what I am going to continue to do is to work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that I not only meet all of her recommendations, but even go further to ensure that Canadians have confidence in the long-term future of this country and confidence in the role of the Minister of Finance.
Member for Carleton.
The minister has vast powers at his hands that he would be able to use to advantage the company in which he had tens of millions of dollars of secret holdings. He committed to the Ethics Commissioner in writing that he would recuse himself from any matters that might advantage Morneau Shepell. Can the minister tell us how many times he recused himself from matters relating to Morneau Shepell since he took office?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by setting the record straight. I disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner to meet up to the high standards of integrity that this government wants to continue to uphold. I will continue to do so. What I can say is that we will, on an ongoing basis, continue to work on behalf of Canadians. We know that what's important is that we meet up to their standards. I will ensure that to the extent that there's any approach that the Ethics Commissioner advises me to take, I take. And as I said, I'm going that one step further than any person has before me to divest of my assets in Morneau Shepell.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning in the Globe and Mail that the Minister of Finance had told his colleagues, his former colleagues 2 years ago, that he would put all of his assets in a blind trust. He even confirmed this with journalists. But then he woke up and he decided 2 years later that all members in this House know that it takes 60 days maximum to declare one's assets. But now the light is on. We want to know when the Minister of Finance told the Prime Minister about his conflict of interest. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in our system, we work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that everything in our situation is clear. That's what I did. I did this from the very beginning, and I got the Ethics Commissioner's opinion and followed her recommendations. But today, I spoke with the Ethics Commissioner and told her that I wanted to do even more. A blind trust, and I also wanted to work with her to look at all of my, to sell all of my Morneau Shepell assets. That's very important, to have the trust of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. It took 2 years to understand something so obvious. The mandate letter that the Prime Minister gave to his Minister of Finance says, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny." And we're talking about the Finance Minister here, no less. The man that the Prime Minister was still defending yesterday. When did the Finance Minister tell the Prime Minister that he was in a state of conflict of interest? Honourable Minister of Finance.
I didn't talk to the Prime Minister about this. I spoke to the Ethics Commissioner. That's actually the way our system works. I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that I didn't have conflicts of interest. And in fact, I followed to the letter the approach that she suggested. What I'm saying today is that I don't think the distractions, the slander, the things that are being said across the hall are in any way helpful to our economy or to Canadians. So I'm going to move forward and take an additional step, a step that will ensure the confidence of Canadians and ensure that I can get back to the work that I want to do.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lebasque. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, for 2 years, told his own company that he would be placing his assets in a blind trust. He said that for 2 years. He told the media that he would be placing his assets in a blind trust. For 2 years, he said that he would place his assets in a blind trust. Why did he mislead the media and his colleagues and his company and all Canadians for 2 years? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, to be absolutely clear, the way that we work here with the Ethics Commissioner is to work with her and to explain our situation. We get her opinion and we follow her recommendations. That's what I did. With her recommendations, I was certain that I wasn't in a state of conflict of interest. Now I've decided to do even more. And in this way, we will be able to have even more trust in the Finance Minister. The Honourable Member. If he has so much confidence in what he did, then why did he say the opposite to his colleagues? In the 5 days following the tabling of Bill C-27, which will directly benefit Morneau Shepell, and it's a bill that's sponsored by the Minister himself, the value of Morneau Shepell shares went up by 4.8%. So the Minister has made profits of more than $2 million. As an intelligent person, does he not see that this is a conflict of interest and that he can benefit from it through his own shares? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Clear what I did. I ensured that I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that she understood my situation. I took her recommendations and made sure that I moved forward with them to not have a conflict of interest. Now I've gone one step further. And in order to make sure that there is no possibility of any conflict whatsoever, I actually informed the Ethics Commissioner this morning that I would like to work with her to divest of any shares for me or my family in my former Morneau Shepell employer. That, I think, will give a great deal of confidence to all Canadians.
honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the few days after he personally introduced Bill C-27, a bill designed to attack the pensions of Canadians and help firms like Morneau Shepell, the value of Morneau Shepell's stocks increased by 4.8%. For the finance minister's personal holdings, that represented a profit of over $2 million in just 5 days. That's more money than the average Canadian makes in a lifetime of work. The minister constantly talks about serving the public, but how does pocketing millions of dollars from his work as the minister do anything but serve himself?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, as I said this morning to the Ethics Commissioner, I've taken all of her recommendations because I respect the office of the Ethics Commissioner, and I believe that what she's doing is trying to ensure that we don't have conflicts of interest. I also said that I'm going to move forward with additional steps to work with her and her office in whatever way I can in order to move away from having any of those shareholdings. And that will happen over the course of time. I won't have any understanding of what the actual proceeds will or won't be, and that's the process as it should be.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
For 2 years, the finance minister told the media that he was putting his shares in a blind trust. He told the same thing to his old company. Canadians and even fellow Liberal MPs lived this lie. And his response, 2 years later, I guess, after making millions, now it's time to do the right thing. Talk about Liberal entitlement. These guys really know how to celebrate an anniversary. Too many Canadians already think that too many politicians are just in it for themselves, and now this. Does this finance minister simply not understand that his actions ruin the trust in our institutions? And if he really wants to do the right thing, will he apologize for abusing the trust they put in him?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have a different sense of why Canadians have a distrust in politicians. When people say things that they're aware are certainly not the case, that is why Canadians don't have confidence in politicians. What the member opposite knows is that I fully disclosed my assets to the Ethics Commissioner. I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to get her recommendations, and I followed those recommendations. If the member opposite is actually suggesting that the Ethics Commissioner is not doing a good job, he should come out and say that directly.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a promise of transparency, and today it's clearly the opposite. The finance minister and his company, Morneau Shepell, have benefited from the minister's actions. His company has made money, and the minister still holds shares in that company. He tabled Bill C-27, which will directly increase Morneau Shepell's profits. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. When did the Minister of Finance tell the Prime Minister that he was in a state of conflict of interest, and when did he recuse himself from all discussions on this bill? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the way to ensure that you don't have a conflict of interest in Canada is to work with the Ethics Commissioner, and that's what I did. I explained the situation, she gave me her advice, and I followed her recommendations. That is how you can be certain that you don't have a conflict of interest. Now I'm going to do more with a blind trust, and I will work with the Commissioner to divest myself of my assets and my family's assets in Morneau Shepell. That way, people can trust in my position. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that this discussion with the Ethics Commissioner wasn't done in the goal of having more transparency, but in the goal of finding a way to get around the law. And that's what he did. That's what he's wanted to do since 2013. In 2013, he gave a speech. He was the director of Morneau Shepell at the time, and he talked about the necessity of having a bill that would allow target benefit plans in Canada. In 2016, he delivered the goods. He tabled this bill, which directly benefited the minister and his corporation. When did the minister recuse himself from this discussion? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work for Canadian families and for the middle class in Canada because I know it's very important. We have done a number of very important things in this country. We've reduced taxes for the middle class. We've introduced the Canada Child Benefit. We've improved our pension system for Canadians. And we will continue with policies and measures that will help Canadian families. That is something that's very important for me. I want to continue with that important work and not with these things that are really not necessary and don't need to be talked about.
Opposition House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the Executive Chair of Morneau Shepell said, and I quote, "We need legislation enabling target benefit plans in all Canadian jurisdictions," unquote. So he made it happen. He became the Minister of Finance and he tabled the legislation himself. To make this conflict much worse, Morneau Shepell continued to pay that minister tens of thousands of dollars a month. The question the minister has not answered is why did he not recuse himself around discussions about Bill C-27?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the process for working with the Ethics Commissioner, which all 338 members in this House are familiar with, is actually presenting your assets, working with the Ethics Commissioner to understand her advice, and taking that advice, respecting the officers of Parliament. And what I did was I took the advice, I respected the officer of Parliament, and I moved forward with the conflicts of interest screen, which I know has been put in place for the last year and a half. So that is the way that we do it in this country, and I've decided to take one step further because I think that that's worth doing in my position as Minister of Finance. So I'm looking forward to continuing to do that.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Morneau Shepell thought that the Minister of Finance had placed his shares in a blind trust. We all thought he had placed his shares in a blind trust. He had not done that, and in fact, he was enacting legislation that would directly benefit him and Morneau Shepell. I have a different question. Maybe the minister will answer this. At any time did the minister discuss Bill C-27 with Morneau Shepell while he was Finance Minister? At any time did they discuss this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
No.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Time and time again, the minister has claimed that he's been in full compliance with the ethics law, but now we find out that by his own admission today that he's not been. Well, here's another one, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we learned that the minister has been hiding his ownership of an offshore corporation for over 2 years, something he is obliged by law to disclose. How can any Canadian believe anything that this minister says when he keeps saying that he's been following the law, and we now know that that isn't true?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know the members opposite are familiar with the approach to declaring assets to the Ethics Commissioner, to getting the advice of the Ethics Commissioner, and to moving forward, and that's exactly the approach that I've taken. So
Order. I would ask the honourable member for Calgary Midnapore and others. I know she's new here, but I think she knows the rules by now that one is not to interrupt, and we're to wait. I would encourage members to wait and to wait and save their comments until they have the floor. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Order.
So my situation has been fully disclosed, and what I've now said this morning is that I'm actually going to go a step further, and that step further is, in my estimation, something that is necessary because of the distraction that this places at our feet at this moment. So putting in place a blind trust, making sure that I no longer, or my family no longer has shares in Morneau Shepell, I think will help with the confidence allowing us to do our job.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Minister keeps saying that we have a process. Well, yes, Minister, we do. It's called honesty and integrity. For 2 years, the minister was breaking the law by specifically hiding the ownership of his offshore corporation from the Ethics Commissioner. That's not called compliance. That's not called working with the Ethics Commissioner. It's called hiding from the Ethics Commissioner. When will the minister finally admit that he broke the law?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to address the question directly, I disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner at the time of discussing that with him. We did, in fact, find out later that there was one administrative error which was not substantive. So we've corrected that problem. What I will do on an ongoing basis is work with the annual process to make sure that we disclose everything to the Ethics Commissioner, which will help Canadians to have confidence. And what I know now is that I will ensure that I live by those very high standards, because that will allow me to get on with the work that we want to do to improve the lives of Canadians.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the current bankruptcy process is failing to protect Canadian workers and their families. This is true for the workers and retirees of Sears Canada. And instead of doing something to protect workers, the Liberals continue to support wealthy corporations. Shame. What's worse, we learned yesterday that Morneau Shepell will be handling the administration of Sears Canada's pension plan, which means the finance minister will personally benefit from this liquidation. Is the finance minister comfortable with the fact that alongside Sears executives getting massive bonuses, he's making money while workers lose their benefits?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a difficult time for the workers, their families, and for many communities. That's why our government is making every effort to connect with Sears employees and pensioners with programs that can assist them through this difficult time. We also understand that current Sears Canada pension funds are held in trust and must be used solely for the benefit of the pensioners. So we'll continue to engage and work with the employees, their families, to make sure we help them during this difficult time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, it's clear. Our bankruptcy laws simply do not protect our workers, and this government is doing nothing to fix the situation. Workers at Sears Canada are laid off without severance pay. Retirees are at a risk of having their pensions cut, but the executives are still getting their bonuses. And who's benefiting from this agreement? The Minister of Finance. How can the Liberals accept that their minister is getting rich at the expense of these unfortunate Sears employees and retirees? Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that this is a very difficult period for the employees and their families.
Mr. Speaker, we are engaging with them, and all our colleagues are involved to help them out where we can. In particular, Service Canada has been meeting with representatives from Sears Canada across the country. There's been 80 sessions that have taken place, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to work with them in order to assist them in this difficult time, because it's making sure that they have an opportunity to find meaningful employment going forward and to assist them with this difficult time during this transition period, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance may try to camouflage the truth, but when we can see right in front of us all the aspects of a conflict of interest, you have to recognize it as a conflict of interest. The Minister of Finance is responsible for the tax treaty between Canada and Barbados. Barbados is known as a tax haven. Morneau Shepell has a subsidiary. Guess where? In Barbados. Mr. Speaker, did the Minister of Finance recuse himself from discussions about this tax treaty?
The Ministre des Finances.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
While the opposition is focused on me and my personal finance, I'll tell you what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on continuing to work for Canadians. The work we've done over the last couple of years is not finished, but it's a really, really great start. We've got a situation where our economy is growing at a pace that wasn't seen during the years of the previous government. We've seen more growth in employment over the last year than we've seen in a decade. So Canadians are feeling better. Middle-class Canadians have the possibility of getting a job. We know there's more work to be done, and we're going to focus on it.
The Honourable Member for Beauport de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. It's sad to see that someone like the Minister of Finance thinks that he's above the law. The Minister of Finance is responsible for a tax treaty between Canada and Barbados. We've just learned that he finally woke up, thanks to our pressure, and he finally realized that there was too much pressure and that he was in a situation of conflict of interest. Before placing his assets in a blind trust, did he make the effort to recuse himself from all cabinet discussions having to do with this tax treaty with Barbados? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's very important to have a conflict of ethics system in our country, and I followed the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner, which is a very important thing. It's very important to respect Parliament and all of the rules. I will continue to do this. And to me, being certain that I'm not in a situation of conflict of interest is important, so I've decided to do more. I've decided to divest my assets and my family's assets. I'm going to use a blind trust to be sure that there will be absolutely no conflict of interest.
The honourable member for Lakeland. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about the Finance Minister being responsible for the Canada-Barbados tax treaty. Now Canadians know the Finance Minister owns millions of dollars of shares in his billion-dollar family business, Morneau Shepell. Barbados is a well-known tax haven. The Finance Minister's company has a subsidiary in that country, which means he currently benefits from the tax treaty with Barbados. So the question is clear. Did the Finance Minister recuse himself from all discussions about the tax treaty?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is strongly committed to fighting tax evasion, and our actions demonstrate that. Over the last 2 years, our government has invested nearly $1 billion.
Alors.
Order.
I want to remind members that by making so much noise, you might take a question away from one of their colleagues. And I wouldn't want that. The Honourable Minister,
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that in our last 2 budgets, our government has invested nearly $1 billion, which has allowed us to take concrete steps, Mr. Speaker. We've targeted 4 jurisdictions per year. We are on the right track to be able to recover nearly $25 billion. We had 727 cases transferred to criminal investigations.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that makes it clear the minister hid his money and now he's still hiding from Canadians. Yep. And the Prime Minister directed the Finance Minister to, quote, uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, an obligation that is not fully discharged, the PM said, by simply acting within the law. The Finance Minister directly benefits from the tax treaty with Barbados. He oversees negotiations that set the tax rules between these 2 countries. That's not impartial. He didn't tell anyone. That's not honest. So I ask again, did the Finance Minister recuse himself from all discussions about the Canada-Barbados tax treaty?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the core of that question. The Prime Minister sets the highest standards for integrity of our government. He expects us to follow through on the commitments that we have to make to ensure we don't have conflicts of interest. When we look at conflicts of interest, the way we work towards ensuring we don't have them in our system is working with the Ethics Commissioner. So that's why I did that. That's why I followed her recommendations. I know that in order to do even more, I'm going to take additional steps. What I can make absolutely clear to Canadians is our government remains committed to the highest standards of integrity. We're going to go above and beyond the recommendations to make.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
As the Me Too campaign continues to show the magnitude of sexual assault in our country, Canadian universities just got a grade of C- for their campus rape policies. Sadly, this isn't new. That's why 6 months ago, New Democrats called on the Liberal government to lead a national coordination of policies to prevent campus sexual assault. Women need more than feminist rhetoric. They need action. So when will this self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister truly stand up for women and lead this campaign?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence is preventable, and yet it remains as a significant barrier to gender equality. Our government is committed to ensuring that our daughters and mothers and sisters live free from all forms of violence, which is why we put aside $100.9 million in the first federal strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence, to work on prevention, support for survivors and their families, and to ensure a more responsive legal and justice systems. The work continues, but we're committed to that work.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, The Me Too campaign continues to reveal the full scope of sexual harassment and assault. A pan-Canadian student group gave universities all over the country a C- for their on-campus sexual assault policies. Guidelines on the content of those policies don't exist. The government must coordinate these policies at a national level to prevent sexual assault at our universities. Will the Minister for Youth, a self-proclaimed feminist, lead the effort to coordinate sexual assault prevention policies on our campuses? The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
On campuses, in our workplaces, in homes and communities across the country, we are working to coordinate our efforts with provinces and territories. We work with them to develop the first federal strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence. We are investing in work that campuses across the country are doing. We've invested close to $50 million in organizations across the country to do this important work. The women's movement has been not invested in for the last 10 years by the previous government. We're committed to changing that.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, our government has been working to help grow the economy and strengthen the middle class. The economy is now stronger and growing in ways not seen in over a decade. Canadian businesses and investors can have confidence in our dropping unemployment, our rising GDP, and the strengthening of our investment culture and the environment.
Can the Minister of Finance update this House on our government's plan to ensure that the middle class and those working hard to join it will benefit from this growth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Kitchener-Waterloo for his question and acknowledge that he, like so many of my colleagues, have been of enormous assistance over the last month as we've considered how to make sure that we make sure our tax system is fair while encouraging competitiveness across our country. The next step in that discussion really is about our fall economic statement. And I'm delighted to tell the House that next Tuesday, the 24th of October, we will be bringing forth our fall economic statement to give Canadians an update on the progress we've made and the progress we want to continue to make.
I'm very happy to explain to the Canadians and to this House that next Tuesday, October 21st,
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today the Finance Minister admitted that his ethical standards are in tatters. Ministers are not supposed to directly own shares in companies, especially those they regulate. So to get around that, the minister hid his mega-million-dollar fortune in an Alberta numbered company, dodging ethical guidelines and paying less tax than other law-abiding Canadians. Only a wealthy and entitled finance minister could pull off such a stunt. With his integrity in shambles, will the minister now admit that he's still in a conflict of interest?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there are numerous inaccuracies in that question. Let's start with the very first fact that I disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner. That was very important. Let's move forward to say that I actually took the recommendation.
Order. Perhaps members didn't hear what I said earlier about losing a question, because that could happen very soon. Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
The second step, of course, was taking the recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner so that I could make sure that I was free of conflicts of interest. This is about respecting the officers of Parliament. Now, it's not a surprise to me that the members opposite, who didn't respect Statistics Canada, who didn't respect science, also don't necessarily respect an officer of Parliament. I'm going to continue to do so and live up to the highest standards that Canadians expect of me.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister conveniently forgot the company with the French villa that he forgot to disclose. Last week, I was in Maple Ridge and heard the outrage residents have towards their missing in action MP over his government's hypocrisy on taxes. Small businesses are angry that the finance minister, who is asking them to pay more taxes, receives tens of thousands of dollars per month from a company that he owns and regulates, and that is registered in an offshore tax haven. Why did it take him 2 years to admit that he failed to uphold the ethical standards expected of a finance minister?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the statement was entirely factually incorrect. But let me move forward and say what we've done for Canadians this week. For small businesses across the country, we are moving forward to lower their tax rate. By January 1st, 2019, they will have a 9% tax rate, which is lower than the 10.5% presently. What we're also doing is making sure their system is fair. Businesses will be able to continue to save within their company so that they can actually invest in their business or have a retirement, but we will do that in a way that doesn't advantage the very few that are already successful. So these are important measures that we're going to move forward to help.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
For 2 years, the finance minister used fancy lawyers and fancy accounting schemes to secretly exploit an ethics loophole and maintain control of millions of dollars of Morneau Shepell shares that as finance minister he was banned from owning directly. Changing that scheme 2 years too late and only after his hand was caught in the cookie jar doesn't change the fact that this was corrupt and a conflict of interest. Right. Why did the finance minister work so much harder to hide his conflict of interest than to actually avoid it in the first place?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, based on this question, I can only assume that the member opposite is questioning the advice of the Ethics Commissioner. What I did by exposing all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner is I allowed her to give me advice on how best to move forward to ensure that I didn't have a conflict of interest. And I took those recommendations, respecting the office and making sure that I assured Canadians that I didn't have a conflict of interest. By taking the additional step, moving forward to do things not required of me, I want to make sure that we can continue to do the work that we want to do for Canadians, to make sure that Canadian families are having success and that we're doing better and better over the years to come.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we're questioning this minister's clear conflict of interest. Exactly. Morneau Shepell is a company that administers pensions. It's a company that would benefit from friendly legislation from this finance minister, and that's exactly what happened. The minister introduced a bill to allow target benefit pension plans, the very plans his own company administers. The finance minister personally profited from the decisions that he made as the Minister of Finance. Why did it take 2 years for the minister to realize that he shouldn't be both the Minister of Finance and the Minister for Morneau Shepell?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we are going to move on from this discussion around the personal finances. We're going to ensure that we do the work that Canadians want us to do. We know that dealing with conflicts of interest, that's important. We've done that. I've taken an additional step. Now what we're going to do is we're going to work to ensure that the growth that we've seen in our economy continues, that the jobs that we've grown in our economy help families, and that we can continue to add more new jobs. That's the work that we're committed to doing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Okay, Zanjanong First Nation, adjacent to the Cerny Industrial Complex, has suffered high incidences of cancer, rashes and respiratory diseases, yet minimal enforcement action by Conservative or Liberal governments on repeated spills and pollution incidences. This First Nations calls for a health impact study mirror others being ignored. The Environment Minister has a duty to regulate toxins. The Health Minister has a mandatory duty to take action where toxins impact health. What is their excuse for failing to protect this suffering community?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Sarnia with the First Nations is very worrying. We are encouraged by the steps that the Ontario government is taking, and we're working very closely with them. This is exactly why we need to ensure we always have strong regulations for clean air and to protect human health. We are looking forward to strengthening the Canadian Environmental Protection Act.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. This week, the Québécois organization Vigilance OGM said that apparently 5 million GMO salmon were sold in Quebec. Yet Provigo, IGA and Metro have said they wouldn't sell any because the Canadian public does not want to eat any. Does that mean that Quebecers unintentionally ate GMO salmon? Did this genetically engineered salmon wind up in institutions like hospitals or prisons? Canadians want transparency. Why did the Liberal government not listen to Canadians and demand mandatory labeling of GMO products?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the safest, most affordable, and most abundant food supplies in the world, and that is due in no small part to our science-based regulatory system. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to studying the evidence and making decisions using the best available data. Health Canada scientists conduct a rigorous pre-market safety assessment of all genetically modified foods prior to allowing their sale on the Canadian market.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. The Finance Minister's letter was specific. In 2015, he told all the owners of his company, Morneau Shepell, and Canadians that he would put his assets into a blind trust. He clearly knew what the right thing to do was. But instead, he chose to use a loophole and continue to deliberately hide and control millions of dollars. Another important question is, what Canadians need to know, when did the Prime Minister, was he complicit or deceived? When did he know?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to be absolutely clear, disclosing all my assets was very important, and that's exactly what I did with the Ethics Commissioner. That's the way the system works. I did that because the Prime Minister asked myself and all of the members of our government to live up to the highest standards of integrity. Working with the Ethics Commissioner and taking her recommendations is really respecting the role of that officer of Parliament. We will continue to respect the role of Parliament and take her recommendations as opposed to the ill-informed recommendations across the hall.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just going to remind the Finance Minister I will not be shamed by his personal lack of respect for this Parliament, so thank you. I'm just going to remind him that his job was to uphold the highest standards of honesty and partiality, that he should arrange his personal private affairs with the conflict of interest rules, and it was just not beyond the letter. It was the letter of the law that may be there, but his job was to go over and above. So I'm asking now, can the Finance Minister confirm, was he hiding this from the Prime Minister as well? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've been very clear to say that the Prime Minister expects us to live up to the highest standards of integrity, and that's what we've done here. He expects us to work with the Ethics Commissioner. He expects us to take the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner and put them into place. In my situation, the Ethics Commissioner gave me some very specific ideas on how I could best ensure that I didn't have conflict of interest. I followed those recommendations. Now I'm going to take some additional steps to go even further. That, Mr. Speaker, I think will assure all Canadians of confidence in this role.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts. The Prime Minister clearly instructed the Finance Minister to arrange his private affairs in a way that would bear the closest public scrutiny. The Finance Minister told Morneau Shepell and the press that he would place his holdings in a blind trust to avoid conflicts of interest. But 2 years later, we now know that he did no such thing. What? I'll give the Minister another opportunity to answer the question. When did he tell the Prime Minister that he chose not to put his assets in a blind trust, despite committing to do that?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to actually go to the real facts as opposed to the alternative facts and give a little explanation to the member opposite. So the real facts are that I gave all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner so that she could determine the best way to avoid conflicts of interest. She told me that the best measure of compliance was to put in place a conflict of interest screen, which is exactly what I did. So complying with the Ethics Commissioner, respecting an officer of Parliament, that's the way we'll continue to comport ourselves. And in fact, I'm going to go some steps further than that.
The Honourable Member for Markham Thornhill.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's tourism industry is having another fantastic year in 2017.
Of Markham Thornhill, we welcome record numbers of visitors from around the world who came to visit family to celebrate Canada's 150 in one of Canada's most diverse regions. Can the Minister of Small Business and Tourism update this House with the latest news on Canada's thriving tourism sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est une journée formidable pour l'industrie.
It's a great day for the tourism industry.
January to August 2017, we welcomed over 14.6 million international tourists, up 4.3% from 2016. And this is especially great news during Small Business Week, as most of Canada's tourism businesses are small businesses. More visitors means more growth in the sector, which means more jobs for Canadians. 10.5% of this year's visitors are from China. Amazing news as we prepare for the 2018 Canada-China Year of Tourism. As I'm on my feet, I'd like to wish everyone celebrating Happy Diwali. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that negotiating a new softwood lumber agreement has never been a priority for this government. For example, in Lac-Saint-Jean, more than 5,000 jobs depend on this vital sector. Jobs that are made very vulnerable by the new American administration's tariffs. Liberal inaction could have disastrous consequences for thousands of families that depend on the forest. Will today's government do the only logical thing and defend this vital industry against harmful attacks by foreign-funded groups and support the opposition motion to defend our forestry workers? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I want to assure my colleague that a priority for our government and for me personally is the softwood lumber issue. It is a very important issue for us and for Canadians. I will repeat and emphasize that countervailing duties imposed by the U.S. Department of Trade are unfair and punitive. We are working closely with Quebec and the industry and workers. But I also want to highlight that we want a good agreement, not just any agreement. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the Finance Minister that's out of touch, there's also the Minister of Heritage. Tuesday, in response to a report from the Heritage Committee, which asked for real measures to be taken to help media and cultural industry, the Minister said that options are being explored after 2 consultations, 3 reports, and 3,000 people consulted for 18 months. Seems to me that the situation should be clear enough. It is critical, and the Minister needs to act and act now. But her answer was to send the ball into the CRT's court for it to explore options in a year. When will the minister do her job and respond to the urgency of this situation? When will she wake up and protect the people she's supposed to protect because she is the Minister of Heritage, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question and for his work on committee. During our consultations, and after the excellent work done by the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, we heard Canadians insist on the importance of the news and local information. Our approach will be guided by the principles of healthy democracy, which depends on a healthy journalistic sector, and government policy needs to respect the independence of the media. We thank the committee and this member once again. The member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. As a former teacher and cadets officer, and as a member of the Standing Committee on National Defense, education of the members of our armed forces is very important to me. We should offer our soldiers many varied learning opportunities that will enhance their military leadership skills. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence update this House on the new partnership that will leverage university expertise on continuing education for our soldiers in the Montreal area? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for his question and for the interest that he has for education in general. Canada's Armed Forces recently signed an agreement with the University of Montreal in order to offer, as of this fall, leadership programs for the regular forces and the reserves. This training is high level and it's offered in a stimulating environment. It will allow participants to acquire skills that would allow them to become better leaders within the armed forces and within civil society.
Thornhill.
So, Mr. Speaker, the minister least capable of relating to the hard-scrabble realities of middle-class small business, the Liberals' chief tax loophole closer, is finally closing a loophole through which he moved his great wealth in clear violation of the spirit of ethical guidelines and the law. But there's still the minister's unreported private corporation in France. Mr. Speaker, can the Finance Minister tell us whether he's been served notice by the Ethics Commissioner of his violation of the Conflict of Interest Act?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've reported to this House, I disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner, and as I found out recently, we did have an administrative oversight around the approach that I took to actually purchase a house. So we've corrected that oversight, and I've worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that that is clear.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Order. Order.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, cheesemakers in Lac-Saint-Jean and all of Quebec still have not been compensated for losses they will experience with the free trade agreement with the European Union. Supply management is being threatened by the TPP and NAFTA. And what is the Prime Minister doing? Taking selfies. What is the Prime Minister waiting for? Rather than playing at being a star, what is he waiting for to send a clear message to American and Asian negotiators? Without supply management, there is no negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And in fact, I think my honourable colleague is well aware I've announced in this House that the Government of Canada has put in place a $350 million package for the dairy industry and the supply management sector. $250 million goes to the dairy farmers for innovation, and $100 million go to the processing sector. This government, Mr. Speaker, has supported and will continue to support supply management in this country.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Again, words that say nothing. What are they doing, the 40 members of the shadow cabinet of the Liberals, the 40 members of Quebec's province that are in the Liberal government? Everybody's paying attention to NAFTA negotiations, and other negotiations are taking place on the future. Order.
Félicitations, mais c'est le temps d'écouter.
It is time to listen. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île has the floor. Listen, please. While the eyes of the agricultural world are paying attention, are on NAFTA negotiations, other negotiations are being done on the future of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and supply management is still on the table. We ask if the Minister of International Trade will commit to not using supply management as a bargaining chip in negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership at the expense of Quebec. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have said so. The Prime Minister has been clear. We will always defend supply management. We've said it in English and in French. Mr. Speaker, the 40 Liberal MPs on this side of the House are working for farmers throughout the entire country, and I can assure you that we will always be there to defend supply management. We have always worked for farmers. People know it, Mr. Speaker, and on this side of the House, we don't just ask questions, we act.
Order. Alors, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2017 Governor General's Awards in commemoration of the Persons case: Betsy Bury, Elizabeth Sheehy, Micheline Dumont, Linda Slanina, Melissa Seraphadine, and Dr. Ramona Lumpkin. And now I believe the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have the usual Thursday question, and I will keep it short today. I will just ask the House Leader if she could please tell us what she has planned, what the government has planned for the rest of this week and for next week. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue debate. The debate we began this morning on the Conservative Party's opposition motion. Tomorrow we'll begin debate on Bill C-46, the impaired driving bill, at report stage.
Next Monday, shall be an allotted day. For the remainder of next week, we will resume debate on Bill C-46 and also commence debate at report stage of Bill C-49, transportation modernization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The day.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the opposition motion on support for forestry workers in the name of Mr. Reyes.
Order. I would encourage honourable members to take their conversations outside because the honourable member for Peace River Westlock has 4 minutes remaining in his speech. Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the softwood lumber agreement. Like I was saying earlier, Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber in my riding, I always say that to folks that we have a very diverse economy up in northern Alberta, supported by three legs: the oil sector, the forestry sector, and the farming sector. Now, what a lot of people think of when they hear that is think, oh, so-and-so works in the oil sector, oh, so-and-so works in the forestry sector, oh, so-and-so works in agriculture. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you that when we look at it from Ottawa, that's what it looks like. But when we get on the ground, it's often much more the case that it's a mixture of all three. For example, one of my constituents, he works as a local farmer. His family owns a dairy farm. But I know that he also works as an auto mechanic on the farm as well. He does takes some customers from off the farm, and he works on their trucks, for example. But then he also services like 8 or 9 gas wells right around his home there. So that's an interaction between the farming community and the oil and gas industry. I know many farmers, Mr. Speaker, who are good at running equipment. They've grown up driving tractor. They've grown up running the combine. They've grown up digging drainage ditches with the high hoe. They've grown up clearing land with the Caterpillar. And those skills that they've learned on the farm growing up, they've then been able to translate into jobs in the oil patch. And so often, many of them will be building roads in the oil patch. They still continue to farm. They do that during the summer, and during the winter, they go off, take an oil patch job. Others, Mr. Speaker, take on a job with the forestry industry. I know many farms you will drive by in northern Alberta will have a logging truck parked on the farm somewhere, and they will subsidize their farm with some logging income. Many of them already own a big truck to haul the grain in, and they learn those skills and those kinds of things, and they can translate that into a logging operation. And so all of these things come together. Others will be in the service industry. So I talked earlier about my friend Mark from Whitecourt. He works predominantly in the forestry sector. However, many of the people that I know, I think of another friend of mine named Yelta. Many of the trucks that he works on will be oil patch related, and many of them will be for the farming community, and many of those trucks will be for the logging operations that happen. So all of these together make up the vibrancy of northern Alberta, the vibrancy of the northern economy, and the products that are produced in one sector are often used in another sector. So one of the things that we were talking about was the very fact that some of the pulp and paper byproducts are then used within the oil patch. For example, Mr. Speaker, Alberta Newsprint Company, they produce hundreds of thousands of liters of water through their processes, and they can therefore sell that water and it gets used in the oil patch. So it's all an intermixing of the things. Mr. Speaker, if a log comes into Whitecourt on a logging truck, 99% of that log will be used, but it may be used by up to 3 or 4 or maybe 10 different companies that get their hands on it before it is shipped out in the various products that get shipped out from Whitecourt. So, Mr. Speaker, softwood lumber is integral to our rural communities. It is integral to life in northern Alberta, and I ask for the government support on this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my friend for his speech and articulating the importance of the forestry sector. Certainly, I know that, and people in Courtenay Alberni know that. The Alberni Valley was once the highest median income in Canada. It was the Fort McMurray of the oil patch in terms of producing great wealth to Canada. What we've seen, though, in the last 10 years is we've seen an increase in raw log exports of tenfold in 10 years. And that's under the previous Harper Conservative government, under the BC Liberal government, under now a Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that senior levels of government have downloaded to provincial governments and washed their hands of responsibility, but most of this forestry is taking place on private lands, and it is federally regulated, and it needs to be a priority for federal governments. And we haven't seen any action on this. Mr. Speaker, we've seen mill closures in our communities. Right now, Port Alberni doesn't have the highest median income in Canada. It has the highest poverty rate in British Columbia. And even people working in the forest sector that have those very few jobs in raw logs are the only jobs almost left in our community, and they're saying that this isn't right. Mr. Speaker, we need action. We need action in investments in our technology so that we can process our fibre, and we need to stop raw log exports at the speed that it's going right now in our communities, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments as well. And I would also point out to the government that while we wait for a softwood lumber agreement, we are essentially pitting one region of this country against another in terms of just the tariffs that have been imposed upon the individual countries. And so in some parts of the country it's as little as 3% a tariff, but in other parts of the country we're looking at 24, almost 25% tariff. And that is extremely detrimental. I know that the folks up in northern Alberta definitely do not feel that this government has their back when it comes to softwood lumber, and I know that they are looking forward to a response and an agreement soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and we on this side of the House know how important and vital the lumber industry is to communities and workers across this country, and that support is needed. And the member did mention that in his speech. I'd like to just put this question forward. This government has invested $150 million over 4 years to support clean tech, and we've also invested $867 million for a softwood lumber action plan. This, together with our 2017 budget, has invested in forestry unprecedented levels. Would he not commend this side, this government, for making these investments and recognize that this is a priority for us?
Order. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. What the people in my riding continually address is not, they do not want subsidies. What they want is a fair playing field so that they can compete on the international market, and that is what they're looking for. They feel penalized by the Americans with these high tariffs, and they want to ensure that they know that the government has their back. not to pat them on the back and give them a handout, but to say, no, we'll go out into the international community, defend our products, and allow us to fight for our space in the marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more very short question or comment. Question commentaire.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Fial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Richmond-Arthabaska for the motion that he tabled today. This motion is both topical and important, especially for the forest industry in my province, and with regard to the impacts that the lumber dispute with the United States is continuing to have, and the ways that our government is supporting the industry transformation at the dawn of the century of clean growth. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec forest has long contributed to defining our province and its people, and with good reason. 2/3 of our province is covered with forest, and thanks to prudent management and the natural diversity of these forests, the Quebec forestry sector has carved out an important place for itself in our social, economic, and cultural traditions. Astonishingly enough, despite these profound roots, it was only in the 1820s that a provincial forest management system was put in place, with a collection of royalties on lumber that was harvested on Crown lands. At the beginning of the 20th century, our forestry sector developed the pulp and paper industry, marking a new step. Our industry employs some 65,000 Quebecers and exports some $10 billion of forestry products each year. From lumber to cardboard to veneer, including pulp and paper, the forestry sector is the main employer in many Quebec municipalities. Softwood lumber is an essential element of this sector. Some 1 out of 6 forest workers in Quebec is employed by the softwood lumber industry, which accounts for about 1/4 of Canadian lumber exports which almost all go to the United States market. That is why the levying of tariffs and duties to the tune of some 26.75% is a serious threat for the softwood lumber industry in our province. And that is why our government is doing everything in its power to address this situation and to negotiate an agreement that will be fair for everyone. We will vigorously defend the Canadian softwood lumber industry against these unfair duties, including before the courts, and we expect those courts to rule in our favor as they have done before. At the same time, we continue to support the Canadian lumber sector by the implementation of a action plan to the tune of $867 million, which strengthens the industry, supports its workers, and helps diversify the uses and opportunities for our lumber. This action plan includes the following provisions: loans for industry, loan guarantees, and other financial services through the Business Development Bank and Export Development Canada. Access to the work-sharing program to help employers and employees protect jobs. Funding to provinces to help workers find new jobs. New resources for the Indigenous Forestry Initiative to support Indigenous participation in economic development. Extensions of the investments in forest industry transformation and forest innovation programs to develop the next generation of wood products, and access to the Expanding Market Opportunities Program to reach new markets and expand the use of wood construction. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the abilities of the Canadian forestry sector, and we are determined to help this industry and its workers to meet the current challenges and to emerge better for it. Part of our trust is based on the variability of this industry to innovate and to adapt to the economy of clean growth. As the Minister of Natural Resources mentioned, no climate change solution at the global level can succeed without the forestry sector. Why? Because it is the only resource sector that actually reduces the quantity of carbon in the air. Mr. Speaker, this is a crucial sector, and that is why we are making strategic investments in this industry, which includes a number of initiatives in Quebec that are firsts both globally and in North America. For example, through our investment in forestry industry transformation and forestry innovation programs, we have already invested substantially in a trio of Quebec projects, which helps support a forestry industry that is perhaps less well known, but which achieves things that we have never seen before. For example, in Thurso, we invested $9 million in the Fortress Specialty Cellulose plant to support the creation of the first factory in North America that uses birch to produce pulp for chemical processing. This will be able to be used in auto parts, clothing, and even medical equipment, Mr. Speaker. This investment also will allow us to maintain 300 jobs while reducing production costs and energy costs, which shows once again that economic prosperity and environmental protection go hand in hand. Similarly, in Masson-Angers, where we invested $10 million to support SEC Papier Masson to help it implement a new procedure, which is the first of its kind in North America. This will help them produce a wood fiber that will be used in wood composites and plastic. These wood plastic composites will replace non-renewable polymers and will be able to apply broadly, including to interior panels of car doors. Thanks to these investments, the plant will also maintain 110 jobs locally and allow for the creation of new jobs while reducing its energy consumption by 15%. The third investment was made in Bioenergy AE Côte-Nord, Canada, in Port-Cartier, where our government's contribution of $44.5 million is supporting the construction of the world's first commercial installation that employs a technology designed purposely to convert forestry residue in a type of renewable fuel. This fuel will be a cleaner alternative to fossil fuel and will result in the reduction of greenhouse gases of up to 90% as compared to traditional fuels, and it also will be able to be applied broadly, including in the sector of heating and in transportation. Thanks to our government support, forestry businesses, like the three that I have just spoken of, invest in research, develop new products, and find new market openings. Last month alone, thanks to a funding of $1.2 million by our government, the Origin project in the Eco neighborhood of Pointe-aux-Lièvres in Quebec City was inaugurated. This is the highest co-owned, condo building made of solid wood in North America. Now, it is 12 stories high. It is on a concrete base that is 1 story high and is mainly made of cross-laminated wood panels, which really pushes the limits of wood construction. And all the wood used in this project will allow for carbon sequestration of 2,065 tons. Madam Speaker, that is our vision of tomorrow's forestry industry, a vision where the sector has high added value, uses advanced technology, and is a leader of innovation. In addition, it will continue to play a primary role in fighting climate change. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the motion that was tabled does not mention any of these types of initiatives. Instead, it singles out our government for petty politicking. And I won't support it because we have much more important things to do, Madam Speaker. We need to support an industry that, thanks to innovation and clean technology, thanks to world-class stewardship, and thanks to the pressing need that we are seeing worldwide in terms of wood, will help Canada to pave the way for low emission, the low emission economy of tomorrow. I'm proud to say that Quebec is at the heart of these efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his observations. I'm happy to hear him say that there's a lot of investment in innovation, because it's not only the past 2 years that these have happened. The Conservative Party has been investing in forestry in Quebec for the past 10 years, and it's thanks to us that these projects have come to fruition in all regions of Quebec. My question is as follows. He says that this motion is not important and that we're wasting our time with it, but there's an election that's going to happen Monday. Is he saying that for in Lac-Saint-Jean, the forest is not important in that region? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, it's clear that, forestry is part of my DNA, and it's so important for my riding, but I'd like to remind my colleague that I am a mechanical engineer, and I spent 25 years of my life developing products in the forestry industry. And 7 or 8 years ago, I tabled a project, and I brought it to the minister of my region at the time, and you know what the answer was that I got? Well, I didn't even get a phone call back. So I have no lessons to learn from the party across the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I raised this earlier in the House. In my community, we've seen raw log exports go up tenfold in 10 years. Under the previous Conservative government, now under this Liberal government, we now have the highest poverty in British Columbia. We used to have the highest median income in Canada. We used to outpace what is now in Fort McMurray today. We were doing well and thriving, but we processed our wood in Canada instead of sending our wood on ships out of our country. We've seen mills close. We've seen this government do very little to protect those jobs, and it is federal jurisdiction because most of that forestry is happening on private lands. And as I said earlier, even people working in the forest in those jobs in raw log exports, they don't want to see our wood getting shipped out without getting it cut. I want to hear from this member what he's going to do to stop shipping our wood out of our country and create jobs here in Canada now. People can't wait. There's a third of the kids living in poverty in my community right now, and it's because of the economy and because we're shipping our fiber out of our communities.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to explain to him that what I am doing very tangibly to help the forestry in my region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Once again this week, I met with the representatives of Unifor to discuss the reopening of the wafer board plant, which is just about to reopen. But, Madam Speaker, you might note that I am a member who always carries a positive message with regard to the forestry industry, because I have 25 years of experience in that industry, unlike some of my colleagues from the party across the way, who every time they stand up to speak only have negative things to say about the industry. And what is the consequence of that, Madam Speaker? Well, it's that we're starting to have trouble encouraging our young people to get into the forestry industry. My daughter's a civil engineer, and she trained in the lumber industry. And she is wondering if she's going to have to leave Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean because and to go work abroad. So they need to be more positive about the future of the lumber industry, Madam Speaker. Time for another brief question.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor-Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for his speech, and particularly the last comment he made about always being positive with respect to forestry and softwood lumber in order to engage our youth in this area, because it is so important. I would like to ask the member, in terms of the investments that we've made, we know that our government has invested in the Softwood Lumber Action Plan $860 million, and that this industry is one that's responsible for over 200,000 jobs. How our investments have created job creation for the middle class?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. 15 seconds. Thank you. Very quickly, what I would like to say is that in addition to the investments they were making and our vitality, Mayor Gilles Potvin from my municipality is developing economic expansion, and he is supporting my positive message. He is saying that we are the forest in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. So contrary to what we're hearing from the parties opposite, there's an extraordinary future for the forest industry. Thank you.
The débat, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the member from Richmond, North Athabasca, for bringing Canada's softwood lumber industry to the floor of this House as part of his motion. It is impossible to overstate the importance of softwood lumber industry to our country, the Canadian economy, or that many communities that depend upon it. There are more than 600 softwood lumber mills in Canada. Many of them are in remote or Indigenous areas and communities, and many are in my riding of Surrey Centre. In fact, I'm told that my riding has some of the most softwood lumber employees in the country. A lot of these mills are family-owned, and some of them are particularly small and vulnerable operations. Together, these mills are a major employer, providing jobs for some 38,000 Canadians, along with another 32,000 jobs for those working in the forestry and logging operations that are at the core of timber supply. The result? Last year, Canada's softwood lumber industry generated more than $10 billion in exports, more than 3/4 of which were sold south of the border. Madam Speaker, when my father, Mohan Singh Sarai, arrived here to make Canada his home so many years ago, he arrived in British Columbia, home to a thriving and vibrant forestry sector. My father found a well-paying employment in several lumber mills from Boston Bar to New Westminster. And later on, my brothers Par, Raj, and Paul, many cousins, and several uncles all found work in sawmills. In fact, I even married the daughter of a sawmill worker from Fort St. James. My family story isn't unique. It's the story of tens of thousands of families that make their home in British Columbia and in many regions across Canada. The member opposite is right to be concerned about the U.S. Department of Commerce decided earlier this year to impose anti-dumping tariffs and countervailing duties on Canadian softwood lumber, totaling an average of 26.75%. For the hardest hit, those tariffs and duties climbed to almost 31%. That's simply unsustainable. The countervailing duties, which averaged just a fraction under 20%, expired at the end of August, and the U.S. has indicated that it will render its final decision on them by mid-November. That's why our government has plans to continue fighting vigorously for the softwood lumber industry and those whose livelihood depends on it, including through litigation if need be. This is the 5th time Canada has had to defend its softwood lumber industry against U.S. claims in the last 35 years. Independent trade panels have repeatedly found U.S. claims to be baseless. We have prevailed in the past, and we will do so again. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the motion before us, however well-intended, is flawed in 2 key ways with respect to softwood lumber. First, it accuses our government of failing to negotiate a new deal on softwood lumber with the United States. If the member for Richmond or Athabasca is suggesting with his motion that we should just accept any terms with the United States for the sake of a negotiated settlement, then he is simply wrong. We don't want just any deal for Canada's softwood lumber. We want the right deal. We want a durable and equitable solution that is fair to softwood producers, downstream industries, and consumers on both sides of the border. Nothing more, nothing less. And we continue to work toward the end, which is why the motion before us is also flawed in suggesting the softwood lumber file is not a priority of our government. Madam Speaker, the ministers for Foreign Affairs and International Trade speak regularly with their American counterparts in an effort to solve this impasse on softwood lumber. In the meantime, we continue to demonstrate our commitment to Canada's softwood lumber industry in the most powerful way possible by stepping to the plate for its workers and their vulnerable communities with an $860 million softwood lumber action plan. I'd like to highlight some of these measures. Under our plan, Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada have made a combined $605 million in financial products and services available on commercial terms to help viable companies make capital investments and diversify into new markets. There is also more than $160 million to help Canadian forestry industry expand both its product lines and market opportunities. As well, we continue to work with the provinces to ensure that affected workers have the support and adjustment services they need and they deserve. This includes almost $90 million in new funding to extend work-sharing opportunities to help companies retain their employees and assist affected workers who are upgrading their skills for jobs in other fields. And finally, there's $10 million for the Indigenous Forestry Initiative to help Indigenous communities pursue economic opportunities in the forest sector. This is real action. It's meaningful support, and it reflects the priorities we've placed on an industry that has helped to shape our country and define our people. This motion fails to recognize any of that, but I am pleased to note that Canada's softwood lumber producers, their workers, and their communities are appreciative of our efforts. Look at some of the media coverage our action plan has earned. Headlines such as "Forestry Industry Embraces Canada's Nearly $870 million in Softwood Aid," or comments such as this one from New Brunswick's Softwood Lumber Association, quote, "We appreciate the federal government's focus on this," end quote. Here's what the British Columbia Trade Council said: "Everything that we can do to expand markets for our products around the globe helps us decrease our reliance on the U.S. market." We agree. That's why the Minister of International Trade was in China in the spring to promote the use of Canadian wood in home construction, while his parliamentary secretary traveled to Vietnam, Singapore, and Brunei to pursue new export opportunities for Canada's forestry sector. That's why the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development has been in the UK and mainland Europe to tout Canadian wood and wood products. And it's why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs followed up on those efforts with their own trip to Europe. That's why the Minister of Natural Resources recently renewed a memorandum of understanding with China to use Canadian wood in sustainable eco-cities. Our efforts and industry's resilience have us headed in the right direction. Together, we are going to ensure Canada's softwood lumber industry emerges stronger on the other side of this. In fact, it's already happening. As the Minister of Natural Resources has previously indicated, uptake of our softwood lumber action plan has been limited to date as Canadian producers continue to find ways to overcome this unwarranted trade action by our neighbours. It also helps that softwood lumber prices are currently well above the 52-week average highs. It doesn't mean we can let our guard down. There have been some mill closures and job losses, and even one job is one loss too many. So we will continue to work closely with the industry, provinces, and communities. We believe the long-term future of Canada's forest sector is bright, built on some of the world's leading sustainable forestry practices, ongoing technological advancements, and a global urgency for wood and wood products that can help lead in the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, today's motion is remarkably silent on many of these fronts, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments, but I wish I could share his optimism about his government's support for the softwood lumber industry. Does he really believe that his government is making the softwood lumber industry a priority when it wasn't even mentioned in the minister's mandate letters? How can he really believe that it's something important to the government when it's not even mentioned in those letters? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Oh, I'm very confident. Our Prime Minister has spoke several times, in fact, the very first time with the previous President of the United States, the current President of the United States, trade commissioners. I just met with the Premier of British Columbia, the newly minted and the previous Premier of British Columbia, both have been very satisfied at the federal government's efforts in this matter. I've met with COFI, the Coalition of Forestry Industries in British Columbia. They are very pleased at the way our government has taken a stand and has upheld their interests. I have spoken to the forestry sawmills that are in my riding, and there's numerous ones who have been very happy at the direction we're going and the support this government has offered to them, their industry, and their workers. And I am very confident that our government is doing an excellent job, and I'm in complete disagreement with my colleagues' comments that the government is not taking this seriously.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague and friend from British Columbia for his speech. Madam Speaker, in my community in the Alberni Valley, we've seen raw log exports go up tenfold in 10 years. We now have the highest poverty rate in British Columbia. This is after 10 years of a Harper government and now this Liberal government that says they've got a plan of real action. Well, this is what real action looks like right now. Jobs leaving forestry communities. And if we want to support this motion, which is support for forestry workers, that's creating jobs in forestry communities. That means stopping raw log exports and investing in research and development, marketing and retooling in that sector, and obviously coming up with a softwood lumber agreement, which is urgently needed. But I want to hear from my colleague and friend from across the way, what does it take to create a sense of urgency when you had a community like the Alberni Valley and Port Alberni that had the highest median income in this country in the 50s, 60s and 70s, sending buckets of money to Ottawa. And right now they're being left with nothing, no help, and jobs are leaving our communities, mills are closing, a third of the children are living in poverty. What is it going to take to get real action, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia, and he's right. Port Alberni has been a booming town and a valley where forestry sector was very strong. It was very diversified. It has struggled, and I think we need to do more to help that industry grow. I know a lot of pulp and paper mills have also closed, and it's a place that's struggling to merge with the new emerging markets. But I think a lot can be done. I am pretty confident our government is committed to working with the forestry sector in that market and to ensure that job growth is there and that we get the most for that industry, that it's sustainable, that it grows, that it prospers, and that his area as well will prosper once again. But the softwood lumber industry has been a tough sector, and I think the previous government, the Harper government, has neglected that, and it's time to take action on it, and I agree, and we will be lobbying as much as possible to make sure it's a healthy sector in his region.
And comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for this speech. I want to read the motion. Yeah, the motion talks about the damage Greenpeace is doing to the forestry industry. You know, we have a mayor in St. Félicien in Quebec, in Saguenay Valley, says Greenpeace wants our total death. I wonder what the member can tell us what the government is going to do to stand up to Greenpeace, to stop or to end the lies from Greenpeace and end the attack on Canadian jobs in the Canadian forest industry.
Good question.
A brief answer from the member from Surrey Centre, please.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Look, this country stands on free speech. This country stands by science, and this government stands by free speech and science. So people have the right to make their views out in the open. They're allowed to protest. They're allowed to mention their views, and it's this government's duty to act on science and research and data. And I think that's where our government is doing an excellent job, and every environmental agency has their right to their free speech. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Monami, Lalit, Kamouraska, River, Duluth. Speech over. I hope I didn't embarrass that, my honourable friend. Madam Speaker, throwing all kidding aside, I'm happy to be here today to speak about the softwood lumber situation. It directly affects my riding of Yellowhead. We're one of the largest areas of Alberta, along with my colleague to the north in West Loch Peace River, we have most of all the logging in the province of Alberta, which employs well over 100,000 people. So I'm very concerned. You know, back on October 12, 2016, the Softwood Lumber Agreement expired between Canada and the United States, an agreement that was made by the previous Conservative government. Here we are 2 years later, Madam Speaker, with no Softwood Lumber Agreement. 2 years, no Softwood Lumber Agreement. And then, to add insult to injury, the U.S. is back to their old tricks of hammering Canadian forest companies with U.S. duties. And some of those affect the mills in my area, such as West Fraser Limited, which is 24.12%, Madam Chair. That's a pretty high amount. You know, when the Conservatives were in government, they inherited softwood lumber. Well, they didn't inherit. There was no softwood lumber agreement. Sorry. They actually developed a softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. government in 3 months of negotiating. A softwood lumber agreement that was very good for Canada, a deal that saw the softwood lumber industry grow from coast to coast, Madam Chair. You know, in fact, I was on City Council for the City of Fort St. John when this deal was ratified. And I remember just prior to that, the mill in the City of City of Fort St. John was thinking of closing. The markets were poor, no chance of expanding. The mill just up the road from us in Fort Nelson had closed after being open for many years. But then the Softwood Lumber Agreement was signed. And lo and behold, you saw companies looking at the future and saying, hey, we can invest. We can modernize our technology. We can expand our operations and we can make money. In fact, Madam Chair, shortly after that, two major companies in northern British Columbia came together. One was an American company and built a new plywood facility in Fort St. John, employing close to 400 people. That's what a softwood agreement does for you. It gives companies security. It gives them a long-term forecast. We haven't got that today, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, close to 400 jobs are at risk across Canada because we do not have a softwood lumber agreement. This government has failed Canadians, failed the softwood lumber industry. Now, what happens? Oh, they're into NAFTA agreement. They got to try to get NAFTA signed, but they still have this softwood lumber agreement in the back. And they're being hit hard by our U.S. counterparts. And I'm afraid, Madam Chair, that the softwood lumber segment of our country is going to hurt. You know, Madam Chair, close to 20% of Canada's GDP comes from Canada's natural resources. And those natural resources, of course, are energy, mining, and forestry. So a big portion of the money that this country runs on comes from forestry, right across this country. You know, Madam Chair, I think today the Prime Minister is in Lac St. John, I believe, a community of over 5,000. It's a softwood lumber community, softwood lumber region. And yet, you even go back to the Prime Minister's letter of intent, he never mentioned softwood lumber at all. Does this Liberal government have a plan regarding softwood lumber? It makes me wonder, Madam Chair, because 2 years of negotiations have failed to give us a softwood lumber agreement. The three sectors I just spoke about, Madam Chair, employ almost 2 million Canadians. And you know what's alarming, Madam Chair? All three are declining because of this government. A government that states it's here for the environment and sustainability of Canadians. And I listened this morning at a breakfast to the minister, and she spoke very elegantly about sustainability and Canada's future, and industry working to protect the environment. But you know what? That's not happening, Madam Chair. We all know, and I don't think there's anybody in this room, Madam Chair, that can say that industry can survive without the environment. We know it relies on the environment. And industry in Canada has proven that we are probably the best examples of stewards of the environment when it comes to industry anywhere in the world, Madam Chair. Industry can help Canada be sustainable. We know that. As noted before, it's a large contributor to our GDP. And it can do so while protecting the environment. And they have proven that time and time again, Madam Chair. 20% of our GDP approximately. Yet we have a government that has put hurdles in front of them that is making it financially not feasible for some of these industries to exist. Energy East, gone south. Northern Gateway, in limbo because there's a moratorium of no ships that haul crude oil on our west coast, but they can do it on the east coast. We must have environmental laws, and this government must work with Canadians and industry to develop a sustainable economy. And they cannot do it in a silo, making up all the rules themselves and then dumping them on Canada's society and Canada's industry and saying you have to do this. We know exactly what happens. All we have to go back to is Energy East. They put in some rules right in the middle, and the company closed up its operations. They are failing us in the softwood lumber industry, and I fear, Madam Chair, for 171 municipalities across Canada, that's from coast to coast to coast, that are directly derivative of the forest industry. And these communities are going to be hurting. They're hurting right now, and they're going to hurt in the future. I can go back before our Conservative government initiated the softwood lumber agreement. And I remember when 15,000 people in the province of British Columbia, where I lived for 40 years, lost their jobs, madam. And I don't want to see that happen today. This government needs to get its act together, Madam Chair. Maybe they should take their partisan attitudes, and maybe they should spend more time talking to MPs on the Conservative side who have successfully negotiated deals, such as the softwood lumber deal, NAFTA. After all, aren't we, Madam Chair, all working here together for the betterment of Canadians? As an example, I think they could learn a lot if they just sat down and talked to the honourable member from Abbotsford about how to make international deals. Exactly. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned even further when it comes to softwood lumber, because this Liberal government is failing in other areas to protect the softwood lumber industry. How am I doing for time, Madam Chair? 1 minute, I'm going to have to talk fast. Madam Chair, they're failing us. Pine beetle. I have been working for 2 years with the Minister of Environment to take some serious action with the pine beetle in Jasper National Park. It has destroyed the forest there. It has now moved into the province of Alberta. And in 1 year, the members across would listen, in 1 year, it has increased by tenfold. This government needs to take some action to support Alberta's forest industry. Number two, they need to take a look at our caribou. Our caribou are endangered species. This government is doing nothing to work with the provinces to ensure that these animals are protected. If the Endangered Species Act goes into play, and if the province of Alberta gets its way, it will close down close to 4.9 million acres of our forestry land due to the caribou. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
No, not thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Partly about halfway through his speech, he asked, does the government have a plan for softwood lumber? And I would beg to say that yes, we do. We could agree with this motion that the forestry sector is a major employer of Canada, and it is a world leader in sustainable forestry practices. Madam Speaker, we have invested $150 million to support the clean clean technology. We've supported with $867 million towards an action plan. We are taking this very seriously in terms of our negotiations. We've met with U.S. Commerce Secretary Ross. The Prime Minister has met and spoke to President Trump about the industry. As mentioned, we're looking for a good deal for Canada. It will be irresponsible for us to stand in favor of this motion, and I hope that the member opposite could see why with the investments and the conversations we've been having.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, Madam Chair, it won't take too long to answer that. There's no softwood lumber deal. You can talk, and you can talk, and you can talk. But unless you can talk and walk and develop a plan for the Canadian softwood lumber thing, you are not doing your job.
And I hope that the member was addressing that through the Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Yellowhead for his speech. And I know he's concerned about the pine beetle epidemic that's now expanding in Alberta. We've suffered through it for a decade or more in British Columbia, the just unprecedented expansion of that epidemic that killed off millions of acres of forest in British Columbia. And what we found in British Columbia is that no matter what we threw at this epidemic, it just kept on going until the climate, until the weather helped us. These beetles need very cold weather at this time of year. They need short, cool summers, not the beetles, but to fight the beetles. And I'm just wondering what he is asking the government to do to stop this epidemic in Alberta when we found in BC that we could only sit and wait for the climate to answer back. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking for a couple of things, Madam Chair. One is that the federal government step up to assist the province of Alberta like it did assist the province of BC. We know a lot more today than we did when the outbreak started in 1977 in the province of BC, in the Spadseasy area of the province. Over the last 3 years, the province of Alberta and the forest companies in the area where the pine beetle were coming through the park have held them at bay until this year, because we do not have the financial resources provincially or through the companies, and they went from 40,000 trees. We knocked down 40,000 trees last year. We kept them at bay. It was 10,000. We kept them at bay. This year, 540,000 trees. They're running rampant. But where did they come from? They came through Jasper National Park. I've been working with the Minister of Environment and other groups to do some active burning there. We could have stopped them earlier on, but no, it was not done. Ecological integrity or something like that, I'm told. But if they would have taken some action, we could have slowed them down. We may have been able to stop them, because we know a lot more about them today than we did when they attacked us when I lived in BC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member for Montmagny, I'm happy to rise to speak to this motion, which affects a number of communities in Canada and Quebec, and in the Lac Saint-Jean area, as you can imagine. 370 direct and indirect jobs in Canada, including 70,000 jobs in Quebec, depend on forestry. I also represent a border riding that borders on Maine, so fluid trade between the two is important, very important. We have had free trade with an agreement with the U.S. for about 3 decades, but the future of that deal is still uncertain. So it's disappointing to see the government handle this file in such an amateurish fashion. And they knew that the softwood lumber deal was coming to an end when they first took office, and Canada's been blindsided in NAFTA negotiations. I'd remind the House and Canadians watching that the softwood lumber dispute is not something that just started yesterday. The former Conservative government, at least, had made it a priority. In April 2006, only 3 months after being elected, the Harper government ratified a deal on softwood lumber that made it possible to have 10 years or so of relative peace on this file. My colleague, the member for Abbotsford, when he was a minister, started negotiations with his American counterparts with a view to renewing the deal. And we know what happened after. The Liberals opposite took office, and there was still some hope when that the initial discussions would be successful. When the current Prime Minister met with President Obama in June 2006, they gave themselves 100 days to reach a deal. They were on the verge of success. The Liberals were willing to make a wager that the former U.S. negotiator Michael Foreman had indicated in May that Canada had received an offer from the Obama government to sign a deal before he left office, but my Liberal colleagues preferred to wait. They chose to wait, thinking they could get a better deal with President Trump. Are they proud of that choice today? I'm not so sure, Madam Speaker. The Liberals are very out of touch with the reality of the regions of Quebec and Canada. When the Minister of International Trade, the Prime Minister gave the International Affairs Minister a mandate letter, and in that letter, there's not a single reference to forestry. Zero, Madam Speaker. No reference whatsoever. For the assistance of our interpreters, the English version was longer, but the percentage of references to forestry is the same. Zero references to forestry in either official language. The letter had a lot of jargon in it, but the Prime Minister talked about promoting our progressive trade program to create jobs for the middle class and help those working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, we've been hearing the same thing for 2 years now, the people of the middle class and those working hard to join it. Clearly, the Government of Canada, the current Government of Canada, doesn't recognize that forestry workers are part of that middle class because there was no mention of them in the International Trade Minister's mandate letter. No reference to forestry workers in that mandate letter. In my riding, I have producers and processors, for example, in Saint-Pamphile, and there are a number of companies, and they offer very high-quality jobs in an industry, in an area where the population is aging and it's hard to recruit new workers. So it's imperative for that deal to be signed as soon as possible. These are Canadians we're talking about in Saint-Pamphile and so on, who live off the forest, but they're just as Canadian as people living in Montreal and Toronto. Their taxes go to Ottawa, and they must not be neglected. It's in the interest in Canadians like them, but this government tends to turn its back on them, but they should be thinking of them when they embark on these new NAFTA negotiations. Our Prime Minister is great at theater and repeating platitudes and pointing out his so-called progressive virtues. The U.S. government has opened up all kinds of agreements and basically wants to scrap free trade. We need to make sure that our $2 billion worth of trade, forestry trade, is protected. And what's this government doing? They're in Washington And they're calling on the Americans to amend their legislation to meet our progressive, the liberal progressive values. And they want to see NAFTA include clauses to that effect, recognizing the role of big unions that was behind the liberal election. They have even gone so far as to ask the U.S. government to change laws in the 28 right-to-work states where workers have the right to choose whether or not they want to belong to a union. Imagine, Madam Speaker, if the U.S. government, if the U.S. President, Donald Trump, asked Canada to strike down laws that protect workers in Quebec, New Brunswick, or BC or Ontario. What would be the media reaction if that would be such an abuse of power and of sovereignty, because we and of our Constitution, because the provinces have a certain amount of autonomy with their areas of jurisdiction? How are we supposed to save NAFTA when the Liberals are making demands like that of the Americans? That's hardly going to help our bargaining with the U.S., that's for sure. The Liberals should instead be pointing out that deals between Canada and U.S. have promoted trade, and the statistics show that the trade deficit, Uncle Sam's trade deficit, is much larger. When it comes to forestry, our Canadian lumber is necessary to meet 1/3 of the current U.S. demand in the construction industry. We have what they need. We in Canada have what the Americans need. These are the points we need to hammer away at the bargaining table. That's how we know that the government doesn't have forestry workers. They doesn't really care about them. They're not thinking about them in these negotiations. And the member for the forestry spokesperson from the Saguenay said it's pointless to even talk to this government. They really don't care about us. So forestry workers can count on us to defend them. The Prime Minister doesn't think the industry is important enough to even include a reference to it in mandate letters sent to his ministers, whether it's natural resources, trade, foreign affairs. Just all it would have taken was 2 little words in that mandate letter, forestry industry, but the Prime Minister couldn't even be bothered to do that. So I think we have to vote for this motion. All my colleagues should support this motion, and I hope by the end of the day, the government members and the second opposition party will find it in their hearts to support this motion, which is fully justified and justifiable, because in any case, we need to tell people, not just in Lac-Saint-Jean, but in that area especially, that yes, there have been investments made, there have been improvements over the past 10 years to make these companies more productive, more innovative. We invested heavily in that industry when we formed the government. We have to continue to support that industry beyond a shadow of a doubt. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
It's the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all knew that the softwood lumber agreement was set to expire in October 2015, so it's certainly reasonable to criticize this Liberal government for failing to negotiate a new agreement in the 2 years since then. But I'd like to ask my colleague why the former Conservative government didn't negotiate a new agreement before leaving office.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Liselay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We had already started the negotiations, Madam Speaker, so they were underway. And under the 10-year deal that had been signed, there had been 3 months of negotiation under the Harper government. So there was a 1-year extension possible to allow for bargaining. So it wasn't a situation where there was going to be a sudden halt. We never left people hanging like that. The Conservatives never left our forestry workers in a precarious situation. We never would have turned our backs on those people.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the member, we know on this side of the House that softwood lumber is vitally important for our communities and workers across the country. And we've heard ministers on this side of the House say over and over again the importance of ensuring that we get the right agreement and the right deal. And that's what the time we're spending is to ensure that we get this right because it's so important. So what I'd like to ask the member across is we've invested $867 million in a softwood lumber action plan. Is this not, at very least in his view, an indication of the importance that we have given to this file and acknowledging this industry is very important to Canadians?
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. The fact is, Madam Speaker, once again, in their speech, well, actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker. They've been in office for 2 years. No deal's been signed. That's the reality. These are not alternative facts. These are true facts. True facts. No deal has been inked after 2 years of bargaining. They've been throwing money some money at the problem, but my colleague earlier was saying, he was talking about how prices had improved and how the industry was doing well. That's the government's response to a problem, which is a concern among the industry, among workers all across Canada. They're saying, no, the industry is doing well, the exchange rate's good, and the price of lumber has skyrocketed. But when the price falls, this government's going to be in a tough bind, and we're going to see the consequences. Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I would suggest to the member that $800 and some million is a significant amount of money. And there should be no surprise that it's a significant amount, because from day one after the last federal election, this has been a priority issue. As we know, over 200,000 Canadians are directly employed, let alone the tens of thousands indirectly employed by this. The government is very much keen on getting not only an agreement, but a good agreement. And there isn't a difference. The Conservatives seem to be determined that sign the agreement, sign the agreement. Would the member not agree that it is better for us to ensure that we get a good agreement? That's how we're going to protect those industries, those middle-class jobs, and in fact expand the industry by getting a good agreement. Is that not what we should be achieving?
A brief answer from the member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, clearly there was a good deal. There was a deal with President Obama. The offer was made, and we had an opportunity to look at that. So all members here, we can decide together whether it's a good deal or not. But they're saying they decided it wasn't a good deal, the deal that was on the table. Well, what is a good deal? Well, it's for them to explain. Resuming debate.
For Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. When we think of forestry, Saskatchewan is not necessarily the first province to come to mind. However, the northern half of our province is almost completely forested, as is very well represented on our provincial flag. My grandfather, Mike Kalmakoff, was the general manager of the Saskatchewan Timber Board under the government of Premier Tommy Douglas. And the goal of that provincial timber board was to get the best possible price for Saskatchewan's resource, and also to encourage processing in the province, such as sawmills and also the development of a pulp mill. So I'd like to talk about the importance of forestry to Canada in terms of those same two concepts, collecting revenue for the people who own the resource, and also encouraging processing activity and the good jobs associated with that. So under the first point of revenues from forestry, provincial governments charge stumpage fees for the timber. And of course, the systems vary a bit from province to province. It's subject to provincial jurisdiction, but certainly as Canadians, we would want to be collecting the best possible return for this resource. Stumpage fees are also at the heart of the current softwood lumber trade dispute. The American allegation is that Canadian stumpage fees are too low, they're below the market value of the timber, and that they're an unfair subsidy to our industry. Now, anytime this has been adjudicated by an international trade tribunal, Canada has won, and I believe that Canada needs to be prepared to stand up to the United States on this issue. It's disappointing when the former Conservative government capitulated to the United States after all of these tribunal victories. But the bigger point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that the reason that we should want to optimize our stumpage fees is not actually to make the Americans happy in a trade dispute. First and foremost, the reason to make sure we have the best possible system of stumpage fees is to ensure that the Canadians who own the resource are getting the best possible return on it. So, a side benefit of doing that might be to satisfy the Americans, although it's not clear that the Americans will ever be totally satisfied. They clearly have a desire to try to protect their own industry regardless of what Canada does. But our first goal should be to make sure that we're collecting as much revenue as possible from this resource that belongs to Canadian citizens through our provincial governments. And different provinces have tried different things in this area. I think some have better systems than others, and definitely the federal government needs to respect provincial jurisdiction. But I think that we also need to recognize that having stumpage fees in provincial jurisdiction creates the risk of competition between the provinces and a race to the bottom on stumpage fees, where provinces are giving away their timber at lower and lower prices in order to try to attract investment away from other provinces, which in the end doesn't increase the total pool of investment. It simply shifts investments and jobs around between provinces and ultimately leaves all provinces with less revenue from that economic activity. So I do think, Madam Speaker, there is a role for the federal government to try to coordinate between the provinces to maintain stumpage fees at some sort of reasonable level and to try to discourage this sort of race to the bottom among provincial governments. So I think, Madam Speaker, there is a constructive role for the federal government to play in ensuring that all Canadians, regardless of which province they live in, derive the greatest possible revenue from our timber resources. Now, the second thing I want to talk about, Madam Speaker, is the benefit that we derive from forestry, not simply as revenue, but also through processing that timber into lumber or into pulp and paper products. This is a major contribution to Canada's manufacturing sector as well, and I think it's worth recognizing that it's a particularly important contribution to many forestry communities. There are many rural communities in Canada where the forest industry accounts for a majority of the local economy. So it's important nationally, but it's really important locally in some instances, and we need to have policies in place that encourage the processing of timber in Canada. Now, one major problem has been raw log exports, timber being taken out of our country in raw form, processed offshore, and then maybe sold back to us as a finished product. To some extent, provincial governments can address this by putting processing requirements on the timber at source. The government of BC had not been doing that. I'm optimistic that now that we have a progressive government in power in BC, it's going to start requiring more and better processing of timber, and that this problem may be resolved. But another aspect of this whole question of raw log exports that I think is very relevant to us at the federal level is the environmental question. Clearly, it is not very good for the environment to be shipping raw logs across the ocean, processing them in China or in some other offshore jurisdiction with lower environmental standards, and then using a bunch more energy to ship them back to North America as finished products. This is obviously increasing greenhouse gas emissions and worsening climate change. And one of the potential unintended consequences of the federal government requiring a carbon price in all provinces would be to actually create a further incentive for that processing activity to happen in some other jurisdiction that fails to price carbon. Now, Madam Speaker, fortunately, there is a policy solution to this problem, and that's for the federal government to also extend its carbon price to the carbon content of imports from countries that don't have carbon pricing, and to rebate it on Canadian exports. So right now, sawmills and pulp mills in Canada are going to have to pay a carbon price, and that does create an incentive for them to reduce their emissions. The problem is that lumber or paper products coming in from the United States or from China or other jurisdictions will not be paying that same carbon price. But the federal government has jurisdiction over international trade, and the federal government can and should apply that same carbon price to the carbon content of these products coming into our country. Now, of course, our forestry industry is not just about serving the Canadian market. It's also a really important export industry. So another aspect of the border adjustment that I'm talking about would be for the federal government to rebate that carbon price on exports from Canada to ensure that our forest products are competitive and have a level playing field when they're being sold in other parts of the world. So, Madam Speaker, ensuring that the federal government's carbon price is adjusted at the border would allow us to use it as a tool to reduce emissions here in Canada, while at the same time ensuring that it does not create an incentive for industry, including the processing of timber, to simply relocate to other jurisdictions that fail to put a price on emissions. So, Madam Speaker, I think that we've seen a major challenge here with raw log exports. That challenge could actually be aggravated by putting a price on carbon in Canada that may not exist in other jurisdictions. The federal government can and should solve that problem by extending its carbon price to the carbon content of imports and rebating it on exports. Madam Speaker, this is a solution that will allow us to ensure that carbon pricing reduces emissions here in Canada without pushing jobs, without pushing industry outside of the country. So, Madam Speaker, what have I talked about here today? Forestry is an extremely important industry to Canada. One aspect of that is collecting revenue from our timber resources. This is done through provincial stumpage fees. The federal government can and should play a role in coordinating between provinces to make sure there is no race to the bottom, to make sure that all provinces are collecting the best possible return from their forest resources. And second of all, we've talked about encouraging the manufacturing and processing of timber in Canada. There's things that can and will be done at the provincial level to require processing. The federal government also needs to make sure that its carbon pricing system doesn't create an incentive for that processing to leave the country and rather applies the carbon price fairly at the border. So thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our colleague from Regina Louvain. It's interesting he's talking about reducing emissions, and at the same time, Energy East pipeline that is produced in his riding, I might add, from Evraz in Regina Louvain was turned down. And yet this member is talking about not supporting pipelines in this country, while at the same time, we're getting foreign oil from countries like Venezuela and Saudi Arabia. And we know those countries have no emissions whatsoever, no standards of emissions, and yet he can stand in the House today and talk about forestry when he wouldn't defend the pipeline that his riding in Evraz would produce to give Canadians a chance to work and to prosper. So I would like the member for Regina Louvain to talk about Energy East, the pipelines and the pipes actually that would be produced in Saskatchewan that would give Canadians prosperous from coast to coast.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, I thank my colleague from Saskatoon, Grasswood, for the excellent question. And certainly the amount of pipeline capacity that's being built in Canada depends critically on the projected future production of oil. That depends on the price of oil, which certainly no Canadian politician can control. But we do have a number of pipelines going ahead in our country, significantly Keystone XL, as well as a Line 3 replacement project. And the analysis that I've seen suggests that with those projects going ahead, there simply wasn't enough demand to support Energy East. That's the assessment that TransCanada made. It's also building Keystone XL, and I think many of its customers are being put onto that project rather than Energy East. So that may be unfortunate. There's not a lot we can do about it. What we can do is try to ensure that all the pipelines that are being built get built with steel produced at Evraz in Regina. That's something that I've stood up and advocated on this House on a regular basis. And I'm quite disappointed that my Conservative colleagues have never done so. They've been cheerleaders for any and all proposed pipelines, regardless of where the steel is produced. They'd be fine if the steel was coming in from offshore. Madam Speaker, I've stood up in this House and advocated that the pipeline review process should consider where the pipe is made, and that certainly would help support good jobs in Regina. Thanks very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the day in which maybe we'll see an Opposition Day motion just to talk about the importance of our oil industry. And in fact, to hear more about pipelines, you know, it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that here, you know, we're having an opposition day dealing with our forestry industry, and we on this side of the House, we understand, we appreciate just how important the industry is to Canada. As I mentioned earlier, 200,000 direct jobs, many more indirect jobs. This is a government that's come to the table since day one. We have now invested well over $800 million in a fund to assist the industry. And my question to the member is, can we anticipate maybe an NDP Opposition Day on the oil industry? I think he might be a little offside with some of his colleagues on the pipeline issue, but I can appreciate, I love Regina too, great city, and if he can provide his thoughts on the forest industry in terms of the importance of those jobs.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Well, that was a somewhat convoluted question, Madam Speaker. The member from Winnipeg North criticized the Conservatives for bringing up the oil industry in a debate about forestry, and then he himself tried to ask me about the oil industry instead of forestry, and then kind of came back to forestry at the end of his question. So I'm not entirely sure how to go at this, Madam Speaker, but I guess what I would say is I think all of us in this House recognize the importance of forestry, and I think also all of us in this House recognize the importance of having a strong energy industry. And to the extent that pipelines such as Keystone XL and Line 3 are being built, we should be working to make sure that they're being built with steel produced right here in Canada, because of course it's cleaner and it's safer than pipe imported from offshore. And I'm proud of the fact that I've stood up for Canadian steel and pipe production in this House. Thanks very much.
Reprise de débat. Oh. Reprise de débat.
Before resuming debate, order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Ladysmith, Fisheries and Oceans. The Honourable Member for Carleton, Taxation. And the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Indigenous Affairs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague finished his last answer on the importance of recognizing how key the forestry industry and sector is in our country, and that's definitely the case in Quebec. And we often seem to forget this, but especially in Abitibi-Témiscamingue and in James Bay territory, which lie inside my riding. As you no doubt know, Madam Speaker, my riding encompasses over half of the surface area of Quebec. So you can imagine that this industry, this forestry industry, you can imagine how important it is in my riding. And I can testify to that. I see it every day. Now, aside from the 14 Inuit villages in my riding, the 9 Cree villages, and the 2 Algonquin communities, most of the municipalities in my riding depend in one way or another on the forestry industry and the mining industry as well. So I must absolutely acknowledge the forest industry in that context, and I speak about it often in this House. However, Madam Speaker, there are a few things, and I'll come back to them. There are a few things that are missing from this motion, but I will come back to that. First, I just want to underscore that in the NDP, we have always supported the forest industry. We've always spoken in favor of this industry in this House, not only in our statements, but also in the questions that we put to the government. So we're going to continue to do that. The motion also talks about an attack on non-government organizations, other attacks waged by NGOs, because I don't think that the government has, or rather that the opposition has to go that far. I think that there are issues right here at home in the forestry sector that we should be focusing on. So the Conservative motion, that is what it's missing. Now, obviously, where they're talking about the lack of progress in the softwood file with the United States, and that is truly regrettable, especially given that it's the government, the Liberal government was elected 2 years ago, and there doesn't seem to have been any progress made at all, which is regrettable both for the industry and for the forestry workers. But I'm going to come back to something that I find is crucial in the debate on the forestry industry in this country. And in Quebec. Obviously, we often talk about the environment when we talk about forestry, and how we are trying to be very environmentally responsible in our forestry practices. But the other essential element, in my opinion, and I talk about this often, Madam Speaker, as well in this House, is all the aspect of Indigenous rights as they relate to forestry. I don't know if there is anyone in this House who might remember the war that my Cree Nation waged against the Quebec government in the James Bay area. At the end of the 1970s, there were 27 forestry companies that were operating on the James Bay territory. So a territory that is covered by the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. And there was an incompatibility between the forestry industry and how they operated on that territory. It was fundamentally incompatible with the recognized rights of the Indigenous peoples with regard to the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. So the case went to courts, and in December 2000, the courts ruled in favor of the Cree Nation, saying that the Quebec Forestry Act, its provisions on Quebec forestries, were favored the Crees, and that the Crees were right. So at that time, we had to negotiate a new forestry system in the James Bay area. So now there is the general law that applies to Quebec, but there is a special forestry system for the territory that is covered by the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, and I can say with great pride that I was involved in negotiating with the Quebec government.
And this was the Bay James territory. So we had to bear in mind both the rights of the Cree and also the interests of the forest industry. The Cree could have said when they won in court, well, that's it. Too bad. For the industry, the forest industry, it's not viable. But we do believe, what they did say was that we do believe in the importance of the forestry industry, the jobs that went along with it. Madam Speaker, I was saying that it's important to continue our efforts and to support forestry workers. They're very important in Canada. I think there are 200,000 forestry workers in Canada, about 60,000 in Quebec, according to the last figures I saw for 2012, I believe. And in my riding, to a large extent depends on the forestry industry. There may be, I think there are some 200 people who work in the forestry industry. But what I really wanted to say, Madam Speaker, and I'll want to emphasize this, is that there is a great lack in this motion. It does not give sufficient weight to Indigenous rights. People talked about earlier about the oil industry and others. But we must remember that these constitutional rights have to be respected with regard to Indigenous peoples. So I hope this will be remedied. I feel that there is a real lack in the motion, and because of this, Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose an amendment and see if it's accepted. So I move that the motion be amended by the substitution after the word international in paragraph D, the exploitation of our natural resources should be done in cooperation with Indigenous peoples and in a sustainable way. And we should also support the forestry industry abandoned by this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, EU, has put forward an amendment, but I must inform the honourable member that the amendment goes beyond the essence of the motion and is not in order.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my community of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, we have a great success story. This is a community built on forestry. The foundation of our settlement, our settlement is built on the forest industry. In recent years, Harmac Pacific Mill was purchased largely by its workers. So since that happened in 2008, they have added 150 new jobs, and they also are using residual wood waste from the pulp mill to invest in a sustainable energy system, one big enough to power 18,000 homes. It's at the heart of our economy. We had Harmac Pacific, one of their reps, Cameron Milne, come to testify to the Trade Committee earlier this year and talked a year ago, apologies. And he talked about the importance of the Softwood Lumber Agreement in its support for local milling and therefore more creation of sawdust and residual waste close to home, that is the kind of material that is helping to supply pulp mill companies like Harmac Pacific. So I'd like to invite my fellow member to comment about some of the collateral benefits from getting a good softwood lumber agreement that not only helps us with the export side, but also helps us with the economy and jobs close to home.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. First of all, given your rejecting my motion, that this shows just how, to what extent the motion is lacking in fundamental elements, and underscores my opposition to the motion because it is lacking in these things. And it's unfortunate that you didn't find my motion in order, but I understand. I believe my colleague has raised a very important aspect about the forestry industry. There are a great many communities, in my writing included, and I'll give the example about the Chibougamau lumber yard, which has invested a great deal in innovation, and this for several years now, and is now recognized internationally for what they're doing. For example, they built, I'll give you an example, the Buffalo Sabres now have a training center, and it was built with the products of Chibougamau lumber yards. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I wish to assure the member that softwood lumber and forestry are very important to this government, and that's why we've invested over more than $800 million in a softwood lumber action plan. Also, we've heard ministers on this side, both Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, talk about the importance of taking the time to ensure that the agreement that we come to is the right agreement for Canadians. And so I would ask the member, does he not agree that it's important, because this is such an important file for us as Canadians and industry for us, that we take the time to get this agreement right for Canadians?
Une brève réponse du député d'Abitibi.
A brief response for the honourable member.
Taking your time, but it's a question of not taking time forever. They've been in power for the last two years now, and time, according to me, is running out, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sharing my time with the member for Durham. The forestry industry is extremely important. And just to look at some numbers here, the amount of forest land in Canada is 347, almost 348,000 square kilometres. We cut 594,000 kilometres a year, about 0.6%. That's it. And you know what, Madam Speaker? 60% of that land that we harvest in the commercial forest industry is reforested. So the forest industry has a great environmental track record. In fact, I'm going to focus on the environmental track record of the forest industry. Previous speakers spoke at great length about the economic issues relating to the forest industry. I'm going to look at the environmental side. The direct and indirect employment in the forest industry, 321,000 people, $8.6 billion a year in wages and salaries, and the value of exports is about $28 billion a year. So that's the economics of the forest industry, which is truly remarkable. In my own life, Madam Speaker, I had the honor of being the environmental director at a forest company. That was the Pine Falls Paper Company in Pine Falls, Manitoba, and it was a company that used to be an Abitibi-Price company, the venerable Abitibi-Price company, the greatest newsprint company in the world. They fell on hard times. They were divesting themselves of the mill in Pine Falls. The employees bought the mill. It was a tremendous experience. I joined the mill shortly after the employees purchased the mill, and I became the environmental director in the mill. So I managed the operations of the mill itself environmentally, managed the wastewater treatment plant, and my comments on the forest industry are colored by my direct experiences with the forest industry. In my own constituency, I have two great forest products companies, Louisiana Pacific, which produces oriented strand board and now produces smart siding for the international market, and the company Spruce Products, which is a softwood lumber company, both of which are extremely efficient producers. In addition, Madam Speaker, I have the honor of owning about 300 acres myself of forest land. And I've lived on my farm since 1979, and you need to do that in order to understand forestry from the standpoint of forests have a life cycle of their own, and very few people have experienced the life cycle of a forest. For example, Madam Speaker, in 1987, on our own farm, my wife and I clear-cut a small piece of the farm, about half a hectare, for firewood for a year. And this writ large is forestry, but in our case it was a very small part. It was very small. But nevertheless, Madam Speaker, about 4 or 5 years ago, I went back to that clear cut, and I saw a stump that we had cut. I could see it. It was rotting away. It was about 30 years after we cut that. And standing beside that stump was a brand new tree. And I felt so heartened by that, because it told me that the management that I was doing on my land was appropriate. I actually knelt beside that stump, grabbed that tree, and had my wife take a picture of me. And I want to admit to the House of Commons right now that the Member of Parliament for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa is a tree hugger. And I'm very proud of that statement. And again, conservative, conservation, the two words work well together, Madam Speaker. In terms of, let's expand this small example from my own little farm to forestry writ large across the country. There has been an ever-increasing improvement in the technology in the forest industry, and I saw that as the environmental director at the Pine Falls Paper Company. For example, before a forest company can harvest forest over a large piece of land, they go through an environmental process. There's hearings, there's licensing, and what comes out of that are terms and conditions that the forest company must follow. This notion that it's a free-for-all in the forest is nonsense. Every single commercial forest company has to follow the terms and conditions of a publicly provided license, and there are inspections. Again, in terms of reforestation in Canada is largely the responsibility of the forest companies. So, for example, in the last couple of years, there were 594,000 hectares of forest harvested in Canada, and forest companies replanted 347,000 hectares of forest land. The rest of the forest land was regenerated through natural regeneration. So we have an industry that exemplifies sustainable development. So the woodland side of forestry is one part of what the forest industry does. The second part is the processing. So again, I use my own example of the Pine Falls Paper Company, with who I used to work for. Unfortunately, the Pine Falls Paper Company does not exist anymore. It was a newsprint company, only produced 500 tons of newsprint a day. And again, because of smartphones and the internet, we're using far less newsprint than we ever used to. So the loss of the newsprint industry in Canada is tragic in my view, inevitable perhaps because of technology. But when I think of these venerable mills across the country that are now defunct, I am quite saddened by that, Madam Speaker. And to go to a site that used to be a flourishing town and a paper mill, and to see that site vacant and blank is truly saddening. But nevertheless, go back to 1995 when I joined the Pine Falls Paper Company. Back in 1989, the Brian Mulroney government, the Progressive Conservative government over there, and by the way, I would remind the House that Brian Mulroney was named the greenest Prime Minister in Canadian history, a Conservative. Brian Mulroney implemented the pulp and paper effluent regulations that mandated every single pulp and paper company in Canada construct wastewater treatment plants. So, and our company did exactly that. $25 million to create a wastewater treatment plant at the Pine Falls Paper Company that I managed for 3 years. And so our effluent went from being a somewhat toxic effluent to effluent that you could actually drink. And again, that is the progress that the forest industry has done over many, many decades. And again, that's a feature of modern industrial societies, constant environmental improvement. And again, today, we see the results of that. Blue skies, clean waters. We haven't solved every environmental problem by far, but advanced industrial societies are one of constant environmental improvement. When I look at my own constituency, for example, I have two major forest products companies. One is Louisiana Pacific. They're located in the Swan River area. They produced in the past oriented strand board, but recently they converted to create a product called Smart Siding. They're a hardwood mill using poplar. And what was interesting about the Smart Siding conversion, Madam Speaker, they decreased their wood consumption, increased value added, and increased employment at that mill, the essence of sustainability. The other company in my constituency, Spruce Products, is a small softwood lumber producing company. But again, and I know that many of you have, regardless of which party you belong to, have toured lumber mills, to see the technology that they have employed to minimize waste, the laser technology. I saw logs come off the line, and immediately a computer said, we're going to get 2 2x4s out of this, a 2x6, and so on and so on. So when you see this happening in our forest industry, it's not a sunset industry by far. It's an industry that is on the march. Madam Speaker, the last part of our motion talks about the effect of the environmental groups on our industry. In March, there was an article in the March 3rd edition of the National Post that described the Greenpeace attack on Resolute Forest Industries. And this was interesting. They went after one of the largest forest companies in this country. And the article reads, Greenpeace admits its attacks on forest products giant were non-verifiable statements of subjective opinion. So here we have one of the largest environmental groups in this country basically lying about what a forest products industry does, and they admitted it. And I'm going to quote, Madam Speaker, Greenpeace said in the lawsuit that was filed, the publications used the word forest destroyer. It is, of course, arguable that Resolute did all of this. Then Greenpeace adds that its attacks on Resolute, this is important, are without question non-verifiable statements of subjective opinion and at most non-actionable rhetorical.
Unfortunately, the member's time is up, and if he'll be able to probably finish any comments or within the comments and question period. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
One River Nipawa's speech. It was great interest for most of it, not all of it. I have to admit that. But the question I have He's given an excellent summary of the forest industry and how it works, and he's talked about his 300 acres, which I assume used to be 600 acres, but it got work done. So I'm wondering, with all this great understanding of the forestry industry, which is a huge part of my riding as well in the Laurentians, we have thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers of non-organized territories that's forestry lands. Why, with this great understanding, is he supporting a motion that calls for an agreement now instead of a good agreement when we get one? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I deeply respect his attachment to his constituency and the rural community that he comes from. We don't trust this government, to be quite honest. It is very important. The government has talked for the last couple of years about getting an agreement. They have not done so. And again, one of the reasons that we lost some of our mills was because of the lack of an agreement with the Americans in terms of the softwood lumber dispute. So they better come forward with something concrete, or else we will not support it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Dauphin Swan River Nippewa for his speech. We've had a number of great conversations, and I think that he is a fantastic and interesting guy, clearly demonstrated by his life cycle of a forest speech. Unfortunately, I will have to oppose this motion, even though that I can agree that I'm a tree hugger as well. I oppose this motion because of the language in it saying that we failed the softwood lumber industry. We've made investments of $150 million to support clean technology in the natural resources sector, something that I think that the company Louisiana Pacific can appreciate, what's in his riding. And we've made investments in an action plan of $850 million. We'll continue to raise the issue of softwood with the U.S. administration and the president. And I would ask him, would he not agree that it's important that we continue to do so, to negotiate until we get a good deal for Canadians?
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
I want to thank the member for her very kind words, and they are certainly reciprocated. I have a deep and abiding respect for her work in mental health, and she is a member of Parliament for all of the right reasons, in my view. I'm not going to dispute what she said in terms of how important it is we get an agreement, but quite clearly, the sooner the better. Thank you.
And comments. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is always a pleasure to hear the member from Dauphin Swan River Nippewa talk about the environment, because he is a conservative and he is an environmentalist, and is to be commended for that. And unfortunately, his time was a little bit cut short in talking about some of the falsehoods that have been repeated by environmental NGOs, and I'd like him to take some of the time that he has left to continue where he was cut off.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa has just a little over a minute.
Thank you very, very much. Let's take a forest. Let's take a forest that's been harvested. It looks bad initially. In fact, a clear cut has been described as a bad haircut. But haircuts come back. And what happens in forest succession is that an old forest starts to become a young forest. The biodiversity in a young forest is significantly greater in terms of an old forest. Now, what I mean by biodiversity is the number of plant species. What happens when the biodiversity in a forest increases in terms of the number of plant species, the number of wildlife species increases as well. And in terms of the species that people really want, ruffed grouse, moose, white-tailed deer, many songbirds and so on, they prefer young forests. So the creation of young forests from forestry is actually a good thing under the proper management regimes. I thank my colleague for the question.
Reprise de débat, resuming
debate.
For Durham, and I just want to advise the member that I may end up having to cut his time short.
Well, listen, Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to follow my friend from Dauphin Swan River Nippewa. one of the most passionate people and most knowledgeable people in this House on the environment, on forestry, on hunting and angling, and very proud to call him a friend, and to have explored a lot of really innovative approaches to the environment and forestry, which he discussed in his speech, but also in alternative land use systems and a whole range of issues that I think we'll be hearing more from my friend in the coming years. But the opposition party has brought to the floor today on our opposition motion the softwood lumber sector and our forestry workers, because we're now at the 2-year mark for this government and they've failed those Canadians, almost 400,000 families that rely on our access to the U.S. market, Madam Speaker. As all members of this House should know, 96% of the imports of softwood in the U.S. are generally Canadian. And a few lumber barons in the U.S. from time to time try and stop that, which ends up raising prices and actually makes home affordability less accessible to Americans. It will halt and make more expensive the rebuilding in Texas and Florida, Madam Speaker. So we have to start articulate why it's in the American national interest to secure a deal on softwood. And as much respect I have for our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam Speaker, you'll see that we've had 2 years of her saying we're working hard on it, but no results, Madam Speaker, after 2 years. And I'll remind this government at their 2-year mark that it took the last Conservative government 3 months in office to secure a deal on softwood. We know it's a complex issue, Madam Speaker, but the 400,000 families who've been hearing the minister's constant line of we're working hard on it, it's not enough. We need a deal, Madam Speaker, and I'll spend a few minutes on why this is one example of the U.S. relationship eroding terribly under this government. Image and state dinners and photo ops and magazine covers are one thing, but we're not getting results for Canadians and families in this relationship. This is turning into a one-sided relationship, regardless of what power or what party is in power in Washington, Madam Speaker. So this motion today talks about how we are world leaders in forestry sustainability. My friend from Manitoba just mentioned that. Talks about the importance of this deal to our economy. There's 370,000 direct and indirect jobs related to the forestry sector, and our softwood lumber imports from west to east are critical to the economies of those provinces, Madam Speaker. Let's not forget that. This is not an issue that's just for one region of our country. It is truly a Canadian issue, Madam Speaker. And in April, we all know the U.S. Commerce Department has introduced tariffs as high as 24%, effectively barring our exports to our largest market. And as I said, Madam Speaker, under our deal, 96% of all imports in the U.S. were Canadian softwood, the best in the world, Madam Speaker. So we need a deal desperately. In 2006, as I said, 3 months into the Harper government, a deal was struck with the Americans, and then in 2012, that deal and the terms of it were given an extension to 2016. So as much as this government likes to kick the can down the road, Madam Speaker, they had a full year of a mandate to at least extend the terms further. That's usually what parties can do when you have a renewed agreement between two friends. You have a renewal period, what the Conservatives had already accessed. They couldn't even get a renewal period, Madam Speaker, let alone a new deal. So we've now seen that deal collapse. We've now seen layoffs, and we now see duties up to 24%. And this minister was charged with this from day one, Madam Speaker, first in her role as international trade, but now at foreign affairs. And what did she say in February 26? She said the Prime Minister of Canada brought it up in a meeting with President Obama, and her quote at the time, quote, "We're working hard on it," unquote, Madam Speaker. The last time she raised this issue in committee, August 2017, now as Minister of Foreign Affairs, she said it's a priority of hers personally, and she said, of course, quote, "We're working hard on it," end quote, Madam Speaker. I have no doubt, but they're not getting the job done. And there are thousands of families seeing that firsthand, Madam Speaker. So if it's a priority for that minister and for this government, and we all remember the Prime Minister introducing President Obama in this chamber, talking about the bromance, talking about diplomacy, We didn't get a deal, Madam Speaker. So we got Vogue magazine covers, we got state dinners, we didn't get a deal for our people. And this is what concerns me. Even the press gallery are fooled by the image branding of this government, making it look like they're doing a lot in the United States, continuing the work started actually by the Honourable Rob Merrifield, who started working with governors, started tracking how much we export to state, building congressional relationships. In fact, Rona Ambrose and members of this caucus worked with this government to continue the work started on the Conservatives. That didn't start with this election of this government 2 years ago. I applaud them and have continued to applaud them for continuing. But unlike in the past, under both Conservative and Liberal governments, this is not anymore a relationship of mutual respect, Madam Speaker, because we've had 2 years of a priority, working hard on it, and zero results on softwood, Madam Speaker. What else did we have under the bromance with Barack Obama and this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker? We had him cancelling Keystone XL. So that's what his dude buddy did, cancelled a key job for our energy sector, Madam Speaker. We had a carbon tax introduced in Canada, praised by the U.S. President, but the U.S. President didn't introduce a carbon tax, Madam Speaker. He let the Canadian Prime Minister put his own economy at a competitive disadvantage to our friends in the United States. They probably laughed all the way to the bank, Madam Speaker, praising it, but certainly not mimicking it. But I think the most egregious action under this Prime Minister and the last U.S. President, President Obama, our Prime Minister went to Washington and signed away 10% of our Arctic waters and 17% of our landmass in our Arctic and banned any development, even if it was in the interests of Inuit First Nation Indigenous people or the territorial leaders. And despite the language on reconciliation, which we hear from the Prime Minister, and the duty to consult, he gave provincial and territorial leaders and First Nation leaders a cursory phone call while he was in Washington, Madam Speaker. We've heard my friend from the NDP try to insert a change on duty to consult today. The Prime Minister of Canada went to Washington and did not consult Indigenous leaders before he told them what they could do in their lands and their waterways, Madam Speaker. I think it's probably the most egregious action I've seen from a Canadian Prime Minister in dealings with our American neighbours, Madam Speaker. At the very least, there should have been a summit of territorial Indigenous leaders before the Prime Minister act unilaterally on a priority of the U.S. President. So that's how well the relationship went under the bromance of this Prime Minister and President Obama. How has it been with the new U.S. President, Madam Speaker? Well, we stand on the brink of losing NAFTA with 2 million jobs dependent on that trade relationship. A speech this minister, with help from the Prime Minister's office, no doubt, did not even mention the auto industry as a priority in July, Madam Speaker. We would not have free trade in North America were it not for the auto industry. So between NAFTA, between the tax and competitiveness imbalance, between the softwood lumber lack of a deal, we've seen a relationship erode, Madam Speaker, and I want to see that rectified and us start standing up for workers in the forestry and all other industries.
It being 5:15, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the motion. The motion is as follows. Mr. Ray, seconded by Mr. Généreux, moves that given dispense.
Dispense. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non...
In my view, the nays have it. Call in the members.
order.
I know members want to hear the question so they can know what they're voting on. So maybe colleagues could assist me by saying, La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Généreux, moved that, given forestry is a major employer in Canada, and Canada is a world leader in sustainable forestry practices, the government has failed to secure a softwood lumber agreement, and to make softwood lumber a priority by including it in the mandate letter for the Minister of International Trade, and forestry workers and forest-dependent communities are particularly vulnerable to misinformation campaigns and other attacks waged against the forest industry by foreign-funded environmental non-government organizations like Greenpeace and Forest Ethics. May I dispense? The House expresses its support for forestry workers and denounces efforts by foreign-funded groups seeking to disrupt lawful forest practices in Canada. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dondassar, Gangary.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dondassar, Gangary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Qui s'oppose à la motion vont bien se lever.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms.
Mr.
Mahaichuk.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescisolido.
Mr. Pescisolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sena. Seni.
Mr. Seni.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr.
Mrs.
Whalen.
Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Satkona.
Ms. Duncan and
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 67, 67, nays contre 182, 182.
Declare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-57. The question is as follows. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moved that Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Romanado.
Mr. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms.
Mr.
Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Derowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr.
Mr.
Fonseca.
Fregiscato.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Khalid.
Mr. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May
Mr.
Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidou. Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Sidou, Mr. Masquerade, Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame
Madame
Fortier.
Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Berthold. Mr. Reed.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, dans South Gary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, dans South Gary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Murray.
Mr.
Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Salcona.
Ms. Duncan and
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame
Ms.
Boutin-Sweet.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Natel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Saganache.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolm Center.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blenny North Island Powell
Ms.
River.
Blenny, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Sainich, Gulf Islands.
May Sainich, Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi. Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. It being 6:02 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-203, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages.
Somebody's got a point of order. Order. I'd ask honourable colleagues to help me out by saying shh. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Yukon is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between all parties, and I think you would find unanimous consent if the 40th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be concurred in.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
Resuming debate. Reprise le débat.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-203. This is an important bill which reflects, it seems to me, a value that is common to all members of this House, and that is the importance of seeing to it that Canadians across the country have genuine access to the courts in the official language of their choice, including the Supreme Court of Canada. I congratulate the member for Drummond for having raised this issue. That said, although I salute the goals and purposes of this bill, I think the focus is misplaced on the Supreme Court of Canada. I think it would be more useful to invest efforts in strengthening the capacity, the bilingual capacity of superior courts and appellate courts across Canada. And I say this for two reasons. First of all, the government has already taken concrete steps to see to it that judges appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada are indeed bilingual. Focusing on superior courts all across the country would achieve a greater number of would affect a greater number of Canadians, would increase the pool of bilingual judges who could become future candidates for appointment to the bench at the Supreme Court of Canada. I'm proud of the efforts our government has made to support official language minority communities in Canada. Our government has shown the depth of its commitment to increase the bilingual capacity of superior court judges in Canada at all levels. On September 25th, the Justice Minister announced an action plan to improve the bilingual capacity of superior courts. During the announcement, the Justice Minister said that all Canadians should have genuine, fair, and equitable access to a court system, and it should be able to meet, that system should be able to meet their needs in both official languages. The initiatives of the action plan will enable the government to update the current situation in terms of equal access to superior courts in both official languages and to take concrete steps to make up for any shortcomings discovered. I'd like to point out that on September 25th, it was Franco-Ontarian Day, and I think that was a good time to launch the action plan. The plan has 7 parts, including strategies to improve tools to assess the level of the bilingualism of court appointment candidates for appointment to the bench. The plan also proposes to assess the language training program that's currently available to members of the judiciary, as well as to confirm the minister's commitment to hold consultations with Chief Justices about language needs in their respective courts. The government is also consulting the provinces and territories on relevant initiatives about bilingualism at the Superior Court level. The implementation of the action plan is an attempt to pursue our commitment to make all reasonable effort to have a bilingual bench in Canada, both at trial and appellate levels. This is part of the government's overall goal to have a bench that reflects the image, voice, and reality of Canadians. It goes without saying that by increasing the bilingual capacity of the Canadian judiciary, this will not only promote greater access to justice, but it will also create a bigger pool of bilingual candidates for appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada. The vast majority of Canadians do not ever take a case all the way to the Supreme Court. Instead, they have civil litigation and family law matters before superior courts. I'd like to paint a picture, Mr. Speaker, of the strategic steps the government has already taken in order to see to it that genuinely bilingual candidates are appointed to the Supreme Court. Our government is of the view that the Supreme Court of Canada should reflect the linguistic duality of our country. This explains the mandate of the Advisory Committee on appointments to the Supreme Court. The committee has to submit a list of qualified candidates to the Prime Minister, and those candidates must indeed be bilingual. The government's commitment to appointing genuinely bilingual candidates, appointing genuinely bilingual judges, is one of the statements of criteria for the assessment of candidates. This list is accessible and can be consulted on the website of the Canadian Judicial Council. Our government has also confirmed on June 13th, when it tabled its report to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the government confirmed this new appointment process for Supreme Court judges. On July 14, 2017, the Prime Minister of Canada launched a second process with a view to appointing a judge to the Supreme Court of Canada to identify a ninth member of the bench as the retirement of Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin approached. The Advisory Council followed the same process to identify the highest level of judges who were indeed bilingual and reflecting the diversity of our great country. I'd like to speak a bit more now about the steps taken by our government following the changes made in October 2016 to the appointment process for superior courts. These steps were taken to increase public trust through greater openness, transparency, and accountability, and also to promote diversity and gender balance on the bench. One of those changes had to do with getting more information about the stated bilingualism of candidates, and provision was made to assess their language abilities. The action plan announced on September 25th is a follow-through on these changes and proposes new important steps in the areas of collecting information, training, and cooperation with numerous stakeholders. We can already see the results from these changes in 2016. For example, the House of Commons on September 25th, during question period, the minister explained that she was very happy that the reforms to the appointment process had made it possible to reinforce bilingualism. 5 of the 8 judges appointed in Northeastern Ontario, in fact, are fluently bilingual. When the action plan was unveiled, the minister also said she was happy that the plan responded to a number of recommendations in the 2013 report of the Commissioner of Official Languages on access to justice in both official languages at the Superior Court level. This was done in cooperation with her Ontario and New Brunswick counterparts, and the report was very helpful in drawing up the action plan. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our government remains firmly determined to see to it that Canadians across the country have genuine access to the courts in the official language of their choosing. It's my view that our approach is the best way to achieve our common commitment to having courts that reflect the language duality of Canada. Our government has kept its commitment to see to it that judges appointed to the Supreme Court are indeed bilingual. It is now time to broaden the scope of our action to include superior and appellate courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise to speak on Bill C-203, introduced by the member for Drummond. Bill C-203 would amend the Supreme Court Act to require that judges appointed to the Supreme Court understand both English and French without the aid of an interpreter. Let me say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the Supreme Court as an institution already fully functions in both English and French. All services and communications of the court are provided in English and French. All those who appear before the court are free to use English or French in written or oral submissions. All judgments of the court are issued in English and French. All factums submitted to the court are translated. And during oral proceedings, judges and lawyers at the court have the benefit of simultaneous translation. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question, if the court as an institution already is fully functional in both English and French, what benefit would Bill C-203 serve? Mr. Speaker, proponents of Bill C-203, it seems, make the argument, the crux of the argument being that judges who rely upon professional translators somehow will miss or may miss nuances in oral argument, which in turn will lead to the rendering of improper decisions. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court was established in 1875. For 142 years, the Supreme Court has heard and decided upon thousands of cases. And during the debate around this bill and similar, or frankly, I think identical bills that were introduced in previous parliaments, not one proponent of this bill can cite a single case that was decided wrongly definitively on the basis of translation errors. Not one case, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, in the event that a case was decided wrongly, there in fact is a remedy that is available. And that remedy, Mr. Speaker, would be a rehearing of the case. So, Mr. Speaker, it begs again the question that if there is no case that has definitively been decided wrongly on the basis of a translation error, and if there is already a remedy that is available in that very, very unlikely event, what purpose would Bill C-203 serve? Mr. Speaker, I submit that in the face of those facts, in the face of the evidence that what Bill C-203 is, however well-intentioned, it is a bill in search of a problem that doesn't exist. Now, what Bill C-203, however, would do, if it were passed, is it would create many, many problems. First, Mr. Speaker, it would significantly reduce the pool of qualified candidates for appointment to the Supreme Court. The fact is that outside of the provinces of Quebec and New Brunswick, very, very few Canadians are fluently bilingual. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, had Bill C-203 been the law, some of Canada's most distinguished jurists would never have been appointed to the Supreme Court, including Chief Justice McLaughlin, not to mention former Chief Justices Duff, Laskin, and Dixon. Justice Moldaver wouldn't be qualified to sit on the Supreme Court as he presently does. Justice Major from Alberta, who served on the court with distinction for 13 years, wouldn't have been qualified. And I could go on, Mr. Speaker. Sapinka, as the member for Durham correctly points out. Now, Mr. Speaker, while the purported objective of Bill C-203 is to ensure that nuances of oral argument are not lost in translation, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that the likelihood of nuances being lost are much more likely to occur in the event that Bill C-203 were passed. Mr. Speaker, if translators at the Supreme Court, who are among the best translators in Canada, make mistakes, then what is the likelihood, Mr. Speaker, of a judge hearing a highly technical, highly complicated legal argument in his or her second language, likely to also miss nuances of oral argument? Mr. Speaker, common sense dictates that it is a certainty, and I submit it as a certainty that will occur much more regularly if Bill C-203 is passed. And then, Mr. Speaker, there are serious practical issues. Would there be a test that would be administered to determine proficiency in English and French? Who would determine and who would be the arbiter of that test? What would happen to the current 9 members of the Supreme Court? Would they have to take a test? If they didn't pass a test, what would then happen, Mr. Speaker? So there are some, and that's just touching the surface of some of the practical issues that would be faced. So, Mr. Speaker, while Bill C-203 is a well-intentioned bill, it is a fundamentally flawed bill. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree that being able to understand English and French is a highly valuable skill for a Supreme Court justice to have. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it should be a consideration that goes into determining whether an applicant should be appointed. But, Mr. Speaker, linguistic characteristics must not trump experience, competence, and excellence in the law, not to mention the many other personal characteristics that are essential for a jurist to serve on the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as I say, Bill C-203 is well-intentioned, but the problem with Bill C-203 is it searches for a problem that simply does not exist, to the detriment of appointing the most qualified candidates to the Supreme Court of Canada, and it is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, that I oppose Bill C-203.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak to Bill C-203, which would amend the Supreme Court Act and has to do with the understanding of both our official languages. I'd like to commend and thank my colleague from Drummond who presented this bill. Now, he's taking up the torch from Yvonne Godin, our former colleague from Acadie Bathurst, who put this same bill forward in 2008, 2010, and 2014. And I think that we can see how important it is because on those three occasions, the NDP voted in favor of this bill, and the Liberal Party also voted in favor of it for 3 times for the same bill that's being debated right now. And I can hear, I've heard a few speeches from the Liberal side, which lead me to believe that it could be, maybe not be the case this time. So why was it good for the Liberals 3 times over the past 10 years, and now that they've formed government, it's no longer good? So this bill resembles the one that was sponsored in the last government, and it was put forward by Alexandrine Latendresse. It had to do with the language skills of the officers of Parliament, and from what I hear from my Conservative friends, these are the arguments that I heard at the time when we were discussing that bill, and we were trying to make agents of Parliament bilingual before they were hired. Now, the same thing applies now, and the question of bilingualism in the Supreme Court among the judges is fundamental because it deals with judges and people who could become Supreme Court justices, but also Canadians who have the right to be served by the highest tribunals in the country in their own language. Now, that is one thing to be able to argue a case in a language, and it's another thing to be understood in that language. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that bilingualism is not an asset. It's a very fundamental competence or ability, and that is why this bill talks about the understanding of our official languages. And this is something that federal justices need to be able to understand cases argued in French and in English. Now, I'm going to talk about 2 pieces of testimony that we've heard. And the Liberal government Minister of Education in New Brunswick, Mr. Roussel. Now, I know him well because he taught at the University of Ottawa when I was there, and I know that how dedicated he is to the cause of Francophones and official language minority communities. Now, he is the former dean of the University of Moncton, and he said bilingualism is a fundamental skill or competence for anyone sitting on the highest courts in the country. Thus, to fully appreciate an oral argument in an area where the subtleties of an official language may be decisive, they must be able to understand that without the aid of an interpreter. In addition, in order to fully appreciate a case that is argued in French where the documents are not translated, then they must have this ability. So I think that this runs counter to what my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton said earlier. Now, it is difficult to have access to all documents because they may not all be translated. So we're not just talking about the translation of documents. We're talking about interpreters who interpret the cases that are argued. And when the plea or the arguments are interpreted, now the interpreters are confident, obviously, but this language is extremely specific and technical. So I can think of many cases where the legal experts believe that the interpretation did not do justice to the plea, and that their case may have been misunderstood further to the interpretation. Now, that is perfectly understandable. Interpreters are only human, after all, and I consider myself bilingual, but I wouldn't want to be an interpreter because I consider it very, very difficult. So think of these highest courts in the land where a case may not be adequately heard by Supreme Court justices because of the interpretation. Michel Duceppe, who is a highly respected law professor at the University of Moncton as well, he is a specialist in language law, and he said, I have pleaded before the Supreme Court 7 times, and other courts as well. And I know courts well, so I can understand how important it is that the judges be able to directly understand the case being argued in the original language. Because I did plead before the Supreme Court, and I listened to the English interpretation of what I had pleaded, and I understand why I lost this case 5-4. The interpretation did not allow for the understanding of my own arguments. So if the Supreme Court justice must hear the interpretation of a case and is missing certain elements, then they cannot understand the full arguments. And now, when it's 9-0, it's not a problem. But when it's 5-4, we are always wondering whether they should have pleaded in English instead of French to be sure that it was properly understood. Now, this is from a highly respected law professor and a legal expert. So he is talking about Bill C-203, and this is something that these are the arguments we heard in committee. So I'm calling on the government and my colleagues in the Conservative opposition to allow for the Justice Committee to at least hear this argument and to have a fundamental debate. It is not enough for the members of Parliament to say, well, the question is solved because we have bilingualism training for judges, and perhaps this will allow for more bilingual judges on the higher courts, and to say, well, there's no problem because we as a government, we have a panel that will provide for the appointment of bilingual judges. Now, the same argument could have been used in the bill presented concerning bilingualism of parliamentary agents of parliament. That's not sufficient. We need to ratify and enact this kind of understanding in the legislation to ensure that it is immediately enforced, but also to ensure that these amendments are made in the long term. So I don't know if any other Liberal members are going to stand up and speak to this bill, but I would ask them to pay attention to what I have said, and I'm going to recapitulate. This same bill was supported by the Liberal Party 3 times in the past 10 years when they were in opposition in 2008, 2010, and 2014. So have their principles changed all of a sudden because they form government? It is not enough for the government to have the will to appoint bilingual justices to the Supreme Court. We need this principle to be ratified in legislation. If not, there's no guarantee that a future government, Conservative, Liberal, Democrat, will ensure that there is bilingualism among the justices, and to ensure that the people who argue the cases, whether they be Francophone or Anglophone, be understood equally on an equal footing. Because there is a principle of equality of access to justice for both official languages. Our laws in this country are not written in English or in French. They're not, written in English and translated into French or vice versa. They are drafted side by side at the same time, and this is a principle that is important when it comes time to interpret them. And that is why we must recognize this principle. It must be enshrined in legislation. We are the first to recognize that there might be obstacles, and I know that my colleague from Drummond and on the NDP side, we are open to amendments that could allow us to debate this very fundamental issue, and this could be done in committee where amendments could be proposed. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this House should not simply dismiss this proposal out of hand because it addresses a very fundamental issue where both Liberals and where the Liberals have voted for this for the past 10 years. So let us ensure that this this bill is adopted at second reading so that we can work on it in committee to enshrine the principle of the equality of access to both official languages in this country on the courts, and to ensure that no case is lost in Canada at any level of justice because someone pleaded a case in a particular language. So I urge this House to vote in favour of C-203 to allow for this important discussion to be held in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur cet après-midi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise and to speak today to this very important topic concerning an institution that I care deeply about, and you'll see why. Despite the fact that I support the principle and the goal of the Honourable Member for Drummond in this bill, C-203, I sincerely believe that at the end of the day, a law is neither necessary nor advisable in this case, even though the goal of bilingualism for Supreme Court judges is very important and is something that we should target. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is the second time that I've spoken to this matter. I said that this was a very important institution that I care about deeply. I had the opportunity to clerk for a Supreme Court justice in 1989-1990 for an Ontario judge, Peter de Carteris-Corey. Now he was bilingual, and I would like to rectify something that the Honourable Member for St. Albert and Edmonton said. John Sopinka was bilingual because that year when I was clerking, he did not have a legal clerk himself, and so I worked with him as well, and I even participated in in-camera discussions with him in French. Sure, he had an accent, which we called the John Diefenbaker accent at the time, but his French was perfect. And so, given that experience, I share and I understand what the member has said. In terms of arguing a case, whether it be oral or written arguments, it is important that the judges be able to understand these arguments without interpretation. It is true that documents are translated, and it is true that, like here, the translation service in the Supreme Court is excellent. But we're talking about the arguments whereby the lawyers are trying to convince the judges they need to weigh each word, each sentence. And, you can't always interpret these sentences easily. And so it is very important as a goal to have judges who are able to understand without listening to the interpretation, whether it be for oral arguments in the case of interpretation or written arguments in the case of translation. Mr. Speaker, I also participated in a case before the Supreme Court, and I participated in drafting a brief that was going to be presented in court. And I can tell you that every word is weighed because every word is important. So there again, it is very important to be able to understand the arguments and even the style. And the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton is someone who has a certain style when he presents his oral speeches here in the House. So he should be able to understand why it is important to protect the integrity of the style of the person arguing a case. So despite the fact that the translation is good, the interpretation is good, it is still very important to have as a goal bilingual judges in the Supreme Court. Now, as a former law professor in an institution that is bijural and bilingual, now wearing my hat as a law professor, we don't always have the ideal solution to fix such an issue. And if I believe that this law is not necessary, it is because, as my colleague from Ville-Marie Île-des-Sœurs has said, we have already taken measures in the selection of the process of selecting Supreme Court judges and in the process of selecting the successor to Chief Justice McLachlin. So we are ensuring through this process that bilingualism is an essential criterion. Now, that worked very well in the case of the selection of Justice Rowe, and that should continue to be anchored in the system itself. My colleague also described the action plan that we put in place for superior courts, where citizens have an initial contact, their initial contact with the legal system. And Justice Corey said that, it was the judges in the superior courts who were the most important in the system because they played the most important role because they had the initial contact with the Canadian public. But I must also say that this bill is not advisable, even though I would love to have 9 fluently bilingual justices, or at least functionally bilingual Supreme Court justices. This law is not advisable because we need to strike a certain balance on the Supreme Court. And what my colleague from Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata Basque has just said is just as true in many other sectors. It is true that the Supreme Court needs an expert in criminal law, in commercial law. And the same challenges of comprehension exist in the case of this specific subject matter before the court. So that is the same challenge as exists with the official languages. So the Supreme Court may need an expert in criminal law. I'm not going to name any names, or in commercial law, for example. And that might be a requirement that is vital for the court right now. And it could be the case that a bilingual candidate, does not necessarily have expertise or enough expertise in that sector, depending on when it is needed by the court. So I'd like to be able to maintain that flexibility, to be able to fill the gaps that exist on a bench of 9 justices. So it is also very important to look at the substance and the content of the cases that are brought before the Supreme Court. Sometimes the future is unpredictable, Mr. Speaker, and so we have to proceed with a great deal of prudence, and that is what we are doing with the measures that we have already taken and that we have already put in place. And I would say that it is premature, Mr. Speaker, to not allow a bit of time to elapse to see whether the measures that we have taken will become anchored in people's mindset and will, make their way. My law students and lawyers know that if they want to advance and if they want to make it to the Supreme Court, they need to be bilingual. So perhaps in the future, this will be a problem that is no longer a problem. So it's better to proceed prudently for now. And lastly, there are constitutional issues as well, Mr. Speaker. If we wanted to change the official and formal criteria for the selection of Supreme Court justices, then it is quite possible that the provinces might argue that that is unconstitutional, and so it is better not to reopen that particular matter. Mr. Speaker, the burden is already on the current government to justify the choice of a Supreme Court justice who is not bilingual. So the onus is already on us. And that puts the puts justices who are not bilingual in the limelight. So to appoint someone who is not bilingual, the government would already have to have a very compelling reason. And in our opinion, that protects the goal that the member for Drummond is trying to enact in the laws, and that is why I believe that this bill is neither advisable nor necessary in the current case. Thank you.
And resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak to this bill this evening. I believe that my colleagues from Drummond and Rimouski have already laid out the positive case for this legislation, so I'd like to use my speech to respond to some of what we've heard in opposition to the bill from St. Albert, Edmonton, as well as from LaSalle, Aymard, Verdun. So the first argument we heard was that the Supreme Court is already bilingual, so there's no problem to solve here. And in a similar vein, the member from LaSalle, Aymard, Verdun pointed out that the Prime Minister has already promised to appoint bilingual judges to the Supreme Court. Now, Mr. Speaker, I fail to see these as arguments against the bill. In fact, I think they show that the bill is entirely realistic and achievable. And if the Prime Minister is promising to do this anyway, why not codify it in law? That's the question that I would put back. It's currently the case that 8 of the 9 Supreme Court judges are functionally bilingual. New appointments are going to be bilingual. So why not put that into law? The member for LaSalle Aymard said, well, rather than a requirement, it should be left as a primordial criterion. Now, Mr. Speaker, maybe you need to be a lawyer to understand the difference between a requirement and a primordial criterion, but it sounds to me like we all agree this is something pretty essential for Supreme Court judges. Now, Mr. Speaker, the next argument we heard from the member for St. Albert Edmonton is that there is not a single case that was definitively decided incorrectly based on a problem with language. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very strange standard because, of course, for a case to get to the Supreme Court, it has to go through a couple of other courts first. So the Supreme Court isn't adjudicating cases based on the evidence. So it's not as though a Supreme Court judge is going to miss a piece of evidence based on not understanding the language. Cases are appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada based on issues of legal interpretation. So, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be difficult to establish that any case before the Supreme Court was definitively decided incorrectly. At that level, Mr. Speaker, it comes down to interpretation, and at that level of nuance, language can actually be quite important. So again, I think this notion of proving that a case was decided incorrectly because of language is the wrong standard for this debate. Now, the third argument we heard from St. Albert Edmonton was the notion that this bill would reduce the pool of qualified candidates. And I think the member for LaSalle Aymard Verdun was trying to make the same point when he talked about how specialized certain Supreme Court justices need to be in particular areas of law. Now, beyond stating the obvious point that we in the NDP view functionality in both official languages as a very important qualification, I'd also note that the bill proposes to hold appointees to a very reasonable standard of bilingualism. We're not saying that people appointed to the Supreme Court need to be able to translate Moliere and need to be able to speak perfectly in French or in English as well. What we're saying is they need to have a basic understanding of both official languages without interpretation. And I believe that this is a standard that otherwise qualified candidates for Supreme Court appointments can achieve. I believe this is a realistic thing to expect of people and that it's not going to unduly reduce the number of qualified candidates. Now, Mr. Speaker, the fourth argument that we heard from the member for St. Albert Edmonton was that this bill would result in more errors because Supreme Court judges would be relying on their own imperfect understanding of the other official language rather than relying on the excellent interpretation services already available at the Supreme Court. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill isn't talking about taking interpretation out of the Supreme Court. This bill is talking about adding to that excellent interpretation service a base level of knowledge of the both official languages on the part of the judges themselves. And I would say that leads to a more robust system. If you have someone that has a base level understanding of the language, also listening to interpretation, they're going to understand it better and they're going to be able to better detect possible problems with interpretation or translation. So I think you have a better system when you have people with their own understanding of the language who also have access to excellent interpretation and translation services. Mr. Speaker, the fifth point that we heard from the member for St. Albert Edmonton was, well, how are we going to test people? Are we going to administer some sort of language exam to people who are going to be appointed to the Supreme Court? Well, I would answer this question in two ways, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd say, yes, we do this all the time in the Government of Canada. We have thousands of public servants every year who take language exams to establish their proficiency in both official languages. So there are certainly tests available that we already administer to determine whether someone can understand both official languages. But the other point I'd make, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a very technical question about what kind of testing we're going to use. And if that's really the concern that the Conservatives have with this bill, then the solution is to vote to send it to committee so that the committee can look at the different types of tests that might be available. That's not a reason to vote against the bill at this stage of deliberation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think the last argument we heard from the member for St. Albert Edmonton was that, of course, command of both official languages would be an important consideration, but we shouldn't make it an official requirement. And I think that was also the fundamental argument that we heard from LaSalle Lamard this evening, was that it's a consideration, it's part of the mix, it's really important, but it shouldn't be an ultimate requirement. And in fact, I think the member for LaSalle Lamard went so far as to suggest that it's so important that it de facto almost already is a requirement, that it would be very difficult for a government to justify appointing a Supreme Court judge who isn't bilingual. And, Mr. Speaker, I would make the case that if it already is kind of a de facto requirement, if as a practical matter you do need to be able to understand both official languages to become a Supreme Court justice, it's actually better to make it an official requirement because that sends a clear signal to everyone in Canada's legal community that this is a requirement and that they need to meet the requirement in order to qualify for appointment to the Supreme Court. I mean, the worst case scenario, Mr. Speaker, would be for someone who's otherwise qualified to go forward in the appointment process, thinking that it's not a requirement, only to not be appointed because of all the reasons that the member for LaSalle Lamard articulated. I think it's actually better to just put the requirement out there explicitly in law so that people who aspire to serve on the Supreme Court know that this is something that they're going to need to learn, that this is a skill they're going to need to develop. Because if, as a practical matter, it basically already is a requirement, it's better to just have it be a requirement, have that be clear to people, rather than allow the possibility for confusion about whether or not candidates for the Supreme Court actually need to be able to function in both official languages. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, bilingualism is clearly a fundamental cornerstone of our country. We expect federal institutions to be bilingual. That doesn't necessarily mean that every single person who works in those institutions needs to be personally bilingual, but certainly we would expect that the top people, such as Supreme Court judges, would have a basic understanding of both official languages. The court already is bilingual. The Prime Minister has already promised to appoint bilingual judges. That shows the feasibility of this bill. That shows that this is something that's realistic and achievable. We've heard this argument that you can't prove that cases have been decided wrongly on linguistic grounds. But again, Supreme Court cases are decided on interpretation, so you can't really prove anything's wrong. All you can do is say that the adjudication would be better if we had an understanding of both languages, in addition to the translation and interpretation services that already exist. So, Mr. Speaker, I think having debunked the arguments against this bill, I would invite all members of the House to vote in favor of it. Thanks very much.
Bravo. Avant que la reprise de...
Before resuming debate, I must inform the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie that she has about 6 minutes remaining for her speech, and I will have to interrupt her at about 6:58 for the right of reply. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to be able to rise today in this House to speak to Bill C-203, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, a bill that targets the understanding of official languages. Mr. Speaker, one of the very foundations of democracy is fair access to justice, and that is what this bill seeks to ensure by requiring that the justices of the Supreme Court can understand the arguments made in both of Canada's official languages, and that this be codified in the law. Supreme Court justices play a major role in our democracy, and they must be able to and they must fulfill a number of criteria. They must have a number of skills and abilities. And in my opinion, one of those criteria is to be able to hear all Canadian citizens in the official language of their choice, which are equal and are recognized as such under our Constitution. Now, on the NDP, we're not the only members who say so, but I'm going to cite some experts. For example, Serge Roussel, who says that bilingualism. He is a professor, a highly respected law professor at the University of Moncton, who says that bilingualism is a fundamental competence for anyone sitting on the highest court of in the land, in order to fully appreciate an oral argument in an area where the subtleties of the language may be decisive. The justices should be able to understand without interpreters, and this should be clear. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not just a theoretical question. There is also Michel Doucet, who is a law professor at the University of Moncton as well, and he is an expert in language rights and language law. He has often pleaded before the Supreme Court, and he says that the week after arguments that I presented before the Supreme Court, I listened to the English interpretation of those arguments on CPAC, and I understood why I lost that case 5-4. The interpretation did not allow me to understand my very own arguments, and so I'm wondering whether a judge who must listen to interpretation in order to hear a case, and when there are elements missing, I wonder if such a judge can fully appreciate the arguments. When you win a case 9-0, that's one thing, but when you lose a case 5-4, it makes you wonder whether you should have used your second language to plead. And that is why bilingualism is essential to ensure fair access to justice. It is essential that the justices of the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, be able to serve all Canadians in both of our official languages. And once again, we are not the only ones to say so. Graham Fraser, who is the former Official Languages Commissioner, in his report on access to justice, said the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, and so it is imperative that the justices be able to understand in both official languages, without the aid of an interpreter, all the information and arguments presented, including subtleties and nuances which could have an impact on the trial. Commissioner Fraser also strongly supported Bill C-232, which targeted the same goals, and in which our Liberal colleagues voted in favor at the time. I see that I'm going to wrap up very soon, but I would just like to underscore that the Barreau du Québec, the Federation of Acadian Francophone Communities, all of those people support this bill. And I would also point out that our Liberal colleagues say, well, you know, we promised that we would appoint bilingual judges, but the problem is that our Liberal colleagues think that they're going to be governing for eternity. That is one thing, but that is not absolutely sure. So the voters might decide to vote differently the next time. I heard my colleague from La Salle-Aimant said, yes, we are going to appoint bilingual judges, but we have to maintain a certain flexibility in order to not have to do so. So once again, that is a very, let's say, liberal interpretation of things. They say we promised to do so, but we might not actually do it. So typical of the Liberals. So I think that everyone needs to recognize that this is a fundamental issue of access to justice and that it needs to be enshrined in law. Sure, some amendments can easily be made to this bill, but I would encourage all my colleagues to vote for it at second reading so that it can go to committee for study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would invite the Honourable Member for Drummond for his right to reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes for his speech of right to reply. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a real pleasure for me to rise in this House to conclude this debate on this bill, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, and it's a real adventure that I've been on for the past 2 years to try to convince all my colleagues here in the House, and I've received support really from everywhere for the past 2 years. Some 200 municipalities across Canada, RCMs and regions have sent letters of support for this bill. A number of bar associations as well across the country support this bill, including the Barreau du Québec. Also, a number of highly respected lawyers and constitutional experts support this bill as well. So I'd really like to thank all of my colleagues who stood up to speak to this bill today, and whether they I certainly hope you will vote in support of it, and thank you for having debated this bill that is so important in order to advance not just the French language, but also to advance bilingualism in this country. We have 2 official languages, and they need to be on an equal footing, rather. Graham Fraser, the former Official Languages Commissioner, said why it is so important to pass this bill on the bilingualism of Supreme Court judges.
Court of Appeal. It is imperative that its judges understand in both official languages and without the assistance of an interpreter how the information and arguments presented, including any nuances that may have an impact on the outcome. Simultaneous interpretation and translation have their limits. Alors, vous comprenez, Monsieur le Président, que...
You'll understand, Mr. Speaker, that all official language commissioners, and this for some time, have been asking for this. Even the Liberals, 3 separate times, have voted against this when Yvon Godin brought forward. And he'd been fighting for this almost 15 years, and I'd like to commend his extraordinary work in promoting linguistic equality before the courts. I'd like to also mention the importance of respecting Indigenous rights as pertains to this bill. We don't hear about it enough, but it seems to me absurd that First Nations and Métis cannot speak their own language in this House of Commons. Now, perhaps the Liberal government will change its mind, because it really is a great pity that this is not possible, and I would ask all members in the House to bring this bill to a committee so that we can propose an amendment that would be in favour.
It recognizes Aboriginal rights, including rights with respect to the languages of Indigenous people. If this bill passes, I will bring an amendment at the committee stage to confirm that nothing in this law infringes Aboriginal rights as recognized by Section 35 of the Constitution. Alors, c'est extrêmement important d'aller de l'avant.
It's extremely important to go forward, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to talk about legislation that I'm very proud of, because we brought it forward. The New Democrats succeeded in convincing unanimously all members in the House of Commons for the bill for bilingualism for parliamentary officers. They were saying, well, it's just, I don't know if it's a workable policy because we don't have enough people to fill these 10 jobs. But people finally realized that for these 10 officers, parliamentary officers, they agreed that they had to be bilingual. And I think that in the highest court in the land, the justices must be bilingual. And this is why I'd like to talk about Alexandrine Latendresse, my colleague who brought this bill forward. And I'd like to salute the courage of all those who are trying to make bilingualism and language equality, to make them progress more, and to have bilingual justices at the Supreme Court. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that Bill C-203, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, Understanding Official Languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Language. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who are in favour will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to the standing order, the recorded division stands deferred until another date in October, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, we will have the agenda, or rather the adjournment notice. And the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, community volunteers and local governments, tired of waiting, took action themselves by cleaning up abandoned vessels despoiling shorelines in the district of Oak Bay. Oil spills and marine debris from thousands of abandoned vessels pollute our waterways and put local fishing and tourist industry jobs at risk. For too long, jurisdictional gaps have left coastal communities with nowhere to turn when they need help cleaning up abandoned vessels. It's taking a huge financial toll on local governments and volunteers. Oak Bay's local government paid $4,000. The province of BC paid $10,000. Last fall, the neighbouring municipality of Saanich paid $50,000 to clean up abandoned boats along its shorelines. The Oak Bay local government said there are more derelict boats to deal with in its area, but it won't be able to afford to pay what it did for this past weekend's cleanup every year. Coastal volunteers have carried the load of abandoned vessels for too long when provincial and federal governments should have been taking the lead on this long-standing coastal pollution problem. Josie Osborne, mayor of the District of Nanaimo, wrote to me saying, quote, derelict and abandoned vessels present a significant and costly risk to coastal communities and marine ecosystems. It is far beyond the capacity of local governments to pay for the removal of derelict vessels or even to navigate the complex multi-jurisdictional nature of derelict and abandoned vessels. Despite society's wish to deal with wrecked vessels, there is no practical or reasonable framework to preventing and responding to wrecks. Bill C-352 would change that, end quote. From Tofino, BC to Fogo Island in Newfoundland and Labrador, coastal communities are urging the Liberal government to adopt my legislation, Bill C-352, to clean up abandoned vessels and protect our waterways and coastlines. This includes the Union of BC Municipalities, which last month, its 1,800-member convention endorsed my bill, the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, District of Oak Bay, District of Tofino, and altogether more than 50 coastal organizations from both sides of the country. I also have the support of the Ladysmith Maritime Society, marinas, harbours, and port authorities from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, Ontario, and British Columbia. All these endorsements highlight that coastal communities can't wait any longer to fix the abandoned vessel problem. When will this government heed coastal communities' repeated calls for action and adopt my legislation to solve the long-standing problem of abandoned vessels?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I'd like to assure her that our government is actively implementing a comprehensive strategy to address abandoned and wrecked vessels under the Oceans Protection Plan. Budget 27 invested in this priority. Problems with these vessels have persisted for decades. The issue is indeed complex. The causes are multifaceted and therefore demand a robust solution. We've studied the problem, worked with our partners and stakeholders, and we're now taking meaningful actions that will make a real difference to our coastal communities. The government launched 2 funding programs this year to address legacy, abandoned, wrecked, and hazardous vessels. We've dedicated funds for these programs to support provinces, territories, Indigenous organizations, local communities, and other partners in removing and disposing of smaller, high-priority abandoned boats and wrecks. These programs were launched this year. To implement our comprehensive strategy, we are taking steps. These were just the first. While this funding will help address the legacy problem, it's not enough on its own. We'll need to take the burden off taxpayers. This is why we're also exploring long-term funding options financed by vessel owners to pay for any future cleanup costs. But cleanup efforts are only one element of the strategy. We can't wait for problems to occur before taking action. We are also focused on prevention. We must turn off the tap and stop the flow of these vessels in the first place. We have modeled our strategy on leading international initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the majority of vessel owners are responsible and, in fact, are among the advocates for action on this issue. Like all Canadians, boaters and commercial vessel operators expect our oceans and harbours to be clean and free of abandoned and wrecked vessels. It really is a minority of vessel owners that are creating this problem. We're working on a comprehensive legislative solution, one that goes far beyond any previously considered by this House. There needs to be consequences for owners who choose to walk away from their vessels. Gaps in our federal laws have encouraged the problem for far too long. Existing laws that address some of the specific impacts of these vessels, such as pollution, discharge, and navigation hazards, but not with the vessels themselves. Our objectives are to strengthen owner liability for their vessels and wrecks, address irresponsible vessel management, and ensure the ability to take proactive action before problem vessels pose greater hazards and costs. As members of the House are aware, The Nairobi International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks 2007 was just recently tabled in our Parliament. This important step signals how serious we are in our approach to addressing this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
These are all good words, but without any legislation to back them up, I'm afraid that coastal communities are going to be asked to wait again. The money announced by the government for abandoned vessel removal is a drop in the bucket, given the scale of the problem. There are thousands of abandoned vessels. The number is growing as recreational and commercial fleets age. But the budget announcements from Transport Canada, $300,000 for this year. Fisheries and Oceans Canada, $260,000 for this year. The price tag for the Vicky Lynn 2 removal alone was $1.2 million. So given the tiny budget announcement and the backlog of thousands of abandoned vessels, it'll take multiple decades to deal with them all at this pace. My legislation would get taxpayers off the hook by fixing vessel registration and creating a fee to help cover the cost of vessel disposal. So in the absence of the government having its own legislation to offer this House, will it adopt my legislation, Bill C-352, to solve the long-standing pollution problem of abandoned vessels?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we need a comprehensive approach to addressing this complex issue of abandoned vessels and wrecks, and it requires an engagement with those most directly connected to the problem. We've established very strong working relationships with the provinces and territories on the issue. We're continuing to work with them on implementing a national strategy. We've taken very meaningful steps to address the issue, including by providing funding for and acting to deal with legacy problem vessels. We're actively working to improve vessel ownership information, and we've tabled the Nairobi Convention in this House, demonstrating our commitment to ensure owners are strictly liable for remediating wrecks. Our commitment is clear, our action has been meaningful, and we're not done yet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the Minister of Finance has been keeping a secret from this House. Since the last election, he has held in his possession stocks in Morneau Shepell, his billion-dollar family business. His holdings amount to tens of millions of dollars. The finance minister has vast powers and long, far-reaching tentacles into all aspects of economic and financial policy in this country. In short, his decisions can make a lot of money for financial companies, like the one in which he had invested tens of millions of dollars. Morneau Shepell administers pensions. The Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, which reports to the finance minister, decides who will administer the pensions of bankrupt federally regulated companies. The finance minister has such policies to collect $300 billion worth of taxes. The specificity of these tax policies have the potential to help or hinder individual businesses. For example, one policy the government promoted under this finance minister would encourage small businesses to put their money in individual pension plans. Morneau Shepell, his family business, sells those pension plans. It is one of the unique companies that do so. The finance minister proposed a bill creating something called targeted pension benefit plans. Morneau Shepell is one of the only companies in Canada that administers targeted benefit pension plans. For example, when these plans were created in New Brunswick, it was Morneau Shepell that set them up. And it would be Morneau Shepell which would profit from them if we did it at a federal level. And we know this because Morneau Shepell has bragged about that fact on its own website. The finance minister spoke about it when he was the executive chairman of Morneau Shepell. For these reasons, the minister was in an obvious conflict of interest. In a position that he was able to use his powers to profit a company that was monthly paying him dividend checks. According to David Aiken, a respected journalist, that company was paying him $65,000 a month in dividends while he was finance minister regulating that same company. Worst of all, he didn't tell anybody outside of the ethics commissioner. You know, when Paul Martin was the finance minister and he had vast holdings in Canada Steamship Lines, we all thought it was a conflict of interest, but at least we knew about it, so we could debate it. And when he introduced bills that affected shipping lines, we knew what he was up to. This minister told the media he was putting his interests in a blind trust. He told Morneau Shepell that all of his holdings would go in a blind trust. He sent out parliamentary secretaries from that government on Twitter to claim that his holdings were in a blind trust. And only after the truth was uncovered by numerous investigative reporters did this finance minister finally admit that he still held those shares and that they were not in a blind trust. This minister always does the right thing after he is caught doing the opposite. Mr. Speaker, this conflict of interest allows this minister to enrich himself at the expense of everyone else. He has not lived up to the standards that are expected of someone with his authority. How does his parliamentary secretary defend the actions of this minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président, je pense que c'est important.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to mention that our finance minister is a man of great probity, and he spoke with the ethics commissioner in order to have guidance. The commissioner, following this meeting and the disclosure of the Minister of Finance on his assets and investments, said to the public today that she is not recommending necessarily a blind trust, but she wants a conflict of interest wall. She wants this wall to protect conflict of interest. And that is what the minister did. He's following the recommendations of the ethics commissioner with whom he's been working since he was elected. And now, following what was raised by the opposition, he proactively contacted the ethics commissioner, met with her, and will put his assets in a blind trust and a conflict of interest wall. Now, I think that this shows that the Minister of Finance has always wanted to be transparent with the Ethics Commissioner in order to ensure that our laws and regulations be complied with. That's what he has done. That's what he's continuing to do in order to preserve integrity and transparency. He has followed the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner, but the Minister of Finance has brought in measures over the past 2 years, has brought in measures to stimulate the economy, which has increased the job rate. He has reduced child poverty by 40% because of a CBB that is far more generous and it's targeted to the people who really need it more than before. He's also invested in infrastructure. I think the Minister of Finance and what he's done over the past 2 years of his public service has great merit, and he's helped to lead Canada on the road to prosperity. And when we talk about tax reform, and I believe the honourable member, and I see I only have a minute left, but the Minister of Finance this week announced that we will be cutting the tax rate to 9% for small business owners. This is part of our wish to support small business in Canada. There have also been several changes. Other changes because the government believes in consulting and listening Canadians coast to coast to coast. So we will be streamlining, we will be changing our proposed measures with a view to helping Canadians.
The member spoke about this screen, this fiscal screen, this ethics screen that was supposed to prevent the finance minister from involvement in any matters touching upon Morneau Shepell. He committed in writing to the ethics commissioner that he would do nothing that would affected the interests of his family business, in which he continued to own $20 million approximately in shares. Well, he's been involved in the Barbados-Canada Tax Treaty. Morneau Shepell has a subsidiary in the tax haven of Barbados. He was the person who introduced the target benefit pension plan legislation. Morneau Shepell is one of the very few companies that administers those plans. He introduced tax policies that would force small businesses to take their savings out of their company and invest them in individualized pension plans. Morneau Shepell is one of the only firms that administers those pension plans. Does the member believe that in those 3 cases the minister actually respected the ethical screen that he committed to when he became minister?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Je veux dire, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in the probity and integrity of the Ethics Commissioner and her ability to put people on the right track, and the Minister of Finance followed her recommendations. And further, Mr. Speaker, the Minister, in an effort to go even further to avoid distraction with the work he's trying to do, has agreed to a blind trust. And I think this is a minister who from the very first was ready to be proactive in his work with the Ethics Commissioner, a commissioner we all have great trust in. All the rules and regulations will be respected.
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in May, I stood up and was reflecting on an article in Maclean's in terms of Canada's missing and murdered inquiry is falling apart before it even begins. And at that time, I was asking the minister what she intended to do to help perhaps right the ship. Now, I want to sort of express that we continue to be very concerned, and I'll go over some of the things that have happened in the number of months since that original article that do cause us great concern. I think it is important first to point out that, as you know, it was right after the last election, although we were concerned about the missing and murdered inquiry in terms of how it would move forward, what it would do in terms of supporting family members. We came on board and we said, we support you, we want it to be successful. It actually has to be successful because there can be nothing more traumatic for the families that have already undergone so much to have an inquiry that actually does not do what it needs to do. Certainly, as you may appreciate, that is a big concern. So since that time, what's happened? And just last month, there was another story, and it talked about inside the meltdown of Canada's missing and murdered inquiry. So those are 2 off the rails before it even begins to inside the meltdown. So what's happened since then? We've had a commissioner that's resigned. The executive director 2 communications directors, the director of operation, both the director and the manager of community relations, and of course, just as early as a couple of weeks ago, the director of research and the inquiry's lead counsel. Mr. Speaker, if that is not red flags for this government, I don't know what possibly can be a red flag. We had, it was August of last year when we had welcomed the inquiry moving forward, and I think most reasonable people thought they would take a few months and they would get their offices set up, they would get their computers going, they would create a plan, and that plan would see them in January of last year being on the road, hearing the horrific, tragic stories from the families, and moving forward. What we had was months and months and months and months that went by with actually no move to even hear from the families. We did have a chance to talk to the commissioners. They came to committee, and I think there was a number of things that we heard that were very disturbing. One, they talked about their sort of trouble with support from the PCO, the fact that they have old Blackberries, they have computers that don't work, they didn't have even the basic logistics in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this question is as timely as it was back in May. There are red flags. The minister is responsible. What is she going to do to ensure this inquiry is going to be a success? Because I think it's very clear that some action must be taken.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for raising this issue. I know it's a very important issue to all people in our country. Our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We have launched a truly national independent inquiry, and we are going to make sure the voices of families are heard. The important work of the Commission is crucial to getting the answers families have been waiting for decades. The Commission's mandate has been clear, and that is that families must be at the centre of the Commission's work. Minister Bennett met with the Commissioners over the summer and discussed concerns raised by some of the families and survivors directly with them. They acknowledged those concerns and assured the Minister that they have it planned and are dedicated to learning and adapting as the inquiry progresses. They are committed to finding solutions to address the families' concerns, and many family members that have participated in the hearings are now feeling heard. Families must and will get the answers they need. The terms of reference authorize the Commission to inquire into the circumstances of individual cases in order to identify systemic issues at play, be it institutional issues or otherwise. They are also authorized to examine and report on the root causes of all forms of violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and their greater vulnerability to that violence. The Commission is looking for patterns and underlying factors that explain why the higher levels of violence occurs. Moreover, we are absolutely committed to ensuring the Commission has all the supports it needs to succeed. As announced previously, the Commission has been provided over $53 million by the federal government over 2 years. The Commission has full access to its funding, and we are confident the Commission has the tools that it requires. Furthermore, officials have been working with the Commission to identify the bureaucratic processes that can be streamlined to better support them in achieving their mandate. But we know there are important initiatives that we can implement now, and without waiting for the Commission to complete its work, our government is already taking immediate action with investments in women's shelters, housing, education, and child welfare. For example, we recognize the need for safe transport along BC's Highway 16, known as the Highway of Tears. We have committed $1 million to BC's Transportation Action Plan for improvements that will keep those who use the road safe. These include additional transit, shelters, lighting, and support for community shuttles, impacting the 9 First Nations along that stretch of the highway. The government is also making investments in new initiatives such as the Family Information Liaison Units, which assists families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in finding the answers they need from government agencies and with other help such as services to address the trauma that they are experiencing. So we are committed to helping ensure that all Canadians have the opportunity to live in a safe, supportive, and inclusive community.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on one particular point that was, I thought, very important, that families must be at the center and families must be heard. This week in Winnipeg, we heard the very horrific story of a family member. They lost their daughter 9 years ago on her 18th birthday. They have a heartbreaking story. They had agreed to go to the inquiry. They wanted to tell their story, and then they had their time reduced to just minutes. I don't know that that is effectively hearing from the families. We know that when we met with the commissioners, we said, listen, please have a phone number that if someone comes in from a remote community, they can get a live person on the phone. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that we've been checking regularly to see if we can ever get a live person on that phone. There has never been. So if we can't get through to the Commission to a live person, how can someone that has made that big effort to make that phone call, who might come from a community that has less access, get that access that they need? So really, I think, again, the red flags are there. The minister must listen, and please pay attention and make some changes that will create the success that families so desperately need.
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to see that the member opposite do support the inquiry now, because families and survivors fought for a very long time against the previous government that she was a part of for this inquiry. And in fact, at a special committee on violence against Indigenous women, the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou actually dismissed the need for an inquiry at all and characterized it as just spending more time and money on another process. Well, we never believed that, and we don't believe that today. We believe that family members have to be heard, and we are giving them that opportunity. They wanted this inquiry, and they want it to continue, and we are absolutely committed to ensuring that the Commission has the support that it needs to make it a success. The Government of Canada will also continue to work in partnership with the provinces and territories, with Indigenous governments and organizations, and other partners to develop more effective, appropriate, and collaborative solutions in responding to the health and ensuring the safety of women and girls in Canada. We know there's lots to do, and we're prepared to do it.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.